respectful as possible.
Is this from a flat earther?
No, this is from I don't care earther. I care about Jesus, not the fucking shape of the earth. Excuse me, I should go now. Because you're
Okay,
not understanding that that's all I mean.
this first. And for this reason.
You go ahead and tell people they're going to hell for not believing in whatever shape you think the earth is supposed to be. Yeah. You're going to hell if you don't think what he thinks. Sorry, bye
The
guys.
Bible said that earth stands fast. And I want to repeat this. And for this reason, God will send them strong delusion. God will send them strong delusion that they should believe the lie, and that they all may be condemned. So now this guy went back to an example of for this reason. He wants to hate God for people believing a lie rather than confirming and amening that God is truth. So there we go again. The devil's the devil, the demons, their principality is founded in lie. Okay, they can do nothing but lie. And this and you demonstrated with what you had to say, the preface to this verse, and for this reason. You said you judge God. It was what you said. God will send them strong delusion that they should believe the lie, and that they all may be condemned who do not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Is is lying or just like denying that reality matters at all? Or that God made manifest in creation that we could know him? Is that biblical? But I don't think biblical matters because when I tried to read this verse, you were funding me. So I'm going to get back to this. And for this reason, and you demonstrated with the statement that you don't want nothing to do with God because you would judge people for believing a lie. Okay? But it's not that. You want to judge God. And for this reason, so go back a little ways. Find out what he said, and for this reason for. Okay? God will send them strong delusion. That means God, the creator of everything. The fact that you didn't just drop dead right now is because God is giving you grace. And God is also making you useful to expose how this demon system operates with the words you use. Okay, and for this reason. Oh God, am I off topic? There it again. It all started with trying to be on topic, guys. Am I on voice? You
I would say you're correct. His narcissistic tactics didn't work, so he had to take off, I guess.
yeah, I'm not gonna let him even get a couple sentences out. Have you caught that yet? That's why I have to mute myself on flats, but he always has me open to come on if I want. But for the flow of his show, I just step back because, and I might have to here. I want to be part of it. I think my life experience and working in things involve pressure, tolerances, geometry, what references mean, datums mean. I can validate all this once I get a laptop again. Um, and then you can just like contact you can contact the, oh Jesus, there's a lot of people. ISO, you can contact standards of meteorology, definitions of plane. You can you can you I'm not I haven't lied about anything I said. The couple of areas where I made errors was I brought in things that were not directly flat Earth related and more political in nature, and maybe more spiritual than would be liked by people who want to not go that direction. And I'm gonna tame my tongue, man, because I need to be respectful of what's been requested of me.
If they can't understand it in 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, they're probably going to be a lost cause. Like, these things are very simple. Flat level water, gas pressure without a container. They've never felt earth spin. There's 100 things that, like, they're just atheists who hate God. Simple as that.
Is anybody
They
willing?
don't
I
want to be
can't.
accountable for their deeds and actions.
Anybody willing to go to my YouTube channel? And me, I kind of like my words and you can zoom in on what I'm doing, but my words, I'm kind of like flustered because it's so frustrating that you have to argue with people about measuring angles off curved baselines. But I use SolidWorks to validate that it will not give me the function. So it's on my YouTube channel. I can't, but if you can copy it. It's on lumpy gas in a vacuum, and it's me using SolidWorks to confirm I can't make SolidWorks dimension uh, 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 a measure an angle measurement with a curving baseline. Anybody want to post that, please? I humbly request it is entirely flat Earth related. It's on my YouTube.
You can tell if if they don't understand flat Earth in 30 minutes. Like, I mean, maybe the odd person comes to it, but like, if you don't understand the basic things that you learn as a 3-year-old child playing with your toys and drinking your cups and whatever and spilling and the physics, it's they're just atheists who hate God and accountability. It always comes down to that. Atheism versus God every time.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and I just like to really exemplify that. And I gotta tame my tongue on a few things. Nope. Talk about.
No, you were fine. I didn't hear anything other than he was blithering, and I'm gonna if I was you, I would have talked right to him too, because we can't mute anybody. So he's gonna talk through you. I'm gonna talk through him. Like, I would just talk to him until I get muted or something. Like, he's not gonna listen. He's just gonna talk his shit.
Yeah, like funny muting is muting. Like when they're over speaking you.
Well, he said like, whatever, picking your gender is more important than the shape of the earth or the nature of earth, and it just shows you the state of his mind, where like he's caught in these diet woke issues when there's way bigger issues going on, like Judgment Day.
Yeah. Yep. And
like I said, Matthew 18:6. It's better for you to have a millstone around your neck and thrown into a lake than to lie to a child. And if you're telling a child it's a globe when it's not, you're lying to a child.
Yeah, and the purpose behind that lie is to create doubt in that child.
Yep.
And it happened to me, and that's why I have a drug problem. And another big reason why, okay, I can't get it. This is unrelated, Father, and I just caught myself. Thank you, Lord, for taming my tongue. Yeah, if they believe they can triangulate on a sphere, they're denying geometry and um, uh, right angle mathematics, trigonometry. They're denying all that.
Yeah, they're going to take you into the weeds and talk about different other things when all it matters is the flat baseline 90 degrees. And they almost always admit that they're using a flat baseline. So it's a concession.
That their flat baseline is based on the equator. So, but the problem that they're neglecting to consider is that then still it would need to follow the path of a curve for the star to be directly over the Earth at that point. An example of that would be Polaris. You're looking at Polaris and in order for the horizon, for the Polaris to be able to reference its location, it needs that 90 degrees where Polaris is directly over Earth. Well, if it was following the path of an arc, you have a compound angle that's nearly 90 degrees. Do you see the problem?
Oh, yeah. Sextant only works on a flat Earth. They're going to be assuming a flat Earth when they're using a sextant. So
Yeah.
I always tell them if you're claiming that Earth is a glob and it's curved, then you should be using Earth glob curve baseline. Why are you using a flat baseline if you believe that it's a glob?
Well, they're using a flat Earth baseline currently. It's coming from the equator, but you would still have to account for that ground position. Okay? And that ground position would have had to have followed the path of an arc. And for example, Polaris needs a 90 degree to be able to get an elevation angle measurement. Now, if Polaris were following the path of an arc to be directly over Earth at that point, based on center of the sphere and the rotation, right? Now, you have a compound angle. You don't have a 90 anymore after you followed the path of the curve. Do you understand that?
I'm already sold. I already know, but like it doesn't.
Okay, if you're following the path of a curve, it could be 15 degrees, bro. It don't need to be 90. But when you need a 90 to correspond, that zenith up, direct up to the light in the sky, right? That 90 degree required. If you're following the path of a curve, it is going to create a compound angle. Do you understand that?
I don't know what the claim is. Like I said already, I'm not going to fight you on it.
Well, I'm going to tell you what
You have to post the picture.
picture. Okay, this is geometry. Okay, 5th grade stuff, man.
Do you think a new person globers don't know their model? So I mean, this is way too advanced for any glober to understand. Like
No,
they think like
the most
you have to
basic
keep it simple.
angle.
They don't even understand the flat baseline 90 degree, and then you're going into compound angles and this and a sphere and that. It's like
But they've asserted they've asserted their argument. The measurements coming from the equator. If that's the case, the ground position of the star is based on its location due to the rotation based on Earth being a sphere. Therefore, it would have followed the path of a curve to get to be directly over Earth at that location, the ground position. That creates a compound angle. Therefore, a 90 degree has to be subtracted compound angle. Do you understand that?
You have to pose the panels. It does. I'm like I said.
Okay,
I'm
when you have
I'm
well,
convinced.
if
I
you have
don't think I'm
have
not gonna. I'm not.
have
There's
a
nothing I can say.
if you have a protractor and you're trying to measure an angle, okay, right? Now you determine you have 15 degrees, but now your your protractor has a curving bottom. Where's your reference, man? Do you understand that? Does a protractor need a baseline to measure angles? Will you agree with that?
Like I said, I'm not fighting you on it. I I'm not sure what the point is.
The point is can you measure an angle?
I would just
The,
say I don't go this far into the weeds with Globers. It's like I'm gonna chop them at the knees. Like there's no point even giving them the sphere, giving them the 15 degrees, giving them anything. Like
yeah,
they're,
we're at the
uh,
point. How they're I okay. This is not flat Earth related. It's religious related, and I'm going to bite my tongue. But what I'm going to go back to is the protractor needs a flat baseline to measure an angle. And
I agree.
this is third grade, second grade. If you're an advanced student, maybe even first, okay? Maybe they didn't even need to tell you this
Oh yeah,
because
we're dealing with kindergartners in adult bodies.
that are trying to
These people that are Globers are children in adults' bodies.
they're under strong delusion given to them by God. And we're just documenting that. Trying
Anybody is like, how come this guy doesn't see it? How come he doesn't see it? Well, it's because he obviously doesn't want truth and he wants to worship money and he wants to not be accountable for his bad deeds and actions.
I have bad
There's
deeds
there's
and
there's many.
I have bad deeds and actions, but I know that I need a savior. Now this is really okay. The earth is measurably navigatably flat. The horizon is apparent non-measurable. The horizon has also been shown to be beyond what constraints of the radius we've been given. Okay. I do math all day, every day. I wouldn't have a job if I didn't do math right all day, every day. I mean, I can cut helical gears. I can set up the machine to do it. I can program the machine to do it. Okay. In fact, one of the gear companies I make gears for are really, really precise, and they're making gears for high-end vehicles. I'm not going to disclose the company. I will disclose it'd be John Deere. I mean, Caterpillar. I mean, they parts made to make their mechanisms work. But what I will say is, um, I understand geometry. I can model things, and I can model and demonstrate with easy to understand, like third grade stuff, man. I can put a protractor, and then I can make one with a base that's curving and then I can point out that you can't measure elevation angles if the baseline's curving away from you. Okay.
Yeah, but the bad thing is, there's people, your colleagues, say you have 20 coworkers who can do the same math and the same everything, but they believe in the evil glob.
Belief. They're denying geometry.
Oh yeah, they deny reality.
Yeah, fully agree.
But a lot of them haven't been told, or they hear flat Earth and they go to Professor Dave or whatever. And
Yeah.
but if you actually look into it and want to look into it, and you're a truth seeker, you're going to become a flat earther.
Absolutely, brother. All this started for me, and it was motivated by pride. A person I kind of respected in comments because of how they carried them 7 years ago said Earth is flat. And I said, I'm going to prove that wrong. Okay. And I was in Cogdis for probably hey, bro, I didn't get it right away. And the evidences given to me were via the Feast of Nonsense. But I knew that Josh Whitby, so this is prior to the Black Swan, I knew that was a direct line of sight to Chicago.
Yeah, I had a similar thing where I was on Twitter, flat or pretty much truth smacking, and then somebody I pretty much respected suggested I look into flat Earth, and within 5-10 minutes, I knew Earth was flat, but I didn't come out publicly for like 3 months.
Okay, I didn't come out publicly until I ran into Nathan Oakley and Huey. So publicly after them, I got solid. It wasn't like NASA's doing funny stuff or any of these things. There's so many ice walls, right? But a triangle, okay, and the mathematical function required in order to triangulate. So like not so you're not really using SOHCAHTOA. You use angle of elevation and the ground position of the in the sectional map. Now, in order to be a circle of equal elevation, it needs to correspond from where you're taking your measurement, meaning your direct zenith up needs to correspond at the point of the measurement to the ground position of the star, the direct zenith direct up at that location, demonstratably, with logic and geometric considerations, has to be flat. Has to. Period. That's it. It's third grade level, and we're dealing with people who want
Yeah.
to believe the lie.
Globers won't understand. Like normies don't understand. Like if I walk up to you on the street and I talk to you about 90 degrees and sextants, you'll have no clue. They don't even understand flat water in the cup, in the puddle, in a lake, in your water bottle. So
Hold on. Yep, you're right.
we're dealing with like low IQ.
You're right. You're right. I understand. And I was outside of a grocery store offering people just to answer 3 questions. Okay. And I was to not have it on video, I just wanted to record the responses, okay? Just like what we got for the past 3 hours tonight. Very valuable information, in my opinion. Okay, so back to what I was offering and what happened. I was offering people $50. That was the end result. I started at 20, ended at 50 for 5 minutes and just answered 3 questions. And I just wanted to give me their honest answer to them. And you want to know the one person who didn't want to get paid and answered the questions? He said that he is a devout believer. 1. 2, he wanted to get where I'm getting this information. He also, when I pointed out Bible verses, went directly to confirm what I claimed. And he said, "This is interesting." And I said, "I know it is. I know it is." And he thanked me. And he took down Kiwi, he took down Flatzoid, down and whether or not these people have errors, I don't know, man. Maybe they do. Nathan Oakley, 1980. But a lot of what they present is fundamental ways to discern reality, in my opinion. Is it a salvation issue?
Oh,
People need to
yes.
understand, and that they can't judge God, and that they need to humbly ask Him to forgive them. Again, off topic, and I apologize.
It's your duty to spread truth in Ephesians 5:11. So, not like if you have time and you have the means to spread truth, and you're going to get rewarded. Be good. Don't hurt anybody.
Yeah,
Like
no, they
spread
can
truth.
me, and I can know that it's for the purpose of rounding me up, right? This topic. I'm willing to go to the end. All right, brother. That's where I'm at. I'm willing to lose jobs.
Well, you could spend 3 years online, offline, all the time, and not get one person, and then all it takes is dropping that seed to that one person, and they find truth, and that.
I got chased out of the parking lot of a grocery store I just bought stuff from for just asking to be able to pay people to answer 3 questions, maximum time allowed 5 minutes. $50, bro. No takers, all hate. Told to leave the property. The one person, this is my experience, it really happened. I promise. The one person that did hear me out didn't want to get paid, thanked me for taking the time, validated any claim I made that was biblical, like earth stands fast, or the firmament is pounded out like a looking glass. Okay. The biblical statements, and there's on and on I went. Okay. And then I like to point out how the numbers that they've given us, there's hundreds of correlations to 666. Okay, so, and I think this is directly related to Flat Earth in that regard. Tangentially biblically, but directly, in my opinion. Am I wrong? Anyone cut me off. Am I wrong?
Oh, no, you're right. I go. That is my route. I will expose the satanic government and their rituals and their crimes against humanity, and ask the atheist Glober, why do you trust the government after all these atrocities? So that is my main route.
I made a commitment tonight and a promise. I'm going to try to bite on my tongue. I struggle because I'm outspoken, but this is a Flat Earth Discord, and I don't disagree with what you had to say. But what I've got to do is I've got to honor what's been requested and keep it to Flat Earth. Now, our arguments are to the point where it is literally kindergartners trying to shove a triangle into a circle and not getting it. It's that simple, man. And denying, if you don't tie the balloon shut, that the air won't come out, or that the air will just push fill up the balloon spontaneously. That's really how bad for the globe. Or that the hot cup of coffee will.
You ask people. It's like, how would you convert an atheist? What's your best? See, you talk to an atheist on the street. What is your best argument? Like to either get them to flat Earth or God. For me personally, I use flat Earth is the best proof of God. So once I destroy their globe, they have nothing else.
Yeah, they just get angry. And then they want to just not talk to you. And then they just want to say, I don't care what the shape of the earth is. And then they want to say, why would they do it? And then they want, but it's as simple as a triangle and triangulation and a basic, I mean, we need a 90 degree to be able to access the map to triangulate. Okay. And you can't do that if it's following the curve, the curve of the earth to get good because it's spinning the ground position of the star over that point in the earth. Because, I mean, they're saying that the sun gets noon because we're spinning, right? Can we agree on that?
I would I would never let him get that far, but
That's their claim.
Yeah.
Is it their claim, please?
I was ask him to prove it. Yeah. They claim a lot of they claim a lot of dumb stuff for sure.
Claim. Oh, okay. It's their baseless claim.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah. A lot of it is it's their word versus ours. But
No,
there is people on the fence, and there is some truth seekers who could be leaning either way. So we're not going to convince this troll, this hardcore atheist, but there is the potential that there's somebody watching, somebody listening that it may resonate with. So just like I said, you may waste 3 years talking online, but then if you actually get to that 1, 2 people, 3 people, whatever it is, then it's worth it.
I did that. I promise you, I told you I did that. I offered people money outside of a grocery store. It's I won't give the whole name, but it's Kobe. Yeah, and it followed with an O. There's only a couple other letters. So if you look up grocery stores and go Kobe and then R and then just like see if it autofills. But I was in their parking lot offering people $50 for 5 minutes. Okay. To answer 3 questions. And all I wanted to do was I I would I would pay them after they had agreed that I didn't point my camera at them, that all I got was their audio response, and that all I wanted was 5 minutes for $50. They wouldn't do it. The one guy who did talk to me, we went biblical, we went geometric, we went with can you fill up our tire without the rubber? And I did it because I'm good at this. And you know what? He didn't want the money. He wasn't really comfortable doing the interview, but he did take on the channels. He thanked me. He prayed for me, and I prayed for him. That really happened, man. And I do this face to face, eye to eye, all day. I do it. A captive audience. If there's nobody behind me at a grocery store, I tell them, you know how many people have thanked me? A lot. You know how many people have hated me? A lot. And you know what? Hey, at my doctor's office, for example, because I had a severe injury, my feet got run over. So I have nurses and deal with some stuff, man, trying to mitigate feeling like I'm being stabbed through my foot all the time when I'm a machinist and I have to stand all day. Okay, guys? I don't need sympathy or whatever. I'm just saying, I told the nurses, and you know what they did? All of them came to the room, took time out, came to the room, looked at me in the face, all nuncle bumped me. I only gave them QE. That's all I gave them. All right. I told him to go to the playlist. Anyway, because if you go to his live streams, there can be so much time spent on bows and arrows and a lot of stuff. To get to the meat of the matter, which I've been offering QED for a long time, to just get when he's doing his live uploads, there's the meat. And the meat, I'd like to be able to isolate that meat and then give it back to him and let him choose to do what he wants with it. But it's already actually been covered, so it's kind of redundant. But anyway, in the respect of people's time is the motive here. My thought is to take the 3-hour upload and turn it into the 20 minutes of meat. What do you guys think of that idea?
Yeah, if you have time to do it, clip it and make the shorter edit. But
Well, forbid it'll not just entirely waste my time. I'll do it. Yeah, you got my word on it. I'll do it. But I could post it on my channel and stuff. But again, I don't want to disrespect QE, man. That guy really helped me out with being able to know a thing. There's a lot of value in being able to know a thing.
yeah, I don't think if you take his exact words and shorten it into concise clips, that it would be disrespectful. But maybe it'd be better to ask him, see if it's all right.
I try. It's like hard to get a response. I can try to have Urgent Droid and see if he can maybe get the message as to. I've super chatted it. I said, QA, I'd really like to make clips of the meat of the presentation during your live uploads because it's gold. It's gold every time. He doesn't present without it being gold, right? And to take that 3-hour clip and turn it into 20 minutes of gold. I'll do it free and give it away if he's okay with it. I know he lets me make clips. I've done presentations on Flatzoids using QE's clips. But the clips I used weren't in regard to, shoot bow and arrow and stuff. It wasn't going to help. You know what I mean? I used the clips in regard to, the meat.
I would personally, if he had a 3-hour presentation and I wanted to make any clips or any video, I would just do it. It'd be like it's. Like I said, I'm not editing anything. I'm just taking clips and shortening it or whatever, and we're making a 1-minute video. And if you got a problem with that, then I mean, what are you going to do? Copyright strike or whatever? I'm sure if you're spreading truth, you'd want people to make clips and spread it even further.
Okay, that's all I'll do then. It's just that QE has all I thought.
And unless it's about money, where like you're taking views off his plate, and those 30 views or those 300 views are going to minus $1 off his YouTube account, or maybe I don't know. I would just do what I want to do, and I would
Fine, bro. Yeah, it is all about personal choice. Yeah. Are you a believer? This is off topic. I get it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah. I'm a hardcore Abrahamic God religious zealot.
All right. All right, brother. I had to buy it. I had to do it. I was gonna expand on that, But yeah, there's meat in Huey's uploads, and you know what? It's his work. I just want to honor the guy, man. Man, the guy's helped me out, man. You know, so much.
Well, as long as you put, if you clip anything, put the original video in the description and like a shout out or like a just give credit to where the credits due in the description so that they watch your video and they can go seek more. It's mainly when people steal clips and they don't give respect to the creator.
I'll give respect. Heck yeah, that. In fact, the whole thing is trying to give him respect. And I would, you know, present the clip and ask him to make the decision for himself. Is this worth it? To just, you know, get the meat and potatoes of this upload available so that it can be presented quickly because people are on, you know, time is money. Quickly to people who are, you know, like two of my managers and another guy. So, okay, so this happened at work. He agreed. Yeah, you can't triangulate in the sphere. And I said, well, these are my speculative things. And he asked me, well, why? I said, well, this is political. So, or social or whatever. But I said, maybe you don't vote to do the thing that I consider wrong, right? That's political. And okay, so I think that maybe the people that are doing things um, that allow for policy, you know, in regard to it's political. So I tried to communicate to the man that I was looking eye to eye, and I said, I don't know. I'm speculating, but I think that it's because you don't do it like maybe this one fundamental thing. You don't, you know, vote in support of whether or not votes count or not. You don't vote in support of a certain activity that I call, you know, um, um, the M word. They might call the A word.
I'm not sure which ones. Use code words.
So it's either MU to AB. Am I okay, server? Is this too far off point? Server, please inform me. I can drop it. Server mods,
Well,
anybody?
usually it's all. I'm not even a mod or anybody. There is probably somebody here, but as long as you're talking flat Earth or biblical, there's nobody here. If there was like 3 new people and mods here, then it's not the time for this, and it's obviously going to be directed to the new people. So like
Well,
as long as you don't say the main keywords that we know we're not supposed to say, you can
yeah,
talk about biblical and judgment and globers, like the old good old days where you make fun of the globe model.
yeah, it's silly. I'm humbled that I ever believed it. But I can remember in like first grade when I first looked at a globe and I pointed at where I'm at and I pointed at the other side, antipodal, that there's people standing upside down is just ridiculous. I just said that to myself at first grade. Then I was taught to believe that that can be the case based on gravity and Earth movement and these things. we all know the story, right? I can go on and on.
It's well, yeah.
Before
If it's some of your friends, all they say is, "Let's go over the horizon, gravity. I dropped something." Da, da, da. It's always this. Then you have to explain it. No, you don't have an experiment for gravity. What about gravity? What about a helium balloon? And you have to go through, and then you just explain every little thing away, and they're just like, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. I got to go to work tomorrow.
I've heard we're all gonna die anyway. I've heard I don't care if I don't want your Cadillac. I've heard when they start laughing at me and mocking me and stuff, then what I do is I say, if you can demonstrate this, I will give you my car. Here's my car. It's in the parking lot. I show them my title face to face at work. I call this the hardcore reverse troll. Okay? They can get a Cadillac on my word. Okay? If they can demonstrate gas pressure without a container or Coriolis. I've told them two things. Okay? But they have to be one, they better study Coriolis before they bring it to me. Because it's not toilet flushing and stuff. That's not the claim. Two reference frames. Neil deGrasse Tyson said the field goal is made because Earth spun under the ball because it's in a second reference frame. I want a demonstration of that, or a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. And they would the car
Yeah,
at work.
always going to go biblical, where, like I said, it's Ephesians 5:11. You're spreading truth, exposing the darkness. If these people deny it, then they can't at Judgment Day. They can't say nobody told me Earth was flat. Nobody told me this. Nobody told me that the government law. Like they, all their excuses are gone because remember when Lumpy told you that day, all, October 13th, 2023, at the supermarket, and you denied it and you walked away and you laughed at him. He was like, they can't escape. Like, once you tell them the truth, like Earth is flat, created by God,
He's
you're not
he went.
insignificant. Evolution's a hoax. The government lies all the time.
That's all they do
Don't
is
take government
they're
precautions. So, like, yeah,
committed.
all you can do
They're,
is be good, don't hurt anybody, spread truth, and like enjoy your life. We're all being poisoned, we're all being slowly killed. So all you can do is try to enjoy your time, spread truth, and like I said, hopefully not hurt anybody. And then
oh,
we're all
I
gonna
won't.
die.
I'm not going to hurt anybody. I don't have even a knife to defend myself. All right, if I had a family, a wife, or I was in a situation where like people were being harmed because of my kind of like non-aggression. God said, "Don't murder." Um, and now am I a coward? Right? But it's life is so complicated, man.
I agree. People talk tough all the time. I would do this. If this happens, I would do this. Well, guess what? When there's a knife to your throat or a gun to your face, that's when you get to decide what if you're a tough guy or not. So people talk a lot of tough talk, but when it comes down to that moment, you get to decide whether you want to live or die. And you may want to live, and you may want to take the high road, and you may want to let them take your chain or take your wallet, or you can fight for that $200 and get shot. It's your choice in that moment.
In the moment, I'm gonna testify, and that's what that moment will be.
No, you don't know what's going to happen in that moment. Like, you just hope, like, obviously you get to decide whether you want to live or die in that moment. In that 5 seconds, you decide. You decide really quick.
Brother, I'm committed. Brother, I dox myself as a level of confirmation of that commitment. Okay, I'm confronting directly the New World Order. Okay. And I've accepted that this body's already dead. And as a matter of fact, in line, dude, I hate the flesh so bad that even the clothes that have ever touched it, I renounce. And also with what Jude had to say is, pull these people out of fire. Okay? All that, do you want scripture? I'll post it in live chat. All that.
Yeah, like this. If God wanted to take you tomorrow, today, whatever it is, that's His choice. And like you had your 50 years or whatever, so that's that's God's will. So I mean,
I'm not guaranteed tomorrow, but what my prayer is
exactly.
endure to the end. I suspect that at the position I'm at in earth, this is speculative, that the endure to the end, that decide to say, yes, you can kill me. You crucify me upside down. You can do whatever you want to me, but I'm not denying Jesus is our Savior. I'm not. I won't do it. That's why I'm willing to dox myself. These people kill me. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm already dead. And I'm forgiven.
Yeah, there's certain people who are not scared of Judgment Day, and then there's billions and billions of people who are. Like nobody's guaranteed reward, but some people are ready for judgment.
They're not. They're in delusion. Being lied to by demons. They believe that they're not going to be judged.
Oh yeah, that's the atheist for sure. The atheist life of delusion.
It's spiritual.
Oh yeah, it'd be Ephesians 6:12, KJV,
Yeah.
100%. The spiritual world is equal or more than the physical world, but the government's going to tell you that it's 100% physical, and the spiritual's woo woo. The spiritual can be woo woo if it's not the Abrahamic God, but the
Question.
Abrahamic God spiritual is the correct path.
See, I have a question. Are thoughts physical or are they supernatural?
Yeah, if those are the two choices, I would say supernatural because I don't think my choices are physical unless they cause an energy in my brain or something.
Yeah, but they're the result of information. Is information physical?
It can be if it's like a paper with words on it, but thoughts, I don't think thoughts are physical.
Okay. So now, why I brought that up is, if we're being allowed reasonable thought, like angle measurement, okay, third grade stuff, right? Protractor needs a flat baseline. Um, and we can document people denying that. My hope in this is that any audience member with, you know, reasonable way of viewing things can determine that, yeah, the protractor needs a flat baseline to measure an angle. And if thought is supernatural, then is it possible that God has set them free to believe the lie.
Oh yeah, it's a narrow path, and a lot of truthers or flat earthers are chosen, in my opinion.
That's what I mean, chosen. So maybe or maybe not we're in the end times. Speculative, not flat earth related. But by saying I speculate, I hope I'm falling within the parameters. Mods, please, please. If I'm wrong, somebody say so. Please, please. But what I want to try and make the point of is that um if the thoughts are supernatural, and that God has said in Thessalonians that He would cause them, and preface that for this reason. Okay, He would cause them to believe a lie. Well, it, when you can break it down to as simple as measuring an angle, and you can confirm that with SolidWorks and Pro-E CAD systems available, Siemens CAD. You can use CAD systems, which I can hack them all. Okay. Anyway, I can. The the images I posted, man, were well, they're probably all gone. But I make models. It's kind of a hobby because it's developed in my career. I love machining. I got lucky. I love what I do. Anyway, I get myself lost in the weeds. But what I'm trying to get back to the point is this is literally like kindergarten level shapes. These people are trying to pound through a circle, getting it.
I can say it bluntly, where like it's Ephesians 6:12. These atheists are demon infested.
Yeah, yeah.
They deny flat water. They deny flat baseline. They deny. They think they're moving. They think their house is moving. They think there's hills of water. Like there's no way that a regular human with a regular brain would see the like they like.
What's that?
There is no other explanation. There's no other explanation other than being completely retarded.
Yeah. Well,
But
hold on.
it's a spiritual war. It's a spiritual battle.
If I'm still able to post in voice chat, can you see voice chat? Because it's coming. I see voice chat. I want chat. There we go. Okay. So
Yeah, I see my gift like 420, 24.
I'm gonna copy what I had already posted, and hopefully it's not lost. Um, I'm trying to find it so I can just copy and paste and send it to you. I'm looking. Otherwise, I'll go to Google and do it. I thought it would be just a little ways up. I'm still looking. So trust me, I'm really looking. I'm scrolling. I just went past Heretic and um, Lumpy and Noid, and I'm still looking for it. And it's a Bible verse, and it's a Bible verse. Um, God, where is that? Jeez Louise. Um, it has to do with believing a lie, and it's in Thessalonians. Um, God, where is it? Really good. Way up here. Okay, well, I'm gonna go to Google, and I'll copy and paste it. It should be one of my last things. Here it is. Okay, copy. Coming to you, bud. Coming live stream voice set. I'm going down to the bottom, and I make sure it shows up. And there it is. read it and be Socratic. Who Sent the Strong Delusion? Are you reading it? Sir,
Yeah.
are you seeing what I posted?
Well, yeah, God could let everyone pretend. I guess maybe God could let everybody see the truth and see the flat Earth, but that's why He's separating the wheat from the chaff, or He's
No.
chosen us for a certain reason.
Yeah,
I don't know, but
can I try and understand, try to, how I discern this, and you don't have to agree. This is how I discern it. I'm just me. And for this reason, and let's preface it to a heart condition, okay? God will send them strong delusion. Stop. That they should lie. Stop. That they all may be condemned. What's condemned? Who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. So if a person is defending angle measurements when the baseline's curving, would you call that strong delusion?
I would. Yeah.
Now, what I'm trying to do is try to get under their pride. Maybe even, I don't know if this is reasonable, but try to use their pride against them to confront their belief.
Yep.
And then to get back to
That's
for the reason. That's what I'm trying to get them back to.
that's yeah. That's what my go to is making them understand that they don't know the globe model, that it's all a belief, it's all a fairy tale. To humble them that I know their model better than them, and I know how the world works better than them, and then hopefully that gets them to realize the error in their ways.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to use their own pride against them so that maybe they can become contrite.
Or yeah, if you have like a Professor Phil or a chemist or whatever, a PhD, and he comes here and he doesn't know what the radius is, he doesn't know what the circumference is. He says gravity is a force. He doesn't. I mean, like, you're a PhD and you don't even know like these basic numbers. Like, it humbles them, and then
Or
they either reject it and go full cognitive spiral, or they're like, maybe they probably just run away, embarrassed.
it's remember what Conspiracy Cats did when he shut down with the gas pressure without containment. You know how many professors in physics of public universities I've asked to justify gas pressure without a container? And with my previous same name, so I am not a sock, I am telling you who I am. But over which said I'd been banned. Anyway, I am lumpy gas in a vacuum. And what I've done is emailed hundreds of professors with 0 replies to justify gas pressure without a container. They won't reply. What do you do with that?
Yeah, they're busy, or obviously they're not going to engage because they'll just be like, it's a flat earther. They don't. Why would they reply? Because they might be recorded and you might take screenshots.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Why they won't reply is because they know gas pressure requires the container. They know it. They'd have to refute the second law of thermodynamics, and as a physics professor, they're stuck. They have to toe the line of the lie, and they have to not violate common sense and natural law. So this stuff not replying.
Well, yeah, because then their whole career is pretty much could be garbage. Like their whole belief system is based on a lie, and you just took the rug right from under them.
You won't have a job if they reply. Yeah, that's it. You got it.
Like, I just spent 30 years on my physics degree, and this guy just debunked me with with one question
Well, yeah,
or whatever
that
degree he has.
even that I debunked the degree. I only request from physics, not astrophysics, not theoretical physics. No, the physics. Even their yeah, period. They can't. They're stuck, man. They're stuck. They have to argue against the second law of thermodynamics, and they know it, and they know they want their paycheck. They're stuck.
Yeah, the best would be to get a PhD or a professor, and then you're like, "Do you have any science?" And then he doesn't know what's an independent variable, and he doesn't know about the natural observed phenomena. And this guy's like a 30-year PhD, and he doesn't know what the scientific method is.
Yep.
Will he accept your truth, and will he accept it? Probably not. He's just going to go on with his atheist views and live like he needs the money or whatever.
But
Money over truth.
for normies, documenting this for normies that aren't knee jerk going to go with the lie when they're given reasonable reasons to question whether what they're being told is a lie, and they can by God's will they can not believe the lie. They can be given the opportunity to not believe the lie. And you know what I do?
The
I use this verse right here when I interface with the human that's not believing a lie, bro. I reference this verse and I ask and I tell them to thank God that they don't qualify on this this level, at least on the flat earth level, whether it's salvation or not, that they're not under strong delusion.
uh,
At least
I
on
would
this
say a lot of people reject flat Earth because of the skeletons in their closet. So, based on what bad they did in their past, and then you come to them with flat Earth, and you're like, "Flat Earth proves God, accountability." Oh, I
own
did all these bad things. Oh, I gotta reject it.
yeah, brother. Dude, um, yeah, we concur. We totally are eye to eye, man. We really are. I
Oh
hope
yeah,
that
I'm. No,
you
I always. You probably don't recognize me, but I've seen you around in the past, some text or whatever. But yeah, like usually I go to the hardcore biblical like Judgment Day, and that's what it's about. Depends on who's in the room, or like if it was a full room, you don't ever get to these conversations. But like that's that. This is a truth is like pretty much a 24-hour thing, like a life of truth, spreading truth, being good, not hurting people, trying to make the right decisions. And yeah, it's not just 20 hours or half the day. It's like it's a lifestyle. Truth is a lifestyle.
amen.
So
Yeah,
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 I totally agree.
and willing to put your own everything on the line for it. And again, back to I'm going to steer till the end. No matter how many attacks this world has for me, no matter what, you know, opinion of whether it was fair or not, none of that matters. What matters is I'm going to endure to the end, and I know that Jesus' salvation is. Jesus created the flat earth, and all roads point to flat Earth. I mean, there's not one thing that points to a globe. Unless you think
Yeah,
that
Jesus was a flat earther. Abrahamic God created the flat Earth.
Abraham
Everything is all good.
just created the flat Earth.
Yeah, I gotta pass out. Actually, go to bed too. So, good chatting with you. Talk to you another day.
Hey, just one thing. It is said that all things were created through him. And him in reference to Jesus as flesh manifest. Because he was flesh manifest in all time. For all time. He was prior to being birthed on this earth. That's what I speculate. But I speculate that he is also God. I don't speculate that. I believe it. And I have biblical support. And I also actually hear Jesus' voice. You know?
Yeah, no, I actually gotta go. But good chatting. Talk to you later. See ya.
God bless.
Amen. Night.
Amen. Guys, I'm tired. I'm having a hard time remaining coherent. We can go to, if anybody's here, anybody here? I'm tired as hell too, guys. I mean, I'm staying up and doing this because I'm trying to help, but we can put on the fatter music thing. Okay, well, I'm gonna end with this, man. We here at Flat Earth are looking for direct Earth curve measurement based on the radius we've been given. A measurement that shows a geometric horizon based on the radius. We need that measurement. We need a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. We need any indication that Earth's moving. The claim is Coriolis. The official claim is 2 reference frames. And I say I'm sitting still and the lights move. And the lights aren't moving on account of my movement. Okay, they're just moving, they're doing things in the sky that are intangible to me. And I am tired, guys. Doing the absolute best I can to communicate. Tired. Flat Earth, back to Flat Earth. The horizon over water is perpendicular to plumb. All plumbs on Earth, all zeniths, ground position for the stars are parallel on Earth. I'm going to confidently say, and you can disagree, that the lights in the sky must be parallel with the water on Earth. Because if you're going to make a triangle, you have to be able to flip it at its hypotenuse and make a rectangle or a square. Okay? And the lights in the sky, the distance to them is irrelevant. They're parallel with the water on Earth. What a shooting star is, or any of that sort of thing, it's a light in the sky moving. I'll give it that. I've seen them. I used to think they had another belief. Come to learn that's nonsense. Come to learn that lights in the sky aren't proof of Earth curve. Really, that's a good thing to know. Um, I can't wait to go get some coffee, guys. I'm so tired. I'm here to try to one of my main points was to try to expose the people that are here as disinfo agents and the fact that liars need to be exposed, you know, and you know, a snake from within the community is like more dangerous than a, you know, I don't know. I don't know because the hack within the community that says they had all these followers, you know, they had stuff figured out or whatever. After the censorship and the hammer really hits, because it is already mildly, that they'll be the ones who will ultimately concede that the Earth must be a globe, like Bob did. Yeah, 15 degrees rotation. Like so many others, man, guys. I can go on and on. QE, man, thanks. Flat Earth Discord. Don't ban QE, man. We need them. Anybody who's real flat earther, man, guys, we know we need them. And this is Betty's server, dude. I mean, that's his girl, man. And, yeah, Betty Van Bell. You know, I mean, like, there's been people that have been given, you know, ad roles and all that, but she's being gracious and she's kind of like laughing at it and stuff at this point. Some of the stuff that's happened. Really, I've heard her do it. I've heard it happen on, you know, a little bit of sidebar stuff. But yeah, the beauty, Betty Van Velsen. This is her server. Yeah, banning QE. I mean, come on, guys. Tonight, some of the bans that happened with me were justified, 100%. Like no pictures for 24 hours. Sober up, Jim. Got a point. Don't dox myself. I apologize for not honoring that. I am not justifying my disrespect for not honoring that, but what I would like to add is, it's my life. It's my life, and I already know it's my life, and I can choose. Like, doxing implies lack of consent. Like when Brian Mullins did what he did, he had agreed in his mind that he knew what would be the response, and we should have his back. Like if there was a GoFundMe to him, I'd help him out. I do that anonymously with some other people that they don't know that they're getting the credit in the community. You know, I help out as long as I'm not fired. I was making like, you know, it's not an astronomical amount of money, but donating and you know about I would try what since being employed I'd try to do about $20 an upload, 10 to 20 since having regular employment, and every time I put in a super chat, man, I try to make sure it has some teeth. And that is to promote the content creators because you know, cash talks, man, and people gotta, like Flatsoid, man, he has to pay for fuel just to do his upload, man. He had to pay for fuel probably to do McToon's thing. That McToon by design made a complete mess of the show. He just really made a mess of the show. That was the other day, yesterday. Yeah, it'd be yesterday at 5 in the morning. Can't wait to go get coffee. Oh my god, I'm dying to get coffee. Anyway, guys, no disrespect to anybody. I'm sorry that I didn't honor the request to not dox myself. But doxing is doxing by definition when somebody else uses COVID means to be able to gain information about a person and who they are without their consent. Well, I consented to it, man. Guys. Um, um, willing, that's political. Well, I can say this, Flatter taught me to know what up and down is. Thank you, Lord Jesus Christ. I can agree that up is up and down is down now. Thank you, Jesus. I hope I'm still being heard. I'm humbled. Really, I am humbled. That I wasn't able to come to these conclusions without help. I'm humbled that I'm honored and humbled that I'm able to be here with y'all and that you allow me to talk. God bless you. I'm honored and I take real responsibility. Guys, I'm not gonna dox somebody ever, ever. And I just fundamentally disagree with the concept of being able to dox yourself. It's a free will decision. I know these people hate me. I know they'd like to see me starve to death. I know they want to take my job when I make good parts all day. I know they want to. Ridicule me, or maybe use past allegations or whatever. I can promise you this: I have no um crimes where there's a victim. I'm not a how do you say this? I'm not I've never robbed nobody. I didn't do any larceny. I didn't do any uh saying I never broke laws. I'm just saying I don't violate common law. You know. Um Now the mistakes I've made in life and I have repented for is being involved with selling drugs and like I wouldn't even brew whiskey to sell to people, but and drugs may be pharmakia. I'm not really certain of the definition and that sort of thing. Um, and that I might be believing a lie, and I've been praying that God reveal to me where I need to. Oh, this isn't flattering. I gotta shut up. I'm too tired. I want to just be able to really express Helio, chocolate, Kiwi, uh, mods, everyone. Please trust me. I am trying to add to with what I know about reality to accountability to geometry, natural law, and um, and the fact that Earth isn't moving. I think I have some reasonable ways of being able to express this, but yeah, I am tired, and I want to just not get off the lighter topic, and I want to apologize that it came to where I couldn't post the image. I will never again post any private info. And the so the people that are satelliting or orbiting our community, I'm sure took screenshots, and I'm okay with that, guys. And I do honor your desire to protect. I do honor that. But if we're to be, you know, some semantic or hyper-Socratic, I should say, in the definition of doxing, it's unwillful. It's not solicited. I mean, if I can't solicit myself, what can I do? I mean, and it goes back to what Brian Mullen decided to do, guys. Brian Mullen had a family, and he knew that the globe would um would it would eliminate his his profession. I think that who is that? George Musher directly involved with that. Man, guys, I don't know how to express that. I, I'm I'm gonna endure to the end. That Earth is flat, and that triangulation on the sphere is um. There's a university near me. I'm gonna go there tomorrow, and I'm gonna ask if I can make an appointment with a geometry professional, and I want to have a discussion about triangulation, and request humbly that he let me do it on record, and off campus. I'm gonna try and do that, guys. That'll happen at St. Joseph's University. No, it's St. John's. St. John's University. It's really close to where I'm located. I'm gonna try and do that tomorrow. On my dime. Nope, it's on a Saturday. I can't. What can I do on a Saturday? I can wait. Should I go to confessional? Should I go to Catholic confessional and just and ask them if they can reasonably tell me that you can triangulate on a sphere? Is it illegal to during the confession? Because what I'm going to be doing is confronting their belief in a lie. That'll be my confession. Um, and then asking them what they're willing to do. What, are they willing to, help promote this truth? Or what? I don't know. I mean, anyway, do you guys approve of that idea? Anybody want to help me? Am I even hear my voice anymore? I seem to be. I don't know, man. I'm tired, guys. I really am. I'm willing to try and dialogue. I'm getting a little bit, how do you say, tired. I'm kind of, how do you say, I'm tired, guys. I, as I showed image, I was just, dealing with court, and, They don't turn the light off, and they don't feed you enough to so you can get to that feeling, that rested feeling, that full stomach that really helps you sleep. And they do it day after day, and they don't shut the light off. And they have it on that uh, that that one kind of. Anyway, this is not flat Earth related. I'm tired, guys. I got it. I can't no more. I can't. I am making mistakes that I said I wouldn't. So but it's out of trying to promote truth and trying to promote flat Earth with everything I said tonight. I really am honored to be able to be here, and thank you. Yes. Hey guys, I can't hear the show. Can anybody help me fix that? I can't hear anybody. I'm gonna read something. Is it a live recent? Is this okay on YouTube? Is it not live? Yes.
kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
so
It
if I
doesn't
can
gain
post you,
power.
okay, cool story.
It
Cool
doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay, so let me ask you this question.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. I'll be shortly joining Patrick Gunnels, who has invited me on to have a debate with a couple of people on his network that he operates on Rumble. So I'm going to be joining him shortly, and yeah, that's about it. Hopefully we'll get the skinny on who these people are from him when he joins me, and yeah, I'll transition across once I've got him in the phone call.
Episode 7. Either way, it's a newer show, but Josh is going to be in a bit. We host it together, and we have our own platforms, our own shows as well.
Okay. David and Josh, and this is on. What's the
just on Rumble? It's on Badlands Media on Rumble. They're like number 3 on Rumble right now.
Badlands Media.
Yeah. It was started by John Harold. He goes by Patel Patriot. And then his channel started taking off, and it got so big, he said, I want to have people that have different perspectives come in and like build a network. And so now he's got all kinds of hosts in there and stuff like that. So he invited us over. We're like, okay, cool. It's been going pretty well. We've gotten pretty decent exposure on the channel. So we'll get a lot of people in here for this today.
Cool. And do you have much interaction with Patrick? I know he's on the same network, but obviously has a different show.
I've actually never met Patrick. I've just spoken to him on like Telegram chats and stuff like that. I've seen him on John's show. That's about all I know.
Okay, you've seen him before though. Okay.
Yeah. He's an excellent reader. He reads very well.
Is that so? I don't know Patrick
he does
that well.
all that, like when John pulls up articles and like really detailed government documents and stuff, it's usually Patrick doing the reading out, and
I see.
It's very pleasant.
He's just contacted me actually. I'll just tell him I'm in the stream.
Okay. How about yourself? You have your own show and everything, I'm assuming?
But that's how I got to know Patrick. He's one of my Patreons. So he contacted me and said, a couple of guys on my network want to debate Flat Earth. Will you come and help me debate Flat Earth? And I was like, yeah, no worries.
Sweet. That's awesome. Oh, and there's Patrick there.
Should see Nathan too.
Patrick.
I'm here, but you can't see me.
How's
My
it going,
camera
man?
can't get working.
Can you
I'm
hear
afraid,
me?
Patrick.
Yeah, his webcam's having an issue connecting for some reason, but you can hear him?
Check. 1 2 1 2.
Nathan. Wait a minute. Nathan says he's in the show.
You should be able to hear him.
You not hear me?
I hear Nathan. I just don't see him.
Yeah, I can't get my
right,
camera
that's the
working.
issue.
I did try. I just couldn't get the thing working. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
You should still, if you want, Nathan, if you do want to need to share screen, it'll share. Just maybe do a test, and I'll show Patrick too. It's real simple, man. It's just you see the mic and the camera icon? It's right below there. Share screen. If you got to pull audio in, you just got to remember to hit the little check mark on the
really-
bottom left.
We should have done a test before we did this.
Yeah, see, so if I have this, you can see that, Nathan?
Yep.
Okay. So that's easy enough. I'll keep that loaded so you don't have to keep pulling it in. And then Patrick, if you want to give it a shot.
What am I looking for? Add
Yeah,
extra
so
camera, presentations, local video, share a video file from your computer. Or just share
you're
my,
gonna
what if I
wanna
just want to
go-
share my screen?
yeah, share screen. So I don't know where you went. If you go
Got
to
it.
the
Got it. I'm down. I got it.
okay, sweet.
So
You can either do entire screen or share tabs. Like I just do my entire screen and have everything ready to go. But
I've got a whole bunch of videos that I can share. Let me see if I can share a local video just for grins.
sure.
So like, let's see if this works.
Okay, I heard a little bloop. That's probably it. There we go. Oh, okay. Hold on. So
On
that
December
would be
12th, 1901,
It worked.
Guglielmo.
so
Yeah,
restart it.
last-
So what for this one? Oh, I see. Because it's like a local video. You know, what would be
Yes.
better. Are you able to screen share that video? Like just have the video play on your. Like if you just share your entire screen, I'll show you the
Why
difference.
don't I try? Okay.
Otherwise, it pulls it in like as if it's pulling in.
Share my screen, share a Brave tab, but I can't. I want to share a window.
Yeah. So share. Just do screen one. Share screen one.
Okay.
So entire screen.
Yep. Entire
And then if you-
screen and share system audio.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'll do. And wait,
Yeah.
it won't let me share it. Now it will. But now look, it's going to create this ridiculous effect.
Only if you have Restream up. So now click over on your, yeah. See, look, now we go here.
Okay, so if I want to go to, and now it'll play it. It's playing it.
Yeah. Can you see?
The Antarctic Treaty is an important proof of the flat Earth.
Well, I won't be able to
This is
see
an
because-
intentional and
Test,
multinational effort to prevent
wonder why
people
I'm
from
getting
determining
feedback.
what's beyond the 60th South Parallel and Antarctica. In short, independent travel
Mute
is
my
not
mic.
allowed or outside of the 60th.
Okay. So that's how it'll do it then is I'll be able to see, because I can see on the left-hand side when you've got the video up. As soon as you
Mhm.
have it selected, just say, go ahead. I pull it on, you mute,
Mhm.
press the video, and then there's going to be I'll mute as well. And then it's going to be simple like that.
Can you think why Nathan wouldn't be able to display his webcam?
I can't because I don't have access to any additional settings for each guest.
Okay.
In Restream, I was telling him like he says it's selected because it's in the settings wheel, right? You go to video, it shows video input. You can select your webcam, and he's saying it's selected, but there it is.
There, what is?
Nathan.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Except Nathan is muted, I think. So now we got
Nathan, you're
we got the
muted.
video, Nathan. Now we got to swap the audio.
No, you don't have to do anything with the audio. I'm just locally muted.
We're good.
Hot damn. All right.
Miracle of technology.
Oh, yes.
Miracle
And I'm
camera.
assuming that Josh will be joining us a bit in 19 minutes.
Yeah, we still got 20 minutes, so he'll pop in. I've sent him the link here. I'll text him.
There we go.
And David, what exactly was the reason why you didn't want me just to share an individual video? Because that way I'd be able to keep Restream open at the same time.
Oh, to watch it on Restream? The only reason is if you do that, I have to go on the sidebar and turn everybody's webcam off every time and then put everybody back in because it's going to pull it in as if it's another person joining the call. Like, so it'll keep it in a smaller window. We won't see the whole video.
Okay.
That's
Then
the only.
I'm going to keep my use of these things to a minimum then, because that sounds kind of like a cumbersome process. So
Well, how about this? Let's test it. Why don't you try just real quick, pull that video back as the video input, and I'll
add
just
source,
it
local
just-
video, Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah. Okay. So then if I go like this, so see, it's going to play. Oh, it could kind of.
Couldn't you just make it the big thing?
The
Isn't there-
Antarctic
then I-
Treaty is
and
an
then I
important proof of
go-
the flat Earth
then I have
because
to
it
do
evinces
this.
an intentional and multinational effort to prevent people from determining what's beyond the 60th South Parallel.
See what I mean? Here, I'll bring you back.
And Antarctica.
That's the only pain in the ass is it's not like a smooth transition, which I don't mind if you want to do that for like maybe maybe if there's like some main videos you want to do, we can do that. And then that's not a problem. I don't mind if you prefer that.
I don't feel like any of these videos are essential. It would be nice if we could seamlessly do it like StreamYard. StreamYard makes it so that we just get arrayed off on the side and then the video becomes the main event. It's quite nice.
Right.
So anyway, I'm not going to, I don't really want to make a big deal about it though. I've got a bunch of videos queued up that I can use if needed, but there's always the possibility that this will just be a discussion. You know?
Right.
So I don't
actually, something we could do, if you had, say you pick like your top 3 videos, if you send them over to me now, the files, I have another option where I have video clips. Like I'll show you an example. If I just put a video clip, I literally just push like this. Oh. And then it pulls back real smooth. So if I load them in,
you can do it, but I can't. Okay, so I'm going to send you.
Just say pull in that hopefully they're titled.
They are.
Then you can say
they're titled well.
Pull up our Antarctic Treaty video or whatever. So maybe if you throw me like a Dropbox link or something, in the chat.
Perfect. I think I'm just going to do. Yeah, I got it. I'm going to do. Where do I send it?
You can just drop a link right in the chat here. I'll go hey like this.
Oh, okay. You mean a link in chat? What do you mean link in chat? You mean
like a Dropbox?
Well, why don't I just send it via Telegram?
Oh yeah.
I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do Dropbox.
Telegram. I got Telegram right here. Go ahead, do it on Telegram.
Okay, so I'm going to do Felix Baumgartner. I'm going to do no photos of Earth from space, and I'm going to do. We'll do curvature test 1 and curvature test 2 and the curvature formula. And I'm opening all of these and I'm sorry for the size. I think it should be fine. And if it turns out that we can't use these, I can speak to them and Nathan can obviously speak to them too. So
this one came as a, what the hell is this?
If one of them came as a JPEG, then I'm sorry.
No, it's a zip. I just want to see stretch zip file.
You know what I can do, David? I have every ability to share my screen, and that's exactly what I'm going to do if needed.
Okay. Yeah, if you feel like it.
Just to let you know, though, StreamYard completely short circuits these problems.
Does it now? Okay.
It does. But it's good to have both, in my opinion, because sometimes one or the other will have server issues, as we discovered during a Twitter debate. A Twitter Files episode. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I know I've been using Restream just because I was used to it, and I just need to learn the StreamYard.
Okay. So we didn't kick Nathan out, did we?
No, he's here.
Oh, okay, sweet. I'm good to go. I bet you probably need to start the music.
We usually start it right at. So we're not starting it for 15.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Yeah, we usually start right at time.
Rock and roll. Do you think I can have like an opening statement?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I figured what we would do, and Nathan, if you're there, you let me know what you think. I'm just going to say hello to everybody, talk about how we're going to have a nice friendly debate about this subject kind of a thing. I'll do my quick little intro. My intro is just going to be about who I am and my position. And then I'll pass it to you, Patrick, and then over to Nathan, and then around to Josh. Once we've done our little intro, and you let me know what you prefer to put in that intro, if you want to do like an opening statement or something like that, maybe we'll just try to keep it to like 2 or 3 minutes max per person. And then after that's done, nobody's going to interrupt each other. Also, we'll do our very best to be not running over each other. And then we'll just have a free flow at that point. Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
And Nathan, I didn't really hear you. Was that good for you?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. And then if you're like, oh, I want to share a video on that or whatever, because I have some stuff as well, we'll just keep batting the ball and I'll try to make sure it's fair. And if I make a mistake, call me out, okay?
Perfect. I'm going to change myself to high definition. Okay.
And by the way, pleased to meet you, Patrick. I'm glad you're
pleased
doing
to meet
this.
you too.
I've been watching you read beautifully on John's podcast for so long. So
thank you.
Good to have you here.
Appreciate it. So hopefully I can get plenty of people in.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm
Oh,
going to
there's
start
lots of people
promoting-
coming.
I will promote this event, and I will see you presently.
Sounds good, man.
So, David, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, buddy.
How did this come about?
It was a demand from people in the chat of our previous shows, because Josh and I take a different position, and so they were like, "You guys gotta have to have someone on. We want to hear the debate. We want to hear the discussion." So I said, "Okay, fine, let's do it." So I just put a chat. I put like a message in the Badlands Media back chat, and I said, "Hey, is there any guys in our community that are into flat Earth that want to come on and debate us about it?" And Patrick's like, "I'm your Huckleberry." I was like, "All right, that's literally it."
So why you though? I mean, have you got a vested interest in the subject or something?
Well, I've had an immense curiosity. I've been following the subject very closely since 2014. I'm sort of I've gotten quite addicted to listening to flat Earth debates for the last few years and making my own observations and doing this research. So my vested interest is to state a different position and for the audience to have these claims on both sides spoken about under scrutiny from the other side, so that it's not just people dumping information without having any checks. You know what I'm saying? So I really just want to get the whole story out there so that in the end people can watch this discussion and then come to their own conclusion. That's all I want to do.
And what's your position? I don't actually know anybody's position, so.
Well, I'm going to state it in the show, but I do not agree at all with the flat Earth premise. I don't think that that's the case. I believe the Earth is spherical, and I believe there's many ways to prove it without relying on NASA or even complex science or mathematics.
You confident?
I'm very confident. I've done it myself, and I think it comes down to a debate about perspective and how people see the world. And so one thing I'd like to open up with, now that doesn't mean I'm going to come out and be like, flat Earth is bullshit. I'm not into that. I don't want it to be like a dumpster fire here, but I want to basically be like, here's the arguments to counter the claims that are being made, right? And then it's not up to me to say what the final result is. That's up to everybody watching. So, that's it. I just want to know the truth.
I see.
And I'm also very curious.
Cool. I asked if you're confident because you said, I believe there's plenty of proof.
Oh, you're going to call me on every word, eh?
No, not at all. I don't know you, so I don't know how to take your timbre or your wording of things. So I'm just getting a gauge of that beforehand.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's a fair one. No. Outside of being able to obviously see, because I believe flat Earth is unfalsifiable in many ways, right? Which is why there isn't really an actual flat Earth model. It's more of mostly an argument against the claims of science and the last 2,000 years of astronomy and all that stuff, right? So it's just a matter of analyzing it to see if there's anything there and offering the rebuttals that are out there and that we know of and see how they hold up. That's what science is. We're doing science right now. We're doing what they should have done with this vaccine, with all this other shit. So I'm with you guys. See, I'm different than your average, the average guys you guys usually debate, which come from a strict materialistic scientific worldview. I don't hold that view. So I agree with you guys on a lot of points. I agree that NASA is not the most trustworthy agency in the world, but I disagree that it's 100% lies. And I agree on many of the different conspiracies. That's actually my expertise. I've studied the world of the occult and the secret societies and history, alternative history, religion, philosophy, all these different things. So I'm definitely a conspiracy realist, and I understand that. But to me, that doesn't equate to the change in the shape of the planet. That's just my position.
You'd say you're into science?
Yeah, I'm into it to agree. I'm no scientist. I'm no expert. I have no degrees. I was homeschooled. I'm self-taught. And I believe in the scientific method.
Okay, cool. That's a good start.
Science. Sorry?
That's a good start. What's the scientific method?
Well, to form a hypothesis, to observe, to make observations, and then to provide evidence for a theory or a thesis where other people can repeat the experiment, and that you present a model where you can actually make predictions that end up proving your observation to be true or false. So it's the process of forming a theory, bringing evidence against it to test it, and constantly remaining open if new evidence comes across your desk to change the result of that hypothesis.
They don't know what science is then.
Okay, you tell me then.
All right. So we're getting off to a bad start here.
No, I want him to do it, Patrick. Go ahead. Come on, let's go, Nathan. Tell me what science is.
Science is the establishment of cause and effect based on a naturally observed phenomena by way of formulation of a hypothesis. A hypothesis.
That's what I said. Observing phenomena,
my bad.
forming a hypothesis.
My bad. Do you not want to know?
Yeah.
Do you not want to know?
Sorry?
Do you not want to know?
Do I not want to know?
Yeah, I was in the middle of telling
Are you
you.
telling me that
He wants to be
making
able to say it
observations
without
with a
being interrupted.
hypothesis is not science?
Making observations with hypothesis. What's a hypothesis?
Or sorry, making observations in order to form a hypothesis.
What's
so
a
right
hypothesis then? You tell me.
It's a theory. It's you're
That's
you're
wrong.
going, okay, I want to know what the shape of the
That's
Earth
wrong.
is, so I'm
That's
going to
wrong.
make some tests.
It's wrong.
I'm going to make observations,
It's incorrect.
and I'm going to try to prove with data that I collect as to whether or not those observations actually line up with objective reality.
Yeah, I got that the first time. And I said, so you don't know what science is then? Then I started telling you.
Well, I'm telling you
All right.
what I think science
It's
is.
wrong.
I'm not saying that the
wrong.
scientific institutions
It's wrong.
are
All right,
all
so
it's incorrect.
ponies and rainbows on that front,
Nathan,
but
Okay.
Nathan, if I can.
it's the
I'd like
process
to
of
just-
studying nature and trying to find out what the truth is about nature, trying to find out what the truth about reality really is. It's the investigative process.
Let me go ahead and just answer because David, I think you're obviously on the right track here. It is the establishment of cause and effect of a naturally occurring phenomenon by experimentation. So you form a hypothesis after you observe a natural phenomenon, and then your hypothesis is the independent variable, the thing that you think caused the phenomenon. And then the researcher goes about manipulating that independent variable in order to see if by that experiment he can cause the dependent variable, also known as the
Phenomena.
the observed phenomenon. So your description isn't exactly what the textbooks would say the scientific method is, but
I'm not here to talk about just the textbooks because I'm not a scientist. I don't have a PhD.
Well,
I'm
that's what
telling
you're
you what
open
I
with.
think the process of truth is, especially when it relates to discovering what the
You said
shape
you
of
were
this
into
planet
science.
is and what the nature of reality is, right?
Okay.
So
but you
we're
said you were into
investigating it.
science.
Every time you investigate, okay, think of it as a crime scene. You're trying to solve a murder, right? You're going to observe the murder as the phenomena. Then you're going to make a hypothesis about how you think the murder happened. And that's where that's that whole process of gathering data. And then it's about eliminating what's not true in order to come to the only possibility left, which is the truth.
Okay, that's not science.
So
That's not science. You don't know what science is. So, I mean,
okay.
that's the bottom
true.
line.
Well, we're going to be very strict. I'm going to.
well, okay, hold on. You asked me what I'm here to do, what I'm here to argue, and what I think the scientific method is, right?
Yeah, and you don't know
I
what it
said
is.
It's repeatable experiments observing a phenomena, right? So you have to have first a hypothesis, a theory. You're like, I'm trying to study
That's wrong.
how plants grow,
It's wrong.
right? You have to weigh evidence against that
That's
to
wrong.
see if your theory is correct. And if you
No,
bring
that's wrong.
the proper data forward,
Keep saying it. It's the third time
then
you've said
you'll
it.
be able to. Are you going to keep interrupting me,
It's
bro?
because you keep
already? We're
saying
not
it.
even
You've
on
said
the
it. I've
show
heard
yet.
it 3 times, and you're wrong. I've heard it 3 times. You're saying that you're testing a theory. That's wrong. So I can hear it 4
So we're not
times.
going to test the. We're
but
not
it's
going
wrong.
to test the theory.
It's wrong. It's
Hey,
incorrect.
Josh, we're already off to a great
What's up,
start,
man? I just heard
Welcome
about
to the
what
flat
is the
Earth
theory.
debate.
So let me ask the. I'm sorry. What was his name?
Nathan.
Nathan
How
Oakley.
you doing, Nathan? I'm Josh. How we doing
Nice to meet you,
today?
Josh. Good to be here.
Nice to meet you too.
He was
So-
asking
so
me what the scientific
is
method
science?
was, and he didn't
What
like
is the
my
scientific
answer.
method?
Well,
Let me
it's
ask
just
you that.
wrong.
What is the scientific method?
Scientific method is the establishment of cause and effect reasoning based on a naturally observed phenomena that you want to know what caused it. That's done through the establishment of a hypothesis, which is a supposition of the cause of an effect you're studying in nature. Now, hypothesis.
So how did I not say that?
My bad.
Right.
A hypothesis has got 2 sides. One is the alternative, which is if A, then B. So if you vary A, you will cause B. B being the thing you're studying, the thing in nature you want to know the cause of. Now, it's also got something
So
called
let me ask you this: How
it's
do you
also
test
got a
the
null.
hypothesis?
It's also got a null, which is
How do you
if
test the hypothesis?
Yeah, that's what I
well,
was
if I
trying to
could tell
say.
you what
You
it
can't
was,
have
maybe we could get to how I'm going to test it. But I haven't told you what
know
it is yet. I'm in the middle of
just
telling you.
asking,
You're
how do
here
you
to
test the
test.
hypothesis?
You guys are here, and we're here to test each other's hypothesis.
You don't know
We're
what a
gonna do
hypothesis.
science
Okay, you
right
tell
now.
me what a hypothesis is. I was halfway through telling you, and you asked me how we test it. You tell me what it is, given that I've just got halfway through telling you what it is.
No, I agree with you. I'm just.
didn't
wondering
finish telling
why-
you.
Okay, I guess you didn't.
I didn't finish. Yeah, no, I
agree with
didn't.
you
I got to. I was asked how we test it before I explained what it
Here's the-
was.
okay, guys, let me say something. If we're gonna, how are we gonna do this? Do we want this to be something that's gonna
A
benefit the
shit
audience?
show, or do we want it to
Yeah,
be
because here's the question: is the Earth the shape of a sphere, or is it a flat plane? Right? Like,
Flat.
what's the shape of the planet? So now we're
Flat's
both
not a
going to
shape.
present evidence to back up what we think the answer is.
Okay, flat's not
So
a
I
shape.
think the goal.
That's
the goal
what we're here to
guys,
do. We're not here to jump on every single word and try to dissect it and all that shit. Okay?
So this is what I really, really hope for this debate, Nathan, and I hope that you'll join me in that. Even when they say stuff that's wrong, that we regard as wrong, I'd like to let everybody finish. So we're gonna have opening statements, this, that, and the other. We're gonna err on the side of letting people finish sentences. And gentlemen, I really hope that goes for you as well.
100%.
I even noticed you guys kind of talking over each other. For the purposes of this, I would appreciate it if we could all just really work hard not to interrupt each other's sentences.
Perfect.
And that really, really helps, because a lot of times the answer to your question is going to be at the end of what somebody is saying. So when Nathan was in the middle of explaining what a hypothesis is, he hadn't gotten to the end of what a hypothesis is before you asked him how you test a hypothesis. And the fact that you did that indicates to me that maybe you weren't really listening to what he said. So we're going to work real hard today to listen to each other and just really internalize what each other is saying. And we are all guilty of not doing that sometimes, myself included. But for the purposes of this, I really want us all, every last one of us, to not interrupt, if at all possible, all four of us. And that's it.
I agree,
Well,
Patrick.
so-
And
so
let me
for the
just add
sake
one
of
thing, if I
time-
could.
Go ahead, David.
Sorry, just one more thing. As another part of that, that means we can't go on long monologues where nobody gets to say anything, right? So to not, right? Does that make sense?
I mean,
Absolutely.
hypothesis.
So,
a
ideally-
proposed explanation of phenomena.
Gotcha. Ideally, repeating the same incorrect
Smart,
assertion about what
short,
science is 3 times through the top of me. That's not ideal.
Well, what science is? It's the explanation, right? It's how we try to rationalize and explain nature, natural phenomena.
Okay,
Right?
guys,
I mean,
we're going to start the
that's
show
at least
now.
my-
We got to start the show. Nathan,
Let's start
maybe
the show. There's a few minute little intro. So here's how it's going to go. I'm going to just open it up, say welcome everybody. And then we're going to, Josh, I just let everybody know I'm going to go to
Is he coming?
Patrick.
Are we bringing Nathan in?
Nathan,
He'll
you put
be
your-
in. He's just off cam right now.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I'm going to go Patrick, opening statement, introduction. Then I'm going to go Nathan. Then I'm going to go you. And then we're going to have a free flow, and God help us all. Sound good? Okay, here we go.
Help us all.
All right, here we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Earth Chronicles. This is episode 6, and we are doing it. We're going there, guys. We are going to have a debate about flat Earth, the shape of the planet, and all that good stuff. It is by popular demand, and this is why we're doing it. And we're hoping to have a very interesting, fun, and polite discussion about this subject. And I would like to really thank everybody for being here. Thanks for sharing this out. And I just want to say real quick, first of all, my name is David. If you haven't seen my work, you can find all my work at dwtruthwarrior.com. And we are going to be talking about a subject that I've been curious about since around 2014. I've been following this for many years now, collecting arguments, listening to debates, doing my own observations, and just thinking about it. And I'd like to see what the other opinions are about this. And so I'm really happy to be here. And I think what we're going to do for this is we're going to go around and do a little introduction, sort of an opening statement, stating our positions. And then we're going to have a free flow, and we're going to do our very best to bring concise arguments to you, the audience, so that you can make up your own mind. I'm not a person that likes to say we have to make declarative statements on any of this stuff. I have my opinion. My guests here have their opinions, and you watching have your opinions. And we're all trying to learn together. And the hope here is that when we compare notes, we can keep a good, peaceful dialogue about these subjects so that we can get to the truth, because that's really all that matters in the end. That's the goal. And so I'm really excited for this. This is going to be great. So I'd like to open up first by passing this over to Patrick. I'm honored to have him here. He's a real staple on this network. I'd like to thank Badlands Media, of course, for hosting this and bringing us all here. And Patrick, I've been following you for a while, doing some great work with John. Great work on your own podcast. And so welcome to Earth Chronicles, man. Open it up.
Thank you so much, David. Josh, nice to meet you as well. Nathan, nice to have you in the corner there, and been watching your work forever now. And so it's nice to finally be broadcasting right alongside you. Those of you who don't know me, my name's Patrick Gunnels, and I'm a warrior in the truth war. And I started pretty much right after the election of Donald J. Trump, when I discovered that things didn't quite make sense in how our institutions were behaving. And eventually, after uncovering enough lies from my own institutions, whether they be the educational system, whether they're the media, and a million different other things, I made a commitment to myself that I was only going to accept things that I could verify for myself. And that took me on quite a journey. And then it took me to the heliocentric model. And I learned that the heliocentric model is essentially the most successful religion in world history. And it started whenever it started, but when it was started, it was based on a few cosmological precepts. One, that we live on a sphere of roughly 3,959 statute miles, that sphere is rotating at the equator at approximately a speed of 1,037 miles per hour. And third, that the sky above us is a vacuum. And those three precepts are something that I was never, under any circumstances, no matter how hard I tried, able to find any verifiable evidence that I myself could determine. Not one single thing. We weren't able to find any curvature. We weren't able to find any evidence for axial rotation. We weren't able to find any evidence that you could have this air that we breathe immediately adjacent to a vacuum. None of those things are possible. The third thing is something that we can simply disprove by taking a big, deep breath. Because if the sky were immediately adjacent to a vacuum, the air that we breathe would fill that limitless volume of space that we're told is up there, and we would all be dead or never have existed in the first place. There would be things that we would be able to see in our own world if we were rotating at a speed of 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. And finally, every distance to horizon on a sphere of radius 3,959 miles, by simple trigonometric math that you can do yourself on a piece of paper, you would find that any distance to horizon on a sphere of that size could be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And I thought maybe they were faking this. So I did the math myself. It is 100% unverifiable. And every single time that a black swan type photo that showed massive distance over water that could not possibly have any convexity, the answer was always, well, the curvature is not shown here because it's hidden by refraction or this reason or that reason. It's like the child with an imaginary friend who says, I know that my imaginary friend is there. And when you say, well, I don't see him, you say, well, he hid in the corner, or, oh, he ran away. And that is the way that the globe defenders appear to behave when asked, why do we find no curvature? And then after that, as you go through the increasing absurdity of the heliocentric religion, you realize this is just another massive, massive lie that we're all guilty of. And it makes us doubt our senses. It separates us from God. It is the alpha hoax. It's the hoax that made all the other hoaxes possible. And I want to get into the details of why we think these things and how we can possibly extricate ourselves from the grip of this delusion. Thank you.
It was a really well done opening statement. Right before we go to you, Nathan, we got a super chat from Patel Patriot. And that's why I was laughing. By the way, I wasn't laughing at Patrick. I just thought it was funny what John's saying here. He goes, okay, new Badlands project. We're buying a spaceship to figure out for ourselves once and for all. Also, peaceful debates aren't as entertaining. Take the gloves off, boys. $50.
John, you don't
Thanks,
know what
John.
you're asking for. Thanks, John.
All right. Well, let's go over to Nathan. Go ahead with your intro, Nathan.
I haven't prepared an intro, so I'm Nathan Oakley. I run a show called Flat Earth Debate on YouTube, which runs daily, and you can join at 2 p.m. UK time to debate the nature of Earth. And I've spent the last 4 or 5 years running that show, debating with people who have a misapprehension about what science is and a general misapprehension that they have scientific evidence to prove that they're on a sphere-shaped model, which is definitely not the case. So yeah, that's my bag in a nutshell. I've not got a great deal to say for an intro, other than subscribe to me at Nathan Oakley 1980, and you can see the Flat Earth Debate, or even join if you felt so passionate as the super chatter just did suggest, that rockets can traverse gas pressure, go into an area of volume to take a picture of an Earth as a sphere, and yet the gas which expands in all directions to fill the volume it has available to it isn't expanding into the area that the rocket's going into to take a picture. Those are the sort of things you can hear on Flat Earth Debate on a daily basis. So we run a live public debate on Nathan Oakley 1980. So pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Very cool.
All right. Well done. Well, there's only one way to find out. Josh, go ahead, bro.
Josh Reed with redpills.tv, and I'm here just for the tea. So no, I am. I believe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I've had discussions with Flat Earth Dave before. I've had discussions with many different flat earthers before. And, what we're here to do is find out the truth. And I think that there's certain mechanisms within our society that allow us to observe nature and the phenomena that occur. And we can take those and make hypotheses. We can generate theories from those hypotheses. And through observable phenomena and through repeating this process over and over and over and coming up with the same results, we can determine what is real or consistent in our universe and our reality and what is not. And I think that if we weigh those, we can come to the determination that the Earth is not flat and that the Earth is round, or an oblate spheroid. But I guess we're up for a discussion and interpretation. And so let's start it. Let's begin. This will be fun.
Very good, very good. Well, and my intro real quick, well, I kind of did one, but I just wanted to say a thank you to Flat Earth because my idea is that there's only the best way to learn about something is to learn about its opposite, to have ideas that challenge your worldview, that make you question what you think you know, and that it's helped me learn more about astronomy, about the nature of the planet, and has actually inspired me to learn more about it. So that's my little olive branch over to the Flat Earth community. I also want to say that I appreciate you guys because of the fact that you're challenging a very powerful paradigm in the world where the scientific institutions, as we've just experienced in the last 3 years, need to be questioned, need to be had their feet held to the fire. And we don't have to have all these PhDs and all these degrees and be part of these major institutions in order to be able to do our own investigation, do our own science. I think it's straight in many ways from the original scientific method at the institutional level. But that being said, I still hold the view that we live on a spherical planet and that we are not in, or that we actually, there is such thing as space, and we live in an infinite universe, or somewhat infinite. We don't really know, but I think there's more to everything than meets the eye. So relying only on your singular senses without any kind of equipment or any kind of research, it can be limiting. That's just where I'm at. But let's see if these guys can convince me otherwise. So let's just go for it, guys. Maybe Patrick, over to you. What point? Well, we did discuss, actually. Let me know if you're okay with this. In our chat, I had asked it would be a good place to start with motive, because we want to try to establish the motive behind, or at least speculate on the motive as to why this conspiracy would be in play.
No.
You're shaking your head, so you disagree?
No,
Go ahead.
absolutely not. We have scientific evidence to examine here. Why liars lie is real. I mean, I'm an educated man, but why the people who control this world have decided to deceive us is something that we could speculate on all day. Nathan and I may talk about that once in a while, but we're just spitballing. What we do know is that there is no evidence of curvature. We do know that there is no evidence of axial rotation. And we do know that the second law of thermodynamics makes it impossible for the sky to be a vacuum. So I'll ask you a question just to see if we can get this started. Do you have any evidence that the horizon is actually the curve of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You asking David or me?
I'm asking
Let's
David.
put it out there. Let's put it out there. Josh, how about you go first? I've got something here I'll pull up, but have you done your own observations? Maybe you should tell them your background in the Navy.
Yeah, I was in the U.S. Navy for 10 years. I've sailed the Pacific, the Atlantic Ocean to South Pacific, been all around this world on the oceans. Got a few of my old shipmates actually watching right now. The horizon that you see on the ocean is going to be a little bit, I guess, further away than the horizon you're. No, you're not looking at the curvature. And the reason you're not looking at the curvature is because the Earth is really big. And I hate to go to like that Professor Dave dude's kind of way he says that the Earth is really big. Is typically you have every 75 miles is you're going to have 1 degree of curvature, right? Can we agree on that? Every 75 miles on a curved Earth, every 75 miles you're going to have 1 degree of curvature.
No, that's incorrect.
It's not
Okay,
correct.
well, how about this? Then how do you measure curvature?
That's your claim.
No. How does flat earthers say that there's no curvature through this measurement?
But your claim that, okay, you have a claim that there's curvature, and Patrick's asked, where's your proof that the horizon's curvature? And you've said it isn't, and then you've given up this measurement.
No. What I was trying to say is that when you're looking out there, the curvature is so.
My bad. So you've said that there's
Listen,
curvature
dude,
at a certain distance, and you've given us some
you gonna
mathematics
let
for
me
that
talk as
curvature.
he asked me the
My bad,
question.
still in the middle of the same
She was in
sentence.
the
My
middle of
bad,
the
still in the
sentence.
middle of the same sentence. My bad.
All right, finish the sentence, Nathan, but keep it
I
short.
would
Let's
if
go.
I was allowed to. I'm just not allowed to. It
Oh,
seems.
go ahead.
You're allowed.
You're
Go
fine. We're not in an aggressive platform here. We're very
You've just spoken
open
through me
to
3
have a
times.
discussion.
Three times you've
so go
spoken through
ahead.
me. Don't tell me you're not aggressive when you've just spoken through me 3 times. I'll
Well, I
try and
was
finish
trying
the
to
same sentence.
extrapolate on something
Still
that
trying
you
to finish
misspoke
the
on what
same
you said.
sentence.
Okay,
That's 4
okay.
times.
Time
Not
out,
an
guys.
aggressive
Nathan.
platform, but you've
Nathan, just finish
consistently
your sentence,
talking
man.
through me. Consistently. That's 4 times. 4 times.
Go ahead.
Don't need to be told to go ahead. Just need to be let to go ahead without you talking through me a 5th time.
Take
So
a
you've
breath,
rattled
man.
off
We're
some
just
numbers.
starting out here. Go ahead
Doesn't seem like I'm getting an opportunity to talk.
and go.
I don't need permission. I just need the people who are interrupting me to not do that. 6th attempt. You've rattled off some numbers for where Earth curve is. Now, given that you're the one in the affirmative position for Earth curve, I'd expect you to know the mathematics for Earth curve. I know them, and Patrick knows them. He even stated them about 3 minutes ago. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it's not a set distance, as you stated. Seems you don't know your own mathematics. So that's not a good start, given it's your affirmative position. I'm not going to be telling you, on your demand, have flat earthers say it doesn't work when you don't know the positive claim for it. You should know. It's your claim.
Okay, so 1.22 times the observer's height. Where does this formula?
No, that's wrong.
Okay, well, what you just said there. So, Patrick, what was the formula that you had said?
I just gave it you. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and feet.
Let Patrick talk. Let Patrick talk. You're interrupting him.
Why? I was giving
Patrick,
you the answer and you didn't repeat it back. Is it that you don't want to
Patrick,
communicate with
not
me?
you.
I've given it you.
Dude,
you haven't repeated it back and you've thrown it to
If we
Patrick.
keep on with this. You told me Patrick said it, so I went back to Patrick to get what he was saying. Okay, Patrick, can you please tell me the formula that you guys use and that where this came from?
On a sphere,
Mhm.
a radius 3,959 miles.
Mhm.
Any distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is not 1 degree for every 75 miles.
But where did that come from? I'm just curious where that formulation
All right.
came from.
Didn't you know?
Okay, I will explain.
Thank you.
I will explain. Okay. You take a cross section, the largest cross section of that sphere,
Mhm.
and then you draw a radius going all the way to the surface. Then you draw a right triangle out. And then all you have to do is use 3959 as the radius, and then the height of the pointy end of that right triangle then has the height over the surface of the Earth. What that height is determines how tall the object must be for you to be able to see it from the distance of that first leg of that triangle. I even have a chart that's like made by Globe Math.
Cool. Yeah, pull it up. I'd like to see it.
All right, one moment.
Why? Why are we doing this? This is your claim. Aren't we here to defend flat Earth? Why are we having to make your claim for you?
Well, because
That is a good point.
because what I'm trying to say is that I haven't heard that formula before. The formula that I have for measuring the curvature of the Earth is completely different. I remember when I was on a different show with another flat earther, and they told me that I think it's for 1 mile you have 8 inches of drop that you should have, or 8 inches of drop, something of that nature. And
it's important. It would be important to know. So
absolutely.
So let me give you the
Mhm.
If you were to reverse the algebra, then you could make it that the curvature over any given distance d in miles is 2/3 of a foot, or 8 inches, times the miles times the miles. So over 1 mile, the curvature would be 1 times 1, which is 1, times 8 inches. 8 inches of curvature over 1 mile.
Mhm.
Over 2 miles, 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 8 inches, 32 inches. And that math gets worse and worse as the number of miles increases.
Right.
There is a website called the Distance to Horizon Calculator. So it does all the math for you, and it does the math correctly. You know, Nathan refers to it as the what do you call the?
I call it the begging the
Horizon
question.
calculator?
Begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. This is the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is your claim of Earth curve at the horizon.
That's not, that formula is not my claim of
Yeah, it is.
curvature.
Yeah, it is. That's the claim of Earth curvature.
The claim.
No, that's not my claim.
Sorry, are we debating you?
Listen, Nathan, you're putting words into my mouth.
That's the claim of Earth curve.
Stop trying to straw man this
My
argument
bad.
here.
It's like telling a
Okay.
Christian that they don't believe in Jesus. That's Earth curve. That's your maths for Earth curve. You don't have to like it. It's yours.
No, because what we're actually talking about when you're talking about the curvature of the Earth is what I'm seeing here is that you guys are looking at a horizontal plane and expecting this horizontal plane to have a certain curvature at the end. But what we're really talking about is an arc over this distance over time. Yes, that's what we're talking about in the sense of Earth. And if you measure this correctly, you should see about 1 degree for the 3,900 mile radius of the Earth, about 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles. The Earth is very, very large. And so when we're looking at something going over the horizon and it begins to disappear, the reason we're seeing this is because it's not going over it's not going over 1% of the Earth's curve right there. It's going over a very small, minute portion of that. This is why we can see longer distances in some things, because we have atmospheric conditions that present themselves.
Sorry, that made no sense whatsoever. Meanwhile, you have laid down in...
that.
My bad, I was only replying for 10 seconds. What you said made absolutely no sense. It's not my claim, but I understand the, not yours, the globe claim, and that is not it. So you don't
What is the
understand.
globe claim?
I
What
don't
is
know
the
why I'm
formula?
here. You don't know.
What's the
You're here to
formula
My bad.
for?
My bad.
What is the formula?
My bad.
No, Nathan,
My
Nathan,
bad.
dude,
I'm in the
chill
middle
out.
of a sentence.
And you've already interrupted me 3 times.
Have
okay?
I waited
What
for
is
a
the
gap?
formula for
You're in the middle of
calculating
talking through
curvature
me, and you're
of Earth
accusing
that
me
is
of talking through
utilized
you.
by
I'm still in the middle of my
scientists?
sentence.
Do you know
So
it?
far, every single
you
time
know
I've
it?
spoken on this show, you have spoken through me. So, given that our opponent, Patrick, doesn't know their own claim and has just laid down the most nonsensical, incorrect nonsense about how Earth curve maths works, I don't really know what I'm doing here. He doesn't know his own claim, and he's claiming that I'm talking through him while I'm refuting the total nonsense he just spewed about Earth curve maths, which
Let
is
me then.
incorrect. Not right.
Can I
Wrong.
share
About it too,
Can I
which
share
is
this
really
screen?
interesting.
All right. So let me see if I can I share this one.
Just
This
telling
thing
someone
I
you're
shared,
incorrect doesn't
David?
mean they're incorrect.
Meanwhile,
It
all
just
we've
doesn't
done
make
so
sense to
far
you.
is debate their inability to understand their own bloody claim. We've not got to any flat Earth yet. We're having to babysit them through baby steps of their own bloody claim they don't know.
Oh, come on. Come on.
You don't know your own claim.
I'm telling you that the way that you're saying that curvature exists is not.
I'm
the way
not.
that I
That's
would
your
calculate.
claim. Stop telling me that's how I'm saying curvature exists. It's your claim.
This is what you are literally saying. Globe Earthers calculate curvature this way. I'm
That's correct.
saying, no, globe
Yes.
Earthers calculate it a different way.
Do they? Show
And
us.
it's looking
Citation,
at
please.
The arc
Citation,
change over
please.
time.
Citation.
There you go. Look, dude, you're doing the same thing that
You're
accusing
saying
me
it. I heard the first time. I heard the maths the first time that was wrong. Now you're saying that's how Globe Earth maths does it. Citation, please. Show
Okay,
me it.
David, what do we got here?
Show me it.
I
Citation,
just
please.
pulled up what Patrick put on the screen. This is
Okay,
from Patrick.
It's
So
Globe Earth
Patrick,
maths.
can you
I
take
know
us
the
through
Globe
this?
Earth maths. I
And
want him to
Nathan,
cite
can
the
you
nonsense
please-
he's
I
just
don't
told
think
me
you
I'm
do.
wrong
I
to
don't think you
incorrectly.
understand very
According
much
to
right now
him,
at this
correct
point.
him
I
on.
wanna yell at people.
No, I want to hear the argument. So Patrick, take it away.
All right. Josh, claiming that only 1 degree of curvature takes place every 75 miles is simply mathematically incorrect.
Okay.
The curvature of the Earth increases exponentially as the distance gets further. And by the way, this is a globe claim, okay? The statute mile distance around the equator is 24,901, which would give you a radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles.
Right.
This is geometry, okay? This is not something that's disputable. It means, and I actually did the Taylor series at the end of this myself on paper. All you have to do is take the distance that the object is from you, square that distance in miles, and multiply it by 2/3. And that's the number of feet of curvature that should be blocking your view to that object. So after 10 miles, you take 100, because that's 10 times 10. You take 2/3 of that, and that's 66, and that's how many feet that would be blocking something that was 100 miles distant. All right?
I understand what you're saying, Patrick. Go ahead.
All right. Now, we do not observe that on the water at all.
You're right, and we don't observe that on a curved Earth either. The reason we don't observe that on a curved Earth is because what you're looking at there, that O, that horizontal line using trigonometry, is a horizontal plane. We're actually measuring the arc of Earth, not the horizontal plane of Earth. Does that make sense? Is that when we're looking straight out, there's slight variations of curve over time, but then you also have aspects of altitude, change in topography, and everything else that comes about in this. But if you wanted to take the whole Earth in perspective, what we're talking about is a measurement of arc, because that's how you're going to get to a sphere.
I'm literally measuring arc. The actual arc is generated by the angle theta created with the original radius to the center of the Earth.
May I,
And
Patrick?
then you take that. What's that?
May I? You don't know your own
please,
claim.
Nathan, I'm going to grab a glass of water.
Yeah, you don't know your own claim, guys. So how are we going to take apart your claim if you don't know it and you're denying it? We've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your globe claim that you don't know. Now, if I may, can I prove to you Earth's flat? Given that we've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your own bloody claim of a globe Earth you don't know.
Please prove it.
Thank
Let's
you.
see the proof.
I can spend 10 minutes uninterrupted not proving your own claim you don't know to you and actually proving how Earth's flat
Sure.
to you. Excellent. You said you're in the Navy. Know any navigators in the audience?
Say that again.
Navigators from the Navy days?
Probably 1 or 2. Yeah.
Excellent. Do they know what an elevation angle measurement is? How about you? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Well, I would assume that it's an angle at elevation.
No, it's an angle measurement from a baseline to a star to acquire its GP for
Oh,
navigation.
okay. Right. Gotcha. Go
So
ahead.
you know what you know about celestial navigation then, being in the Navy?
A little bit. I didn't do today. We don't use much of celestial navigation to navigate through the waters of the ocean, if you can imagine.
You don't think people go out on the water with sextants and they don't have them as a backup on aeroplanes? You don't think that's the case?
Oh no, they absolutely do.
Yes, that's right, they do. So we're aware of celestial navigation then. Angle measurements
Well,
can only take place on a flat Earth. Further to this, all of the models and maps, including the globe, are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. Your latitude lines on the maps are lines drawn out based on areas of equal elevation. That's a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris. And all celestial navigation is done with angles. You can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface. You take an elevation angle measurement from the plane of the Earth, and you take it with reference to the horizon or a spirit level in a sextant. That's because all lines along the ground are referenced to zero, sea level. And that's because elevation angle measurements can only be done on a flat plane. I thank you.
Okay, and so, but we're talking about to our horizon, which the amount of curvature from one point to the horizon is insignificant.
No, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, that was you. According to you, that was globe.
That's according to Globe. Not according to me, according to you. That's your claim. You don't know. You keep telling me it's my claim. It
Hold
isn't.
on. Did I say that was my claim? Anybody here? Did I say that was my
It
claim?
is the Globe claim you don't know. So you're saying it's not yours because you don't know it. Your
Now you told me
ignorance
I
does
don't
not.
know it.
Your ignorance doesn't
Make up
alter
your mind,
what the
man.
Globe
Do I know it
claims.
or do I not?
My bad. I know it's. I know it must be painful me pointing out your ignorance.
Okay, relax. Josh,
No, it's
can you
not.
talk
This is
about,
fun.
I'm going to let
Go ahead.
you describe what you mean when you're talking about how to measure the curvature of the Earth. So give
What,
your
your claim?
we're not here, Nathan. No, Nathan, you're here to debate me and Josh, not other people, not some, I want to hear what Josh would say to this. Let's just let him respond.
Okay. To measure the curvature of the Earth, we're talking about how the Earth is curving over distance over time. Now, as Patrick pointed out, the Earth is incredibly large. You did. You said it was what, 24,000 miles in circumference. We're talking about 3,900 miles in radius. It's incredibly large.
No, it's not. I don't think that's very large, but I said it was 24,901 statute miles around the equator. I didn't characterize that in any other way than quantitatively.
Okay. Well, quantitatively, I look at that as fairly large.
That's wonderful. Please continue.
Okay. I look at that as incredibly large, especially when we're an insignificant little speck on this planet.
Begging the question fallacy.
Okay. So when you guys are explaining what globe earthers pertain to as the formula used, and I know Patrick just said that, yes, but he's talking about the curvature is computed there through theta. I understand that. That's what you said, Patrick, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There's other aspects, more accurate aspects of which they use to do that. There is R over RE over K, which takes the hidden height, measures that through the radius of the curved light over the cosine of S over R. I got the formula right here. Okay. It's a complex formula to measure the curvature of the Earth. And we can get into the mathematics, we can get into the science aspects of this as well, right?
Please.
I don't think we need to. Here's the thing.
Why not? You're disputing my claim.
I'm saying that the claim that you're using as the formula is not what I would use to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Then what formula would you use?
What I would use is this one right here that I have. But this is what I'm trying to say. Through observational phenomena, I can understand your perspective, right? But let me ask you this. If I got onto the ocean, I left San Diego, and I went due west, Okay. When can I expect to see Earth's curvature? If it was curved, right? I'm saying that happens 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles, but it's
Not correct.
negligent in the sense that that's your opinion. Okay. But I'm saying is that you
Mathematical
should.
reality.
Okay, sure. What I'm trying to say though is that if I'm traveling along that 75-mile long line, 1 degree of curvature on a Earth that I look at as incredibly large, 24,000 miles in circumference, is negligible.
Are you
That
saying
curve-
you'll never see the curvature?
Through an observation of moving west from a point on the ocean? No.
So what
You have
evidence?
observable phenomena from that.
All right. Fair enough. Then let's go back to my original question.
Mhm.
What evidence do you have that the horizon is caused by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth?
It's kind of nothing against you, Patrick, but the question kind of doesn't really draw context. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it, but what evidence do I have that the curvature is caused by the horizon of the planet? Let me ask you this, I guess. Let me ask a question.
Okay.
How do you perceive the Earth to be flat through the observation of the horizon?
So what you're saying is you'd like me to prove that the Earth is flat rather than me
No,
asking
I don't want you to prove.
the
I
Earth is
want
a
to. I
globe?
want to know your thoughts and opinions. If the sun is coming over the horizon, okay,
Over the horizon.
through this observation of that phenomena, because I mean, we were talking about this before the show.
Can I
We're
answer
talking
him?
about observational data, right? So empirical data, empirical evidence, things that happen within the phenomena of nature. We observe them. We take notes. We record them. We draw hypotheses. We test those hypotheses. We develop theories. Theories are built upon repeatable experimental phenomena over and over again, right? And we try to draw conclusions from that.
Can I answer
So-
him, Patrick?
So from observing the sun rising every day, setting every day, what can we determine from that brings about the idea that the Earth is flat, non-rotating?
Nathan, why don't you take this?
Perfect. Okay, so we're moving past the assertion that Earth has a physical geometric limitation blocking boats and buildings with a measurable value in the Earth curve maths to it being our burden to prove what the horizon is and how it proves Earth flat. No problem. If you're on a boat at sea, you have a tool called a sextant. It's a tool for measuring angles. What you will do with this tool is point it at the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference. That's a flat Earth. Now that line that you establish as horizontal with this tool that measures angles called a sextant, you will establish that horizontal baseline with the horizon, horizontal, as the name suggests, out beyond the horizon to the GP, that's ground position of a star that you're measuring the angle to. Now the GP is the position directly below the star, which would be to say that if you were at that position on Earth, the star would be at your zenith, directly above your head. That means that when you measured, using the horizon, the angle to the star, you established Earth as a horizontal plane of reference, because it can only be a horizontal plane of reference to get an angle from it. That's what an angle is, 2 straight lines, not one curved line and one straight line. So in order to perform celestial navigation on a boat, you need the horizon to establish the ground as flat to measure an angle. Hope that answers your question.
And it's important to note that we did just reverse the burden of proof. I still am asking for any evidence that the horizon is created by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth.
Right. And then I try to explain this, and you guys, and he was obviously trying to straw arm me. I was trying to say is that when we look at the horizon, we're not going to see curvature because at those distances, it's negligible. Because you need longer, greater distances to begin to see even 1% of the curve of the Earth. That's what I said. And you guys keep on, and he kept on going back to that same argument.
Okay.
Mathematically false.
Just a quick question.
Okay,
for
real
you.
quick, I got a
Just
super
quick
chat. I
question.
just want to read out real quick. It's actually related to this. It comes from SEV Gibson, $10. Thanks, man. He says, Nathan and Patrick are not listening. Josh is talking about an arc distance of 75 miles, not a plane distance. You need to back up and listen to Josh's actual claim instead of framing his belief.
I know what
No
he's
worries.
talking about. He's
No
talking about an
worries.
arc distance. That's the measurement of an angle. An arc? The arc through the
Yes, the
sextant?
measurement of a curved Earth, an angle.
No, I hadn't finished
Because
my
we're
sentence.
talking
I'm
about
being
an
told I'm not
angle.
listening, and then I get about 30 seconds through a
No, you're
sentence, and
obviously
someone
not
else starts
listening,
talking
but
straight
hold
through
on.
me.
Let me show a video real
An
quick
arc-
because this
an
video,
arc
this
distance-
video will explain what we're talking about here. Okay.
My bad.
Is that okay,
we're not,
David?
We're not,
Can we show a video?
Not okay to address anything you've said? No? Clearly not.
Okay, how about address it while I'm loading it up? Josh, go ahead and share the screen.
How do
when it's up.
I disable
So
camera?
just go share screen, and then
I don't have a
if there's-
share screen.
But Josh,
Okay,
while
I
you're
got
loading that up,
presentations,
you said
local
you don't
video.
appreciate that the horizon's supposed to be Earth curve. So have you never heard that boats go over the Earth curve, or that Chicago's blocked by Earth curve at the horizon? You've never heard those statements?
Have you ever seen the blink test videos where they show it actually
We
does lose the bottom of
There
the
it is. Sure.
buildings?
At the
We've done this in
horizon.
Lake Ontario
So,
as
so
well.
you're affirming that Josh does know that the horizon's claimed to be Earth curve now because he's
I'm
spent
not talking about
20
Josh.
minutes
I'm just
denying
asking you. Like, have you seen those blink tests? You know what I'm
So
talking
we have
about?
this
Yes.
right here. I want to just play this video if we
Okay.
can. And
Sure.
I hope
Go
you
ahead and
guys can
share
still hear
that,
me.
Josh, and here we go. All right.
Okay. So why does the Earth look flat from the surface? And if you pull that up yet, Dave, I can't. I'm frozen on this end.
Yeah, for some
Just let
reason
me know
your
when I need to
connection
play.
just dropped low, Josh. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
yeah, no, you're good. I can see it on the screen. So yeah, you go ahead and push play.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play.
Is this a cartoon? It's a cartoon.
It's a model.
We don't live on a
Exactly.
model.
You're showing me a cartoon, dude. I'm gonna get some water.
Hey, do you want to tell us what the point of this is?
Okay. Thank you, David. So what that's showing you is the aspect ratio of how we are on Earth and things are getting larger and bigger, mountains, buildings, these types of things. And that at 100 kilometers, the curve of the Earth is negligible because it's a little over 1% of the actual curve of 360 degrees of angle. And I think that Nathan even said it there, but you're measuring an angle. Yes, we're measuring the curve of the Earth. That's the point. And that's what my whole argument was in the beginning, is that when we're looking at the reason a sextant works, is he's saying that we're utilizing a sextant to measure on a horizontal plane. Absolutely, because at those short distances, 8, 10, 16 nautical miles, when we're talking about the horizon, the curvature of the Earth is negligible. It's not observed. This is what I was trying to say. So
sorry, Josh, just pause for a sec. Are these guys even listening to you right now?
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't
I'm
know.
listening.
Are they? I thought they were.
Yeah,
still
I'm
here.
listening. I'm listening,
Okay.
but every
Okay,
time I try and
but
talk,
that's
I
what I
get
was
told
trying
that
to
I'm
say,
talking
Nathan,
through
okay?
you. That's what happens kind of like now. So, I mean, I'll try and respond to some of the
Nathan,
stuff,
we
the
can
many
keep
things that
fighting
you've
about
said,
the
but
way
there's a
we're
good
fighting
chance
or
that
address
even
the
though I've
argument.
only
That's
just
it.
literally
Listen to the
started
argument.
speaking,
Listen to the
I can hear
argument.
someone else's voice talking straight
address
through the
the
top of me.
argument.
It seems
Listen
that
to the
every
argument.
single time I talk,
And
I'm going to
address
get
it.
someone else talking straight through the top of me no matter what I say.
Unreal.
So why shouldn't I check out, turn the camera off and just do my own thing? Because every single time I've talked so far, someone started talking in the middle of my sentence. Literally every
You've
time.
interrupted a few people too, and you got a bit of I don't know, you got some kind of big chip on your shoulder. I don't know what's going on.
An ad hominem
Why don't you
attack.
just listen to the argument
I
and
did.
counter it and
did.
just be a
Okay,
civil,
okay, I
normal
counter
human
it.
being instead of
Okay.
being a complete dick.
That's another ad hominem attack.
It is an ad hominem and it's directed directly at you, buddy.
So you can't address my argument about
You're being a
elevation
dick.
angle measurements being taken
Just
from a
listen to
flat
the argument.
surface, and instead you'll talk
just
through me and
did
use personal attacks.
Multiple
Excellent
times,
debating
but
tactics.
Personal attacks. Are you gonna be okay? You gonna survive
I would
this?
like to actually make a statement without you ad homing me in the middle of the statement and
Okay,
accusing
go
me
make
of
the
talking through
statement,
you. So am I checking out of the conversation, or
I don't
am I
know, are you?
interrupting you? Which is
Running
it?
so early. We're only 43 minutes in.
Right. So maybe address my statement about measuring elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline.
Josh,
What was it? What was the statement? I'm sorry.
I don't
You
know.
have
It was a
to
big
acquire an
bunch of
elevation
garble.
angle measurement from a flat baseline if you're navigating, getting in nautical miles. How'd you get a nautical mile?
What are we arguing here?
You
So-
said nautical miles. I'm asking if you know what you're talking about.
Right. Miles over ocean, miles over water, right? Miles
What
over
is it?
curvature.
What is it?
What is
What's
a
a nautical mile? What's a
I
nautical
think
mile?
a nautical mile is 1.073 miles.
What? No.
Am I correct?
How's
on
it
that? Let me
acquired?
check the measurement.
How's it acquired? Let's see.
Why don't you tell me?
You're the one who claimed it, so you don't know what you're talking about. But it's necessary to call me a dick and the audience to think I'm not listening
No,
to
no,
you.
not
I've
because
listened
of
to
your
you.
argument. Not because
Okay.
of your argument.
Again,
because of the
I'm in
way
the
you're
middle of
behaving in this
talking
discussion,
and
that's
someone
why
is
you're-
immediately talking
you can
through
be a
me.
dick. I don't
Why?
mind
Because
you
I'm a
being a
dick? Is this me being a
doesn't
dick
bother
being
you.
talked through? I'm still talking. I listened to you, now trying to respond to all the stuff you've said. You've talked non-stop
ahead.
for 45 minutes. I've had about 3. So, you've mentioned repeatedly, this is about science. So what science have you got for a globe Earth?
Okay, let's backtrack because you just asked me what a nautical mile was. I said it's a mile as determined over the ocean, or we can say air or whatever. It's 1,852 meters, just a little bit bigger than a regular mile. Okay, so anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that the curvature of the Earth, and I think we need to move on from the curvature of the Earth part. Well, no, because
Well, no, I
Nathan,
got
everything
more
that
on
you've
this. I'm just
said has
waiting for this
basically
to settle, and then I'll show you some stuff.
yeah. Okay.
Go
Well,
ahead,
how about
finish
this?
that.
Let's just move on from this argument. We can just talk to this as a no point. And Patrick, no, seriously, jump in if you want to. If you want to explain.
Yeah, I would like to jump
Yeah,
in.
go
I'd
ahead.
like to say first of all, I don't know how long you guys have been looking into this, okay? But this is a question of geometry. This is not a question of anything other than, can you draw a circle on a piece of paper, stick a triangle on it, figure out the trig, and you'll know after you work a Taylor series at the end, just to expand the trigonometric function, you'll know that the curvature of the Earth over distance x is 8 inches times x squared, period. It is
Okay,
not
can I?
1 degree
sorry,
for every
finish that.
75 miles. And
Okay.
so I really want to, this is settled upon. The globe people agree with this. They just say refraction is what hides the curve.
Good, David.
All right. What about, so earlier, Patrick, you had some issues with Josh showing you what you call the cartoon, which was just a model to try to give some perspective on what's being said, right? Yet now we're talking about drawing circles on a piece of paper, right? And so what I'm asking is what kind of observable experiments that you can point to in reality? Like, let's get off YouTube and off the papers and all that for a minute and just talk about observing reality. Because I'm not sure if you've become aware of this. I'm sure you guys are aware of this. It's a place called Lake Pontchartrain. It's the transmission lines in Louisiana, United States. Anybody can go here and do this. Now, this is not my picture, but I've had friends of mine actually go and repeat this experiment. There's actually a few places that you can do this. And a real quick explanation is it's essentially a causeway. This image was done originally by a YouTuber named Soundly. So anybody that's interested in following up on all of this, if you go on YouTube, you look up Soundly, there's tons of videos talking about all of this. And this image was virtually modeled on a spherical Earth with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers. The model made a prediction that if zoomed in at the specific height, what we should see. This image is what the model showed. And when this shot was done in reality, that's exactly what you see. So what they did was they created a model, they made predictions, and when they went with a Nikon P1000 camera, which is one of the favorite cameras that flat earthers like to say is the best for zoom capabilities, they went and they actually saw the effects of their model and their prediction in actual reality. So the bridge, it shows right here. You got 24.27 kilometers, which is 15 miles across. At least that's what you can see. And if the Earth was flat, the vanishing point should intersect the horizon line. But in reality, the vanishing point is above the horizon line.
Nathan, let me take a crack at this first before you jump in. I'm sorry, David, did I interrupt you?
No, you didn't.
You
man.
got an echo though.
Okay, I'm getting a bad echo.
Oh, man, somebody, maybe if you're not talking, everybody mute. That'll fix that.
Okay. It's really bad. The question is it my fault? All right. Anyway,
I'm not
it
hearing
seems
any on my end.
a little bit. So there's a fallacy called the affirming the consequent fallacy. So we're gonna start. I'm not going to address this picture that you're showing me just yet. But when I talk about the rule of geometry, and by the way, I did the geometry because we're told that the Earth is a ball of radius 3959 miles. Okay, and so just doing trig, you'll know that the distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, now all horizons can be no bigger than that on a sphere of those dimensions. This is mathematically verifiable. So it's all of them. So if you have one instance where it matches up with where the globe would expect that horizon to be, that's one instance. That's it's a claim. All swans are white. How many black swans do you need to falsify the claim that all swans are white? Just one black swan. It's a Popper's razor. And so the Lake Pontchartrain, whatever it happens to show, I can show 100 different cases where the horizon is incredibly further, is way more distant than a sphere of those dimensions would allow. You have to get through that. That's a huge problem for the globe. And I'd
Okay,
like it to
which
be
ones can you show? Just show.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
and I just need to know the conditions of the environment during that day. What was the cloud conditions, all of that. And we would need to know what kind of camera was used. And we need to know, was it zoomed in? How, like, there's certain things we'd need to know if those experiments are accurate.
No
We'd
worries.
also need to.
Would it be safe to say that clouds and atmospheric haze would make it harder to see a great distance rather than easier?
Like you were talking like cloudy day, it's obscuring the horizon. Of course.
A cloudy day would make it harder to see. You would see less far on a cloudy day, and you would see further on a clear day.
And you can see even better on some other days where the atmospheric conditions allow for that.
What now?
Okay. And really quickly, just before you go there, this experiment was done over a 10-day period where it changed dramatically the weather throughout that time. And many people have gone since, soundly released this, and have confirmed this as well and posted their results. So the question would be, maybe we can ask John if we can, instead of chartering calling Tesla and chartering a rocket out of the planet, we could just go to Louisiana and we can go into the Marriott Hotel right across from the causeway. And we can all get our cameras the way we think they should be set up and whatever camera we want. And we do a repeatable experiment over a 10-day period to bring that into account for changes in the atmosphere, the cloud, the fog, and how perspective can be affected by that, and see if we still get the same results. Go ahead,
Hello?
Nathan.
Hi.
Oh, wait, hold on. There you go.
So just wanted to double check something with Josh. So given that your co-host is now asking us to explain away the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image based on the maths that we laid down at the beginning of the show that you denied, and you said that we wouldn't be able to see Earth curve at the horizon, Josh. So are we now arguing for the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per the model and the maths that you denied? Or is that horizon not Earth curve? Because you seem confused about it, Josh. I just want to confirm that is the horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet that you said we weren't talking about. Because I'm very confused based on what you've said, Josh.
Well, I apologize that you're confused. No, what I'm saying is I was trying to explain something in terms of how I understood it. I was not familiar with that formulation that Patrick and you had brought about, hence why I was saying that I do not recognize that, and I explained my position on what I was talking about.
Gotcha. Do you understand it now your co-host has put it in the same way we put it?
Well, that's great. And so let's answer his question then.
Okay, so I'd like to address Josh first, if that's all right, David.
Yeah.
Josh, it is true that you have said on more than one occasion during this discussion that the Earth is just so incredibly big that we won't expect to be able to detect any curvature. You did say that. You said that 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. And now we have this Lake Pontchartrain photo, which has what appears to be extremely exaggerated curvature. So I need to know, can we now dispense with the notion that that in the globe model, the horizon is not Earth curve? Because I really, really want to kind of nail you guys down on this, that we should expect the horizon to be of a specific distance based upon the geometry of a spherical Earth. Can I get you guys to concede that point?
They have. He just put it to us with his model. It just contradicted the host.
I'd like it to be acknowledged.
Well, no. So hold on, Nathan. Let me explain. Let me talk for a second, if that's okay. So the horizon, as we discussed right a second ago with David, does change. You even said that, Patrick, that on cloudy, different atmospheric days, the horizon is going to appear to be shorter in distance.
Sorry,
on
Atmo
some
what
other
now?
days, it's going to be.
Atmo
Nathan,
what now?
Excuse me, Nathan. I'm talking.
Just didn't hear the word.
And
What was
then-
the word? Atmo what now?
Let's not do that.
It's a begging the question fallacy. Do we not address
Yeah, but we're not
fallacies
gonna
here?
interrupt. When they make fallacies, we're not going to interrupt.
Oh, my bad.
We'll let them be
This is
fallacious.
hilarious.
All right. Please continue, Josh.
Okay. So the atmosphere or to the horizon, this can change. Atmospheric conditions, barometric pressures, amount of cloud cover, right? The amount of moisture content, carbon dioxide, all these other gases that are in the air. All these things can change and can give you different perspectives on the horizon. I said this. I said typically in the Navy, when we're looking at the ocean, I believe it was somewhere between 8 to 16 nautical miles, depending on the various different atmospheric conditions. Okay? So what I was trying to say, and this is what I thought I did iterate, is that from a eye-open position, just looking and perceiving to see if there's curve, it's not going to be seen because it's negligible at that distance. Now, looking at an object like David's showing, right, we have this curvature that's going over the horizon. Why is that happening?
It's not. It's the horizon. The horizon's not Earth curve. If the horizon was Earth curve, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And in the black swan imagery, we can show that the distance to horizon is beyond 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as it must be on a sphere Earth radius 3959.
Yeah,
And
I
actually, it was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to point out, Josh, you bring up these atmospheric disturbances or atmospheric conditions, water vapor,
Right.
carbon dioxide, whatever, clouds. Those things make visibility less, not more. So
Well, it
I really
depends.
think that no, it doesn't. Those things really do make visibility less, period. I mean, I would just appeal to the common sense of the audience in this case. Clouds make it harder to see stuff. They don't make things appear that wouldn't normally appear.
Well, clouds and various different gases existing in the atmosphere are different things. Clouds are a concentration of water vapors, where
They
in,
make
the sense of
visibility less, not more.
clouds do. Yeah, absolutely, clouds do.
Atmospheric interference of all kinds reduces.
Can you look through
visibility.
a glass of water and have a magnification on the other end?
Okay, may I just atmosphere you're talking about?
No, I asked Patrick a question.
That's,
That's what I'm asking.
it's irrelevant. My
It's not
question.
irrelevant. Can I look through a water glass and is the object on the other end magnified?
There can be lensing that takes place through the atmosphere.
Okay,
Yes.
so thank you.
Okay, can
I-
I get to
I
the
definitely
fallacy
agree with
now?
Okay.
I was
so-
told I wasn't allowed to
exactly.
interrupt.
So I was correct on that premise when I said that.
Yes.
Other than the fallacy
Now-
you
Thank you.
used, which obviously I'm never going to get to ever address. So you said Atmo, what now?
Atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
Atmosphere.
So
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
believe that sphere-shaped air is something we experience?
Why don't you explain to me what you perceive it to be?
It's your word. You said atmosphere. What do you think that means?
That is the amount of gases that are held within the Earth by gravity.
Held? Gravity doesn't hold anything. It's not a force. There's no scientific
Oh,
evidence
really?
of gravity.
Really?
Middle of a statement.
So
Middle of a
what-
statement.
what-
My
what-
bad.
no,
Obviously, it's me
how
being
do
a
I-
dick wanting to make a
how
full
do I call
statement
gravity?
contradicting you. Obviously, that's me being a dick. No, there is no force
that's
of
fine.
gravity.
No, go
Well, that
right-
was
we
you
can-
being
My
we
bad,
can-
still in the
we
middle of
can
the same
go into this
sentence.
part.
Obviously,
I
this
love
is me being a
This
dick.
fine.
Maybe this is me interrupting you. So gravity's not a force.
Which you've been doing the whole show.
My bad,
but
that's
okay.
the fourth attempt. Gravity's not a force to hold gas in a sphere shape. Gravity is the bending of a conceptual medium known as pseudo-Riemannian force spacetime derived in the mind's eye of Einstein in mathematics. It's a fourth-dimensional geometry. Meanwhile, in reality, we live in a three-dimensional Euclidean reality. There is no dimension of time to bend. Even if we could bend time as a dimension in a Euclidean four-space geometry, it wouldn't be a container for gas. Gas isn't held by pseudo-Riemannian force-space time bending in an Einsteinian gravitational dimension. Further to that, the notion that gas being held, i.e. gravity is a force, was debunked by Einstein 108 years ago. Mass does not attract mass. That's a Newtonian concept of gas. Pressure being held because of its weight going down towards the centre of Earth. That was superseded 108 years ago by Einstein when he developed the fourth-dimensional space-time bending, which is not a force and is definitely not a container to hold gas in a sphere shape. So your oxymoron, sphere-shaped air, is merely a begging the question fallacy to allow you to describe atmospheric conditions as based on an R value, a sphere value, the radius of Earth being the value that derives your refraction rate at 7/6 of the radius in sphere-shaped air. Atmo, air, sphere, a shape. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere, it takes the shape of its containment. If the gas was in a sky vacuum, we'd have none to breathe. We'd all be dead, because gas fills space. Gravity's not a force. Bending fourth-dimensional space-time doesn't hold it in a container.
And if I could say something else, Josh, you do bring up the concept of gravity, and that's what holds our so-called atmosphere here. I would ask you, what evidence do you have that gas gets acted upon by so-called gravity?
Air.
What?
Air.
That's not an answer. What evidence do you have that gas gets pulled on by gravity?
Okay. Let's extrapolate this, okay? Because I like looking at conceptualization of ideas. I got to see it, right? We got to see it. On a flat Earth, right? And this is maybe where we begin. On a flat Earth, what is holding us down?
I mean, what's holding us down? Gas is expanding in all directions. It's not going down. We're talking
That's
about
not what I
gas.
asked. Why are my feet on the ground, and when I jump up, I fall back down?
You're more dense
Why
than the
is
air
that
you
happening
jumped.
on a flat Earth?
Because you're more
Why
dense.
is that happening on a
Okay, I'm
flat
trying to
Earth?
answer. Because you're more dense than
You're
air.
more dense.
You're more
Okay,
dense
so
than air.
So you're saying that
I'm still in the middle of
force that's
answering
actually
you.
pulling
Okay, it's
down-
more than one or two words. You want to call me a dick again? Because I'm in the middle of saying something and you can't help
I never
talking through
called
me
you a dick,
every
by the
single
way,
time I
but
try and
anyways,
address you.
was
You've
me.
asked
You can't
me,
be-
why do I go down on a flat Earth? Do I only get 10 seconds to answer?
Go. I'm
Go ahead.
waiting.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to shut up. So you are more dense than the medium of air. If you jump into a pool of water, you float because you're pretty much the same density as the water. You don't go down. Meanwhile, helium balloons, if you let them go, don't go down either. And clouds and gas isn't going down with gravity. It's not going down 9.8 meters per second squared in line with 808-year out-of-date force pulling it, or a bending geodesic and fourth-dimensional space-time pulling it to the ground. Gas is created at ground level and goes up. So when you ask me why you go down through the medium of gas, what, you're going to ignore the gas in the puddles being created and going up to the clouds? They're not going down with gravity, are they?
So Nathan,
So-
can I ask you a question on this real quick? What
Yeah.
is air?
An homogeneous anisotropic mixture of gases.
What kind of gases?
All sorts of different gases. What's the point of this?
Like
it's
what?
not going down
Like
with
what?
gravity. It's not creating a sphere-shaped air. We haven't got atmosphere. You seem to be focusing on something that I haven't claimed. This is all in regards to your claim that there's
What are the
sphere-shaped
gases
air
that make up air?
held
It's
by
really that
gravity.
simple.
What's
Oxygen,
going on? Every
nitrogen.
single
Anyone alive in the house? Don't know if you were listening to the bot. I tried to come in. I thought I was in the room. I came in to start a conversation, but I thought the bot was going. Anyone? Right, check.
Yeah, was.
Hey, I think you were just listening to the bot.
I'm good with whatever. I was definitely enjoying Nathan's responses.
You want me to give you the line? You want me to give you the line? Bro, I just can't, mate, the place is dead and the bot's running. I'm just coming in to start a conversation, bro. Because see, when I started the politics rooms, bro, I've killed the live stream, but I've at least maimed it a little lick, and it's still there. People will start coming back, but it's always better for someone in the room, or a couple of people at least. See, even if I come in myself and there's the Rumble bot, YouTube bot, the music bot, and we're just sitting there, like, I'll come in and just talk to myself till someone joins. Doesn't bother me. But I believe we should keep this live stream going, boys. Yeah, anybody listening, please help us. Like, if you see the bot and maybe you've not got bot commands, like, if someone knows you, we'll be able to vouch for you, and we might be able to give you the role for to command the bot, and you can stop the music or stop the audio that's playing. But yeah, who am I talking to anyway? Sorry. Smoked that joint and came in here. Fucking thought, hey, here we go. And then I wasn't even in the room. I was talking away and I still hadn't connected to the room, but I disconnected the bot. Or muted it at least. Is there anybody got a question for Flat Earthers? Whether in the room or out there in YouTube land, Rumble fucking land, Jesus Christ. We've got Beer Pelagic Coffee. So Bear, if you're up for a conversation, get. Lumpy's in the house too. Ross B, I think I've spoke to Ross before. I might have spoke to Lumpy before as well, possibly. Lulu's in the house. And Felicia. Well, bye Felicia and hi Felicia. So is there anybody alive? Or do I have to troll through Cog this? See if I can find a customer. So then I suppose we'll just talk about the Flat Earth. So almost 10 years ago, I met a guy on a psychedelic fucking experience, and he told me the Earth was flat. Oh, he just told me straight away that NASA was fake and that they weren't in space. And I was quite shocked, and I was in hysterics, pissing myself laughing, because I thought, how the fuck can the Earth be flat? Well, sorry, how the fuck can NASA not be in space? Because this is what took me away from the globe belief, because I lost NASA. He told me all about NASA, and I was fucking, as I said, pissing myself. But a week later, I was myself and I saw a Flat Earth post of some kind, whether it was on Facebook or fucking whatever, YouTube, and I jumped in, man, and fucking, lost my train of thought there. Right, I fucking, I don't even know what part I was at there. I'm in the middle of my story. Oh my god. Right, anyway, I met this guy and he told me all this shit. And there and then, basically, once I lost NASA, I done a 6 hour, 8 hour stint watching stuff on YouTube. Because back 10 years ago, you were able to get some genuine content if you just Googled Flat Earth. Not that I did at that time, but fake NASA, bubbles in space. Well, that came a little bit later. In fact, that was fucking only a few years ago. But fake NASA lies, shit like that. And I found instantaneously, as soon as I clicked on a video, bang, it was like a fucking slap in the face. And I knew there and then that it was completely fake, literally with the first second of the video, because I was looking at it critically for the first time in my life and objectively. And bang, that was it gone. I never realised that that also meant that the globe Earth's nonsense. Like, I was in shock, fucking, to start with, about NASA. I never really realised that took the ball away from me. And it did. And I'm so glad. So got a bit emotional. Bye. Once NASA was gone, that was it. Welcome to Flat Earth. So if anybody out there is listening wants to hear the story a bit more illegible, because you shouldn't smoke weed in Discord. It's like drunk driving. But so I'm going to ping Cog this anyway. And we've got a little holding area called Cog this for any of you listening that doesn't know. It's like basically like a little jail. We hold them until they calm down. They come in red hot. It's the nature of the beast. We all expect this to happen. So they come in, guns blazing, and they're like, fly off this, fly off of that, attacking us. But we deal with it. And once we get them past the sort of little emotional response, then we can chill them out a bit. And they're like, right, wait a minute, I'll ask some questions. So that's all we want you to do. Ask yourself some questions as well as other people if you can. And get a consensus on where we live. Because what they've been telling us through TV and Facebook memes, like, that's definitely not what they've been telling us, for sure. What it actually is a different story altogether. It's a different kettle of fish. How do we work this out? Well, people can see using long-range observations. So, but apart from looking into the vast expanse that we can, what else can we do on Earth? What else is there possibly that we can do to prove the entirety of the Earth? I don't think there's anything. Literally nothing. So we can never find concrete proof for this place that we live. Never. But yeah, that's my stoned ramble. Anybody else wants to join in? There you go. Sorry, I stopped typing to call this. Is that it? Not at all. So is there anyone there? At least that I could get a mic check off and see if I've not just been talking to myself again.
If you want a bright, safe, and easy to access loft zone it. Washing your insulation with boxes or boards could double your heat loss. Loft Zone's easy to install store floor boarding solution protects the full depth of insulation, allowing maximum heat efficiency. Increase your home's value, save money on heating bills, and create more storage with Loft Zone. Order one of our award-winning DIY boxes.
So, I tell you could hear me because I'm still lighting up. So, Bear, if you're up for a chat, bro, you're welcome. Get be gets. An old classic get. Known you for some years now, man. You've been here for a long time. Rusby, seen him floating about lately. But Bear Apologic, I'm sure you've been here for a couple of years, if I remember correctly. And Willow, she's been here longer than me, I think. So she's a bit of furniture. Sorry, Willow, you're just a piece of furniture now. So same with me, I suppose. We're both pieces of furniture for 24/7. And Midgard, Alicia, come and join the conversation, boys. Or at least say hello. Make sure I'm still actually transmitting. Willow, you still there? Right. Can I get a mic check? For starters.
I'm here.
Yay!
Paraplegic's here. How you doing, man?
Yeah. How you doing, brother? Did you hear me talking to myself? I was just rambling.
Yeah, dude. I'm in the middle of work, and I just sometimes the YouTube. You'll be listening to YouTube, and then it just doesn't work or it's silent. So I've been sometimes I just come in here and I listen here because it's just like it's just better. It's a better chance of having the stream uninterrupted. Uninterrupted.
So, bro, see what happened is I thought I clicked on join VC, so I thought I was connected. So I muted the bot, and I was because I was talking to start with. So then I muted the bot, not knowing that I wasn't actually in the VC. So it would have went silent for maybe 45 seconds or a minute or something before I came in. But I meant to come in and say, like, anyone there or anyone want to have a chat, and then I was just going to mute the bot. Then just to try and start, because I have made these politics rooms, bro, and I've made all the traffic disappear. All the people that should be about here, they're all over in politics or in politics and religion. So
It's funny how everybody. I mean, there's certain people that are, including you. You've been over there. Is that what you're saying?
No, but I started the rooms, bro, so I'm responsible for killing the live stream as far as I see it.
Ah, come on, man. What are you talking about?
Nah, but
Wait, you started the political thing?
the two rooms. The one in there's a server called Politics, and there's a server called Politics and Religion, and I've got.
I
Bro,
know everybody keeps talking about the new politics when being having good numbers and all that.
It's just room. Basically, what happened was, right, a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I started going over there, and a couple of the usuals sometimes come and help me, and then eventually, Doobie, the guy who owns Politics server, he gave me mod permissions just for a room. But back then, they never had a bot for this. So he just gave me mod permission, which meant some of the mods were a bit pissed off because it meant I had control all over the server, not just the room. The deal was I wasn't going to use it anywhere else. But now they've got this bot, because I've been going over there like for months and months, or for years really, but every now and again I stopped going over for a while. But I was in there, they've got a cognitive dissonance, same deal, they've got that. But you can't talk to anybody. You can put one message in every 5 minutes or something. And fucking, so they put me in the jail because I wouldn't change my profile pic from the swastika, like not the swastika, but the plough in the Four Seasons. Like it wasn't a swastika; it was just depicting where the plough was in the Four Seasons. Like that's what I said in Polaris, and it had the names of the stars and whatever. So they wouldn't. Somebody complained about it. I had it for months and months, and then somebody complained about it. So I refused to leave their jail, bro.
People aren't too bright when it comes to that. They know.
Bro,
People are actually, I guess, uneducated people really don't know what that means and how old the swastika. It's not even the swastika. It shouldn't even be called a swastika.
You never even let me use the punchline. No, swastika, that word, and it's almost identical in written word when you look at it, but it means something specific, man. It means something to do with the stars or some shit.
Right, it's supposed to be something like the Little Dipper, but it also
no, the word. I'm talking about the word. It means something specific. I'd have to look it up.
Well, it means prosperity and something
as well as that.
Yeah, right. It means different things to different cultures.
But bro, I mean the actual word, the letters, whatever is wherever it originated. It's got a specific dialect, but it's in English letters. I'll find it for you, man. One sec. But I never got to the punchline of the story I was telling you. Right, so I refused to leave their jail for like 4 months or something. I sat in their jail and I was just trying to talk to the customers they got in the jail, and then I would DM them and I'd give them a link to this server. So we've always had some kind of, like, I've been interacting with the people over there for years, literally. So I went over, or I'd been going over back and forth, and then I found out they've got this bot. And it says, press to create, and you jump into it, and it gives you a mod room, and it gives you the ability to give mod permissions to people, like mutant ability, so they can't use it in the rest of the server like what I used to be able to do. So you can only use your mod permissions in the actual room. So I started it, and then the one over there in the first Politics server, that's crazy. Like the numbers are unbelievable. The hours, it's fucking insane. So I started another one. And it's called Politics and Religion, and that's not as big server. It's like the big Politics server's got like 100,000 members or 80,000 or some shit, and the little Politics server's only like 10,000 or something like that. So, but there's loads of people in the both servers. We can quite easily, if we think, we can easily facilitate people to come down here and man the fort. So, if I'm in the Politics server and I tell them about this server and I say, look, we've got all this information and we've got all these people and blah, blah, blah. And if they come here and no one's here because they're all in the other rooms, so that means they won't hang around. So we need to find a way of doing this so the 24/7 keeps alive. Like it's got to be doable. to honestly anybody that's listening at work or whatever and they're thinking about what I'm saying just now, please contact me. It's Spake talking. Just fucking contact me, please. And we'll try and get this thing sorted. Because we thought about watch parties. It was AI's idea to do watch parties and then do like write some stuff down on a bit of paper or whatever when we're watching like The Principal or what's the other documentary we're going to watch. A couple of good thought-provoking documentaries, and then have a discussion after it, and that might attract people as well, bro. So I hope I'm not talking too quick for you to understand.
No, I'm listening. I'm just I just don't know a lot about like getting mod permissions and the rooms and what you're specifically talking about.
Well, I mean, so you've not got much experience with Discord, but we need some proactive mods, or at least you wouldn't need perms on Discord, bro. I could give you a role if I make a role, and if you, I don't know if you would be proactive. I mean, would you go over, like, if there's people over there and we've got a role that's pingable, would you man the fort? Would you come in and start a conversation with someone?
In a politics thing, I don't know.
Over here.
Oh,
It's so we can actually get this server like buzzing again, man. So like if I say there was loads of people in the other servers, the two politics server. So I would announce it in the servers that we're going to have a conversation over here about, say, laser tests or I don't know, long range observations. Like I set an event, and so it's specifically an event, and it's announced to the servers. So it brings people down for a conversation about whatever subject.
yeah, dude, you're asking me if you gave me that, would I be able to start?
Yeah, well, like, would you be in this room basically, like with me to start with, till I find other people willing to do the same thing? So I would come down, and we'd have the event set, say, in 15 minutes from now, and fucking or an hour, or set it up for the next day. And that day we come in and we get a conversation going. We start the fire. It's up to you, man. A lot of people don't want to do that, man. They don't want to put on the spot.
Well, the thing is I'm so busy with coffee, like I don't have a ton of time. But
that's all right. Sorry, bro. But no, you could come and actually just start a conversation. Like, I know you've been around for years, bro. I know you don't post any bad shit, so I'm happy to give you perms for the bot. So
no,
like,
that's
if you come
fine. Yeah, sure.
Right, listen, right.
Now I don't have to do anything like post like
No, listen, that's right.
start the bot, or like I don't know how to
That's what
start
I'm
the
saying.
bot. If shit gets
listen, man.
quiet, I don't know anything about that.
Right, so listen to me, right? I'll show you how to do it, man. When I give you the perm, because I trust you, bro. I've not spoke to you that many times, but I've heard you speaking over the years you've been here, because there have been a few years at least. So
Dude, the thing is, I'm not as I know a lot about things. Some things, but I am not the best at like debating or knowing anything about fallacies or anything, dude. Like I'm not good at that stuff.
You're getting the wrong end of the stick. I'm saying to you, would you come, like, would you use the permissions? I'm almost ready to give you. I'm almost in your profile.
Sure, yeah.
Right, so listen, this is all you do. Say you came to the live stream and it was dead, but the bot was playing, but there was a few people, say, in the room, like, and you could maybe DM them and say, would you be up for a conversation, or ping me, or ping like anybody who's in the 24/7 room at that time, because they might.
Yeah, to keep the bot from playing and actually have people talking instead of just playing the same old stuff.
To start a conversation, bro. And mate, if you DM me, I'll ping you. Ping me anytime, DM or ping. Like, and I'll come down and like, because once there's a couple of people speaking and there's a couple of people listening, it makes people more inclined to come into the room. Because if it's just two people in a room and people don't know us, they think they're intruding in the room, so people don't come in. So you need some heads in the room before people start joining. Like once it's like 7 people in a room, that's when more people like pop in to see what's happening. Like they don't. Most people will not drop in into a stranger's conversation. You get me?
Yep, I do. I understand that.
And then you know how like see for to do. Have you seen any of the mods doing the command? See when if you look, all you need to do is tap M ! And then play PLAY, and then you just post the link. If you want that, but I'll show you
Well,
the
wait.
command.
Do you have to have a computer to do that?
No.
You can do it on the phone, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, a tablet, iPad, whatever. It's easy, man. It's simple. It's like 7 letters.
What's
And
up,
then
guys?
all right, brother.
I was just gonna say, paraplegic. I can always help you out too, man.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
How's that, man?
yeah, that's cool. Just yeah,
Floyd.
I just I don't. Yeah, you can do it. I just need to just definitely DM me like the things I would have to type in to start. You know what you're talking about.
Plus, Lloyd, I'm happy to give you the perms as well, bro, if you're able to stop the bot or come in and play something.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can I ask permission to ask a question?
You just ask, bro. You don't have to ask for permission.
Yeah,
fuck's
dude. You don't have to, hey, we give you permission to talk. No, you just yeah.
As soon as you come in,
Okay.
you've got permission to talk. As soon as you walk in.
Okay, I was on last night and I spent, I don't know, maybe a few hours. Now, I don't know how to retrieve that. Now, at the time I asked for permission that I'd be able to, and what I want to do is I want to send it to Flatsoid and I want him to review it, and then I want him to decide. I want to present it on the show because I think it has a lot of value. And I think that it has a lot of value. The time that was spent with us working together with the guy that was doing what he was doing. But I would like that time, and I don't know how to get it. I'll pay for help. I just want to give it to Flatsoid to review. And
Do you
I
know
want
about
to
the live
present
stream?
on it. It was last night, and it was
Yeah.
about 3 hours ago or so.
Oh, 3 hours from like right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was in that range,
we
bro.
have it live stream on YouTube. I mean, I could definitely send you the
Is there
link.
a clip? But I'm limited to 60-second clips.
Gotcha. You might actually want to
Do you
get.
know how to help me?
Well, I can't actually make the clip, but I could send you the video.
Wait, how
Okay.
much are you paying? How much are you paying first? I'm kidding.
I got $30 in PayPal or Bitcoin.
Nah, you're good, man.
Oh my gosh, dude, that was a joke.
No, I'll pay because it takes time to do it, and if I knew how to do it, I've been trying to for an hour.
Gosh. I just created a monster. Sorry.
Okay, no, I just want to be gracious and bless people
Because
that help
I
me.
mean, what I would do is just screen record it while you have it open on YouTube, like even on your
that's
phone.
easy.
You know,
Aye, man.
Oh,
Easily done.
that's a good idea. Okay,
and
so
then
I'll go to
just
last
kind of
night's
trim
stream.
it
When
as
did it cut
necessary.
off? Yeah, okay, you're awesome. That is a good idea. And I'll take the time and I'll take the data into my phone. I don't mind all that. I think it has value for the truth and for Flat Earth. I think it has value to review. But that's a good idea, and that is the solution. And when did the stream get cut off? Is it still streaming from last night currently?
Let's take a look.
Oh, no.
So the current stream right now, it got 5 hours ago, so you should be good with this one. Hold up.
5 hours ago, it would have been somewhere in the cutoff range. It's something like that. I'm kind of estimating.
Yeah, I'm kind of sending it to you just because I figure you kind of know what time it was. Man, how do you
I know.
copy on a phone? Why does a phone got to be so different?
I know. I struggle, guys. I struggle.
Well, we're all right there, man.
Well, life has no struggle.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for allowing me the time.
Oh, you're welcome, man.
Looks like it's already posted on the live stream. Nice.
Right,
Okay.
Thanks, Russ.
Okay,
And you
so
can
then what I want to do is go to
Teamwork makes the dream
YouTube and
work.
just play. When I play the audio, just hit record on my device.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm on it. I'm gonna work it out. Thanks. That was great advice. I didn't think of it myself. It takes a team to make the dream work. All right. God
But
bless,
yeah,
guys.
just like Trek was actually saying, he saw my interview with Eric Dubay, and I kind of did it for the same thing, like kind of spread the news of this wonderful community.
Right,
Yeah.
Bear Apologetic and Floyd, both of these have got bot permissions, so you'll be able to stop or pause or play another link or whatever. If you go into pin messages and bot commands, because you've got the role now, you should see that above locker room. You scroll up, you should see it. LS1 music bot commands. Can you see that? There.
On where in a
Scroll above the VC live stream. The text VC.
VC live stream.
Yeah.
VC check-in, VC
Yeah.
void. What are you
Yeah,
talking about? A long list. Dude, this is where I'm
you should.
terrible at this
Yeah,
stuff, dude.
you don't see a locker room.
Well, I see Cogdis, Usual Suspects,
But
VC,
you've
and Voice.
got silver. You're silver, bro. You can access the locker room. You must have it closed off. See on like where it says like in sort of grey writing live stream. Press on that. Maybe you've got the other room closed off.
Oh, 24/7 live stream. No, that's not it.
I see. There should be like a bit like a little arrow pointing downwards on the left hand side. You on a tablet, yeah, or a phone.
I got a phone. I'm just looking under. There's lobby,
just drop a screenshot.
debate text, memes, interview, voice text, VC check-in, voice chat, Cogdis, Usual suspect.
No, they have to read them all, man.
Oh, live stream music bot. Is that what I'm looking for?
Exactly. LS1 music bot. Is that not right above the live stream? Like, is that not directly above the VC and text you're in just now?
Yeah, right above the live stream.
So go to
There's a
there,
live
right?
stream.
Bro, go to there and fucking go look in the pinned messages inside bot commands.
Bot commands. Hold on.
LS1 music bot commands. Is that what it says? Does it say LS1 music?
Oh yeah, okay. LS1 music bot. Under that,
you pin messages.
I see the last.
No,
the last.
pin messages. Go to pin messages at the top right.
Oh, messages in the top right. Well, this is where I suck.
See, there's like a picture of a man, or it's like a silhouette.
Okay.
Right, and then slide along. There's pins.
Okay.
Pins with a red dot.
Pins. Okay.
That's the same in every channel in Discord, bro. People with mod permissions, they'll post like links that are valuable. But anyway, scroll down a bit, right, and you'll find the commands for the bot. They're just simple ones, man.
Oh, okay. I see it.
Scroll down a fair bit.
Okay.
It's about maybe it's down towards the bottom. Keep scrolling, you'll see a big list of commands. People have pinned loads of stupid fucking pins in here, bro. But if you scroll down, you'll see it. There's some awesome.
I see DJ ones. I see music. This is the kind of thing that I'd wish I would be like next to someone is showing me, hey, look, this is where it is, and this is what you press.
Bro, you can't see AI. Listen, AI's made a comment. Like if you scroll down, you'll see it, and it's exclamation mark lyrics now playing play playlist. Oh, it's just a big a list of commands. You can't. It's not hard to see.
AI ARD. So
it's only like 5. Bro, it's like fucking 5 screens below the top page.
5 screens. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's maybe 8. Maybe 8. No, in fact, 10. 10 pages. Sorry.
Alright,
Slow down on that.
we do not know the content of the videos you're going to play and whether or not they're going to be directed violations of TOS.
Hey, what?
Do not. I'm just reading. Dude,
You found
I'm
it,
really,
bro.
I'm really retarded. I'm looking for the exact. I'm looking for the
AI's
post,
made a post.
the specific post that you're talking about.
It's
And this
like
is
an entire
terrible.
page, bro. It's an entire page of commands. I'll tell you how many screens it's at the top. I don't know how you can't. You must have missed this. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
All right, is
8,
it like
9, 10, 11,
music?
12,
ML
13,
lyrics,
14,
song
15.
name, shows lyrics of song.
That's the one. That's the one, bro.
AI ARD, that one.
Yeah, man. So you can
So
do that.
the very first one says
You can do that.
exclamation point about, shows info about the bot.
Now listen, you could either take a picture of that. That's what I should have done at the start with, because this has done my fucking head in.
Exclamation point ping checks the box latency. So this is all commands that runs the bot, basically,
Yeah,
is what
man.
you're saying.
But yeah, bro. No, I'm just showing you where they are, just so like, unless you want to take a screenshot, I should have just done that, bro. I should have just sent you a fucking screenshot. Sorry.
I can do that. I'm taking a screenshot.
Yeah, man. And then, like, so anytime you come to the room and it is the bot and you see a few people there, you can pause it and ask, just say, let anybody up for a conversation. If not, you could just hit end play again. Or put on a link of your choice. Like if it's the same shit you heard the day before or some shit like that. Just but obviously mine TOS, nothing like explicit lyrics or copywritten music, nothing like that can be played.
Yeah, you know what? I would screw this all up the first time. I'd probably need to be next to somebody that could freaking show me how to do. Because I don't want to mess it up. You know, I want to do something wrong.
Right, so go back into come out of pin messages, right, and go back into the normal room.
Yeah.
Right. So in there you'll see people who's used the commands. So because we're in a live stream just now, like take a look at maybe is it old dude's post or 1 sec.
Oh, okay. So you can actually type it in the messages and it starts it?
Yes, man. Yes. That's what I was trying to show you.
Oh, so that's why it says type M exclamation point play to unpause. All right, so that's what these things that you're looking at that I'm looking at are, and like old dude put M.
So 1 second, I'll give you some.
Play, and that plays the bot.
Yeah.
Okay. All
Sure,
right. Now I'm kind of starting to understand it.
Right.
All
So I'm going to drop this link.
I'm sorry that took like freaking 25 minutes just to explain to me how retarded. You know, I'm just an idiot.
Bro, when
man.
I was
Sorry.
at college, trying to do my sound production course before I got out, I was fucking like some of the stuff they were reciting to me, unless I was physically doing it. Because one of the teachers said to do I was to do a learning test, and I'm what do you call it? Oh, what's the name? I've got all this shit. I got like a report at the end of it, the test that I done, and it said that I was left-brained and I was fucking what's it called? Oh man, there's a couple of words. But what do you call it? Visual, and I needed to whatever the word is for using your hands, whatever that word is. I can't remember what it was. Fuck's sake, that long ago, I'm stoned at my mind. Fucking
What for your hands? Using your hand dexterity? What you talking about?
well, that's physical sort of, but you need dexterity anyway. But I'm a visual learner, and I need to actually do something. I need to like use my hand, and then
Yeah, when I was learning CAD, when I was learning CAD. Yeah, I was the same way. I was the same way when I was learning CAD. Like when I was taking a computer design, like if I couldn't just read it in a damn textbook. Like I had to have my hand on the mouse and typing in the commands to learn it.
There's a word for it, man. I'll come back to me, man, whatever it was. But there's a word for that kind of learner. I got like five. It was like 5 words described how I learn. So I need to actually and be told no if it's not correct. Then that because the neural pathways in my mind they need to be set and done so by hand and acknowledgement that it's correct. Like I need to do something like a few times specifically correct. And then I can learn it easily. As long as it's somebody who's teaching me,
basically
who can tell me how to
visual learning. It
teach me how to
sounds like
learn.
the visual, just visual and hands on type stuff, not just somebody telling you.
Just reciting, just sitting reciting a fucking page out of a book. That's not how I learn, man.
Yeah,
Right.
you'd be gosh, what's it called? A theory. You're better at like actually doing it in the lab than you would be at just like being explained to it by a teacher in the classroom, like theory, as opposed to like being in the lab, doing that hands on.
Right, I'll tell you what, right? You see the link I've just posted? It's not played, but you see it in LS1 bot commands. Andrew and Tristan Tate trolling Flat Earth. Like, they're definitely Flat Earthers, bro. So if you want, you can try it. It's !play, drop the link that I just dropped, and then it should play. But make a space. !play space link, and then that's it.
All right, hold on.
Oh, listen to them. Wait till you hear them. Right? It's only
Exclamation mark play.
Play. Yeah, man.
And that's
but
it.
wait, listen to them. A space and then the link.
Oh, where do I get what's the the link that's right under Spake?
Yeah. No, listen to this. This is Andrew Tate. I'm telling you, these guys are flat earthers, and they're not wanting to tell
All
people.
right, and play space, and then you're telling me.
That's
Copy link. Let me see. You're saying let me see if this works. Like this? I don't even know. You tell me. Did I do that right?
No, but for some reason it's not worked.
What the fuck? I put M.
Try it again. Aye. It should work now, I think.
Exclamation point play. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Yeah, man.
Exclamation point.
Then the link.
Play.
Then the link, though.
Space, then the link, or just link right after it?
Space, then the link, bro.
Alright.
If it doesn't work this time, fuck knows. Maybe because it's a short as well, a YouTube short.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just doing it. I'm typing M. It's not a lowercase m, is it?
No, it doesn't matter.
Uppercase M.
Okay, sensitive, no.
Maybe it's because I'm in because I'm on the phone.
Alright, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Yeah, I think the bot was muted actually
I
from
see
last
the
time.
curve. I do. I see the curve.
But it's working.
It did work?
It did.
Did you know?
Okay.
Once in the
What's that?
Well, I'm not as retarded as I thought.
What's that, man?
Hand his camera around 360 degrees. Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all
Studios.
manipulated
Studios, yeah.
images, yeah. You're a globe-tard. Your name should be Luke the Duke. But your name is Leek.
The geek. I'm gonna start calling him Lord.
Lork.
Lord.
Lork the globe.
This is stupid.
You're flat earthers.
Globe-tard.
You have a spacesuit, you can go up there and see it's flat. But you ain't fucking got
It's
one.
not
And
flat.
That's why you're Lork the globe.
So is space fake? Is there even
Space
space?
is fake.
You're Lork. Space is
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
Yeah, I wish I had the rest of that recording. But I guarantee you, they know that the earth is flat. He's a fucking a Muslim. So, like, it's obvious it's in that book as well. It's in the Quran.
He kind of just like turned Muslim like recently, didn't he?
Nah, but before he went to jail.
Oh, really?
Oh, it was before he
I
went
don't
to
know.
jail.
I
That's
don't
why
know a lot about him.
he always had his Quran with him when he was getting filmed, coming back and forward from court.
I literally hadn't heard about who Andrew Tate was until about a year ago. Like I just don't.
I'm about the same.
I didn't know who. I didn't know who Ben Shapiro was, or or I didn't know who
Couple years ago.
people like that. Who's the other one? Crap, whatever. The one that was on Klonopin, Jordan Peterson.
Klonopin, the tablets.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson had a Klonopin. Frickin' have it.
Fuck. That's
Yeah.
garbage. Why would they not get Valium or
Yeah, unless you have some, like really bad panic attacks or something.
No, but I mean, if you could get anything, surely it'd be better off with fucking Valium than shitty Klonopin. They're garbage, man. The doctor gave me them years ago. Man, I've just had panic attacks on and off all my days. Not so much since I'm in my older age. I don't have them as often, but I used to fucking freak out. Like, think I was going to die, mate. What? Like, the amount of times I've sent my ex-girlfriend, I've sent my last will and testament to my ex-partner so many times. I'm so sorry that this is it. And she's like, it's just a panic attack. You'll be all right. And I'm like, no, this time it's different, man. And every time it happens, it feels like this is the time. Death is imminent. That's it over. Honestly.
Did you? Yeah, a lot of psychiatrists will prescribe Xanax for that, and dude, you know what? Lavender will calm you down. Did you know that? I know you're laughing. Like some people that if they were medicated, obviously they'd be like lavender. Oh, f that. That's just freaking. It actually works though. It'll calm you down.
I don't think it works because I can remember my granny's fucking like her unit that she used to do her hair, and it had lavender in it. But the place was fucking stinking like an old woman's handbag. My like the whole corner where her little seat was, and her mirror, and her drawers, and her little boxes with her stuff in it, and her jewellery, and her makeup, and all that shit. And it was fucking reeking of not just lavender, every old poofy sort of smell and stuff.
All kinds of yeah. My grandma used to stick all kinds of she'd have like different kinds of soap bars that would smell.
She had the sink full of stuff as well, man. Yeah.
I know what you mean though. I mean, lavender's strong. Lavender's pretty strong.
Man.
I mean,
man. Is it not usually like purple?
Yeah, for like a normal person, it does help you calm down. But
for some, I need Valium to calm down.
Yeah, full on panic attacks. Yeah.
I've not had one this year. No, this year. I kind of meant to say like this past, maybe I don't know. It's been a couple of months or something at least since I've had I don't even call them panic attacks. I think I'm going to die attacks.
Oh, that's freaking not good.
I've called them that for
really? It really makes you just feel like
it's been at least a couple. I'm trying to think, man. It's been ages anyway. It's been weeks since I've had a panic attack. At least that, like weeks and weeks. So I don't know how when I try and gauge how many months it is, man. I really don't know, man. I live day to day, and fucking a couple of times a week I buy a bit of weed, and it fucking knocks me sideways because I don't smoke it every day. So like, this is in the I'm down to my last bit of it. So I'll be off it for fucking 3 or 4 days again, and then reset. My body resets in, and I get this weed because it's always amazing weed for this dude. So because I'm not smoking it every day, when I smoke it, it's like fucking slap in the mouth. And there you go. And I'm like, forgetting what I'm saying and shit, man. Like before I finish my sentence.
At least you're not every day, all day, to where you get used to it, and then you need fun of it,
That's why I get knocked sideways, bro. That's what everybody should do, man. I've told loads of people about it.
Yeah, I used to do it a lot when I was a teenager, but I can't do it now, man. It'll literally, it'll make me like just, I don't know if it makes me kind of paranoid or just like freaks me out, which is weird because I smoked a lot of it when I was younger.
Yeah. So, oh, man, I don't know. What do you think about that? Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, they must be flat earthers, bro. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's gonna, well, you know how he was pretty outspoken about the whole, the thing that we're not supposed to talk about. Anybody who pretty much finds out the truth about certain things like 9/11 or whatever, the koof, they'll eventually stumble onto other truths,
Not just that, but it's the fact he's a Muslim as well, man. It's fucking like everything must be fucking tested, eh? Like because he's so well known. Like everything that within the conspiracy theory realm, surely even flat Earth has been like scrutinized by him because he's not a silly guy. He's fucking highly intelligent dude and made a fortune because his brains. Yeah. Like he's a bit fucking. He's not everybody's fucking cup of tea, eh? So. But I think a lot of the stuff, in fact, most of the stuff I've heard from him, almost every single thing I've heard from him, I've thought that's fair enough, or that's right enough. Most of the time, that's right enough, but usually it's at least fair enough. He might not deliver stuff in a palatable manner for some people, but that's the way, that's his shtick. That's how he managed to get where he is, because he acted the character. Yeah? So, I don't think he's like a.
I've heard some negative crap about him hitting girls and stuff. I hope.
Nah, he's fucking. Him and they were fucking spanking. That's what it was, and he admits that. I've seen the fucking. It depends if you've seen these short clips or if you've watched.
I don't know anything about it. That's just something I heard on a.
No. He admitted to it. The bird admitted to it. She was getting spanked, eh? Because think about it, bro. He can get any bird he wants, almost. Or he can pay for the most spectacular woman. So, like, fucking, he's able to fucking do this. So, he needs turned on elsewhere, eh? So, he's gone into the fucking, what's it? It's not S&M. Is it fucking BDM? Or, I'm not sure what the fuck it's called. But, like, you'll get bored with having fucking any vagina you want, basically. That's what I'm saying. I would think, anyway. And if sex was just a thing that was just another toy. Like, he's got Bugattis, he's got fucking fancy houses.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it. I'll take his cars. I wouldn't want. I'm just not the kind of guy that's going to do the, sleeping with freaking thousands of chicks. That's not.
Nah, I'm saying, bro. Like, I've only been with. I've only had.
I'm with one.
Bro, I've said in my life I've had one actual real, something that meant one real relationship. Oh, sorry, two. When I was back 16, when I was a virgin, and I was with my ex girl Claire, and I was a virgin, and she wasn't. And I was pure paranoid. Then she fucking. I should have stuck with her, man. I should have stayed with her back then. We probably would have had kids by now.
Yeah,
but bro, listen to this. I ended up fucking my mate's girlfriend's mum when he was up the stairway. His bird, his mum, I can't remember, Chloe. I think her mum's Chloe's mum came down the stairs and we started talking, and I fucking. Oh man, I woke up fucking like paralytic. I was like pissed out of my mind. And ended up fucking her like in 4 different fucking positions. I was just a virgin. I still had a bird that had waited on me patiently, and I ended up shagging her fucking mum and fucked it right up.
Jeez, that's you were a virgin.
Big,
I lost
you
my,
have the
Lord.
craziest stories, man.
I lost my I lost my virginity at a 47-year-old, basically.
Wow.
Really, man. And I
God,
was 17.
I thought I was bad when I lost
When
my
I win the
Bro,
lottery,
I
I'm
was with
gonna
my
I'm gonna
girlfriend a
fucking
year.
23-year-old.
It's gonna be called Spake.
23-year-old when I was
When I,
15.
well, I'd fucking been with my girl called Claire. I'd been with her for almost a year. And when I met her, I was 16. And when I fucking fucked her mum, I was 17. And she waited patiently on me, man. And plus, I was this other girl, fucking my dad's girlfriend's daughter. I never got fixed with her, but I kissed her before I fucked her mum.
Oh, good Lord.
And I still had a bird. But I've been totally against that. Like my last girlfriend I had, I was with her on and off 3 times in 9 years. Almost a decade with her. Just before or just after I found out about Flat Earth. Because that would have fucking probably finished us anyway, Flat Earth. Me and my girl. But it finishes some partners. Some people just can't be with their partner after fucking finding out about Flat Earth and the other one not accepting it. Like it ends marriages, makes sons not talk to their fathers, fucking makes fucking I don't know, causes heartache and pain. So anybody out there listening that wants to talk about Flat Earth, be careful what you're saying. Don't tell anybody like where you are or what you do, especially if you're working like a doctor's or some shit like that. Because there are some horrible people follow us about. But back to Flat Earth, boys. Is there anybody that's got a question on the floor, wants to come up and say hello or ask a question to Flat Earthers? Because there's a few of us here. And if you're on YouTube, you could jump in, follow the link. Anybody want to speak? No? Oh well. I just thought I'd try, boys. Anyone still there? Am I still connected?
Here, I'm just on mute. I'm starting to set up the roast coffee, so I'm just gonna. I'll be
That's it.
listening. I'm
If you
listening.
get there's nobody in here apart from one guy anyway. But bro, if you're ever stuck with the commands or some shit like that, just DM me anytime. Yeah.
All right. I'll definitely do that. But I don't feel comfortable like messing with them too much just yet.
I'll help you anytime, bro. Like if you look in the bot command room and you see videos that have been played, like you could scroll back, maybe I don't know, 10 videos or like don't put on something that's just been on, but you know it's safe to put on if you see it in that room. I would imagine mostly. If you see a moderator posting a link in there, you know it's safe to play. Like say that if you jump in and you're not wanting to talk, but there's nothing playing, like if the bot's stopped, just play something that's been on maybe a couple of days before it or some shit. It's up to you, whatever you want. But you can just ping me anyway. I'll come and help you, bro.
George Merman, so that can't go out with you because I'm a lesbian. Wish she was mine, she looks so good.
The hell's that? What are we listening to?
Oh, can you hear in the background? For me, it's just the TV playing. I'm actually facing the opposite way from it. I'm not even looking at it. Some shit that came on.
Alright.
Where the fuck is the remote? No, but I don't want to be playing copyrighted stuff. For fuck's sake, I'll have.
Yeah, I'm gonna be starting to roast coffee, so I'm gonna go on mute. But if you have any questions you need to ask me, I'm still here. I'll be listening.
Right, cool, bruv. I'm going to try and get a customer from Cogdasso one of the other rooms. See if I can get a conversation going.
Oh, Drace got some coffee in Iceland. I sent him. It finally got there.
Sure, bro.
It's more like love. It's like love. Oh, you are a real player, you know that? Oh, you got it right. You're here and there. How did you you're gonna rise. You're gonna get all of that. You're gonna go back to the ground. It's nothing. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I love that happiness again. La 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 la
I can tell he's doing my tits in my. I thought I turned it down. Fuck's sake, man. I'm forgetting I'm in Cog this. This guy not coming or what? Well, we're gonna have a customer coming from Cog this, but he's not replying now. So where do we find ourselves? On a flat, relatively flat, stationary Earth. Completely stationary though, that's the thing. There is no motion to this place we live. We see the constellations rotate in concentric circles like they always have done. So that obviously shows that we're not moving in all these different motions, right? If it was one single motion and it was constant, and say the spin, for instance, the Earth spin at 1,000 miles per hour, that's constant, supposedly. If that was the case, then everything in the sky would be passing us. Like, perfectly, that would just be one vector, one motion that we're moving, and that allows the stars to stay the same. When you add in another motion, so it's not just at 1,000 miles per hour, it's 66,000 miles per hour, slowing down and speeding up. How is that not going to affect what you see? And then you've got another vector at 500,000 miles an hour, another elliptical orbit. How's that not going to affect what you see? Then you've got another vector from the Big Bang towards this great attractor. Like, I don't expect to see much fucking stars change from there, but still, those other motions, the first couple of motions, destroy the globe story. If the constellations remain fixed and rotate in circles like they always have done. It's obvious as fuck. Oh man, he's saying the solar eclipse. I know we're not going to see it, but I wonder if you'll get any kind of effect at all in the UK. I'm going to have a look. Right, where's the keys? Go out and see what I could see of the sun, see if there's any kind of anything during this fucking solar eclipse. Got told you don't see it in the UK, but it's worth a look. See if we see something. Sunglasses. Oh, my eyeballs right out myself looking at the sun there. Jesus Christ. There we go. The sun's blazing. Fucking hell. Can barely look at it even with sunglasses on, man. Jesus Christ. So, Acid Rain, are you still listening? .55. He says 8 minutes till there, so how was that taken? Oh, pure sunspot in my eye by looking at that fucking sun there. Jesus Christ. Can hardly even see the text. Whoa. So it'd be 13 minutes past. Sorry, 3 minutes past. What? What the fuck? Right, so is there anybody on YouTube land wants to come in, have a conversation, please? Right, so 2 minutes till this eclipse. I'm not able to see it in the UK as far as I've been told, but just in case we see something dodgy. No effects on the sun that I can see, nothing. Be cool if we got some kind of effect, to be honest. Sun doesn't seem to show any kind of effect. I wouldn't expect it to, like, but it's always worth a look. Can't see shit. I can see some kind of fucking, what do you call it? Oh, it's just a lens flare on my sunglasses, but it does look like another body in the sky. Tried 2 different sunglasses. These ones are showing a little fucking circle to the side. Rahu, K2. We've proved it. Earth's flat. No. It was worth a look in case there was some kind of phenomenon happened. Burnt my eye sockets out, to be honest. Can't even see the door handle. Fuck. Back in the shape. Oh, fuck my eyes up the sun, man. Jesus Christ. I really see shit, man. Right, we've got to get a customer somehow. I'll speak to P&R. No, announce this in a room. Right, P&R, where are you? 1 second, bro. Unmute you, my friend. Cheers for coming in, man. I don't know how to fucking pronounce your name, though, bro. Ehabus. Fuck, you'll have to tell me. There you go, my friend. You're unmuted. Can you hear me? Ehabusev. Ehab Yosef. Ehab Yosef.
Oh, you opened it. Also, why the fuck there is a YouTube bot? Are you
Say that.
recording me or something?
It's a lot. You're in live stream, bro. Yeah.
Cool. How's
Yeah,
it going outside, guys?
All right, bro. Yeah, relatively stationary and flat as well. I would have to add. But I mean, it was just me. It's been in here, man. There might be people listening on YouTube, or there usually is, man. We used to have a big sort of VC, but because I started rooms in different servers, everybody's just been frequenting there. So that's why I hope to get some customers in here, like yourself, and check you in and give you a roll. Yeah.
I want to tell you very proudly that I didn't understand any single shit you have said right now.
Shit. Okay, sorry. I will try to pronounce my words better. Is that okay now? Do you understand what I am saying?
Yes, I do.
Yes. So I will have to talk a little slow compared to normal. So I have to focus, and I'm stoned as well. So yeah. So I will focus, bro. So yeah. How did you find the server initially? Like, how did you get the link for 24/7?
I was bored. I just typed flat earth.
Alright, just in the invites section, just put flat earth at the end of Discord GG.
Yeah, that was like a year ago. Now there is some
shit.
friends that boosted the server again after I had left it a year ago.
Alright, cool, man. Well, how did you end up back in jail? Were you trolling us
Well,
again?
1 year ago, I've said that the earth looks like a penis. So, so I got muted over here.
Well, bro.
So I left the server later on and returned, and I'm still here.
Well, bro, if you're only in Cog this anyway, man. But can you stay away from explicit humor, like, because that's a no-go and a no-no. You get me? Like, we do allow people from 13 years old upwards in here. So because of Discord terms of service, we do allow youngsters in here. So that kind of talk that will get you muted. You get me?
Yeah, fair enough.
But I mean, was that you that was also asking for fucking 3 condoms in the text chat?
Yeah.
See, bro, the fact that you think that funny, it doesn't really make me think that you're going to do anything other than just post explicit stuff, bro. So I really don't feel comfortable even giving you VC verified now.
I just get bored, so I come here. That's it.
Is there any reason you have to be explicit and talk about sex with people that might be children?
Just make a role for minors and a role for adults.
No, why? It's a flat earth server, bro. It's not about explicit stuff.
Politics server have the same shit.
Pardon?
Politics server. You know politics server?
Yes. It was me that started the rooms in politics.
What?
I started the room in politics server.
Yeah, it contains the minor role, if you are worried about this.
What do you mean? You just need to not be talking about sex in front of people that are children, man. Do you not understand this?
Yeah, I understand.
I don't think you do, because you're smiling when you're talking, bro.
It's just the way you pronounce this.
Yeah, I know, but bro, like, a year ago, you were fucking muted for talking about sex. Like, fucking, now you're talking about sexual organs, and then you're talking about free condoms in the chat. Now you're laughing.
You said free. You didn't specify. So I'm telling you, free candy?
Hey, what? Free candy for what?
I don't know, man.
So you're basically talking about children again?
Where the fuck did I talk about children here?
So what's the free candy comment?
Like what free do you mean?
You're
That
the
was
one
a
that
joke.
just fucking said it. Mate, if I have to go back on...
Dude can't even focus.
Oh, bro. If that was what I thought it was, you're gone. And I'm focusing perfectly. I'm just smoking a joint while I'm focusing.
Also, where is the live stream going? Where is the chat?
The chat for here's the text chat above the VC.
Oh, I'm talking about the YouTube stream.
To YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube, Rumble, Twitch,
Yeah.
D Live. Wait a minute. What?
What now? Why are you silent?
So why did you say sex free and then free candy? Tell me why you said that.
Sex free is in free candy? I didn't say sex free. I say what do you have?
This is sex free and free candy, bro.
Yeah, it was a joke.
It's not a joke, mate. Well, I just told you to stop talking explicit stuff, and you again talk explicit stuff. So see you later, bro. You're fucking banned.
Yeah. The first one, by the way, you didn't say about it. The second one you did.
Weirdo. Where the fuck is he now? Can't find his screenshot, man. That is a literal weirdo. Constantly talking about sex. Sex free and free candy. I thought it was like a paedophilia fucking statement. Fucking weirdos, man. Right, I need to find that guy's name and profile pic. Should have took it before I did that. But oh well. VC. Message log, voice log.
I thought you were struggling to get in or something. Alright, you sounded no, I just thought you were struggling to get your pee or something. Yeah, you not get your pee. Yeah. Oh, you got it, right, Joe? Some people they don't realise you have to fill their hair. Right, Joe, brother. Take care, have a good one.
Stream weekly, watch live, update 5 past 10. It would be so not because they moved all their anti in Chelsea, you can stream the series so far.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Deck. And you receive because there could be some kind of variance or interference that you're not aware of, right?
No, I mean, in this world where we live, the physical world, that we can kind of more solidly verify because there's way more variables that we can kind of confirm. It's like way more solid. We can experiment. We can vary the variables, right? We can have an independent variable. We can actually manipulate.
Yeah, but where does that stop? Like you go a little bit higher on a mountain, suddenly there's less air density, so now there's slightly less variance. You go a little bit higher, now there's no air at all.
I wouldn't count that as an independent variable.
Why not?
Because it's not really something you physically manipulate yourself. It's just
an independent variable is just something that you are changing within your experiment to figure out what changes when you change that, right? And you can change it by either moving your location so that the ambient
natural phenomenon. So you're trying to actually see something that's in the real world, and you can confirm that it's independent, right? And then you do that. Then you can manipulate it. But before that, it's anybody's guess.
Independent variable. From my understanding, if you're conducting an experiment, the independent variable is just something that you can change whilst keeping the rest the same to see.
Yes, but you have to be confident in its ability to be independent, right? That it's changeable.
Yeah. So if you have a tool that can measure that specific variable, and you go to a place that
you can't do that in the sky because you can't verify for sure that things are you can actually adjust those things.
You don't have to. You physically have the ability to adjust it using some means. You don't have to do that. You can just make sure that variable is different when you conduct the experiment, right?
The difference is that in the world that we do live in, we can measure the air that we breathe in.
We can
measure the oxygen and all this, but we can't measure it in the sky that far up.
Yeah, we can. We can go up there and check. People do it all the time. Weather balloons or manned missions up a mountain.
Sure, that high up, yes, but even higher, where the assumed space is.
Sure. I mean, you take a balloon and you go as high as you possibly can with the density of the gas you've got in the balloon, and that gets pretty fucking high up. And then, if you want to go higher than that,
you won't go to Jupiter with your balloon.
you won't go to Jupiter. That's true. That's true.
That's what we're trying
you need
to.
Some other technology, such as some kind of solid fueled, liquid fueled rocket to blast your way out. Fair enough.
And you're assuming that it's a place you can go to in the first place. You're assuming it's a place you can actually land on.
You are making that assumption, and some would argue that people have made that assumption and then checked, and that assumption turned out to be true because their data came back.
Yes.
But you choose not to trust that. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I say. I try not to base my things on trust, but
yeah, and that's up to you how much you decide is worth trusting, etc. I just it feels like there's a lot of like how do you say trust the fact that this Discord app is working without the back end of knowledge and technical development and this, that, and half the technology comes from, NASA's space agencies and that's forwarded civilian tech, blah, blah, blah. All that is documented, recorded, historical and scientific knowledge that you can trace back and see, well, this developed from that, and then that developed from this, and this developed from that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you can trace that back, I don't see where.
Nobody's arguing that you can't develop things on the Earth. You can still have technology on the Earth, so it doesn't mean
it stops working once it leaves the Earth. I don't get it.
Okay, but first you have to say that something left the Earth. I mean, but that's actually a claim, so you have to prove it.
Sure, but if we have a rocket and that rocket goes up within the bounds of the Earth and the sky, do we assume that it stops going up once it crosses that boundary?
I mean,
and if we can maintain radio communication with that rocket and see it and bounce radar off it the whole way up, and then we can continue doing that past where we can see, we can assume, okay, we can't see it anymore, but the radar's still working. There's no reason it would suddenly stop working, or it's now imaginary or something. We can continue to do that until it goes past our vision.
I would prefer not to assume those things. I would prefer just to know that. So that doesn't mean that technology can still exist on the Earth that we have. So just because there's...
Yeah, but where is the bound between know and assume? If you use any kind of technology, you're assuming it works, right?
I'm not assuming it works. I know it works. I have a phone. I'm using it right now. I know this shit works.
Exactly. So if I have a radar that I know works, and then it keeps working for higher and higher up, it's the same thing. Then nothing's changed.
This is such a jump in conclusion, going from phones work, therefore you can go to space.
This is not the argument I'm making. You're deliberately misrepresenting it. What I'm saying is, if you have a radar device that works on Earth, you can point it at something and it says 30 meters, 50 meters, or it makes a scan of that thing, which we definitely can do with sonar or radar or whatever you want to do.
Okay,
and then you point it
no idea what you're measuring. You have no idea which thing you measure to build upon it, right?
No, you do. Yeah. You can have an idea for sure. You can point it at something and then you stand in front of it, suddenly the number changes to the distance that you are away from it. You go, oh, this is measuring the distance.
You don't know the distance, though. You don't know the distance, how far it is. So you don't know if you measured the thing in between or the thing that's actually there. You don't know. You're just making up.
You do know. I feel like you're deliberately limiting your amount of RAM or memory to be able to keep multiple things in your mind. But the point is that...
What are you measuring? What are you measuring?
What are you measuring?
He's measuring things in the sky. He doesn't know how far they are.
You're measuring the time it takes for a sound wave or a electromagnetic wave to extend out and then bounce from a physical object that it can bounce off of and come back. And if you time that and you know the speed of that thing, then you can measure the time it takes.
How are you doing this?
You don't know the medium. You don't know the medium which through it travels through. So you don't know how it alters those things.
We breathe the medium. And we know that the rate at which that medium changes by
you don't know what medium is in this space part. You don't know what medium is there, so you don't know if it's
Sure,
going to
sure.
travel.
And
But
who's doing this?
it's the.
Can you
What do
explain
you mean?
how you're doing it and who's doing it? Where's the
This is a
information come
hypothetical
from?
situation. I haven't done this, so
Why are you
just
using
to
a
be clear.
hypothetical?
He's
Because the
using
Because
point of
hypotheticals are very useful ways to construct
But what do they
scenarios in
prove?
which you can explore
What do
ideas.
hypotheticals prove? What do hypotheticals prove?
They can prove anything depending on what the
No, they
hypothetical is, for
can't,
sure.
because you're using a hypothetical.
They work with ideas, for sure.
It's not a real life situation, is it?
What do you think a hypothesis is? I mean, obviously that doesn't prove anything,
It's
but
not
it
a
outlines it. Yes,
Hypothesis
of
is
course
not
it
a
is. It's in, bro. It's in the name. Hypothesis. It
Ooh.
means something that isn't tested or verified yet, but is
Means
an.
you're just making it up. Hypothesis is something you've observed and you're trying to work out.
But there's a reason they both start with hypo. Hypothetical means involving or being based
Okay,
on a
what-
suggested
go,
idea
definition
or
of hypo.
theory.
No, a definition of hypo.
Bro, I've googled hypothetical, and the definition that's come up from Merriam-Webster Dictionary says involving or being based on a suggested idea or theory, being or involving a hypothesis. That is its definition.
What's
so
the
that's what it is.
hypothesis? What's the hypothesis for rockets flying into space?
So the hypothesis is that the Earth has a force that acts downwards on all things. In order to overcome that, so you don't come back down, you need to eject and generate enough force to have enough velocity to escape that without being pulled down. And it takes a lot of fucking
That's not
juice
a
to do that.
hypothesis, don't you? You
It
know that's
takes
not
a lot of
hypothesis,
juice to
do
do
you?
that. Have you tried jumping in the air?
I have tried jumping in the air. I haven't tried jumping out of orbit, though.
Oh, okay. So you're
Hey,
talking about
dude.
hypotheticals, right, bro?
We were
Hypotheticals.
talking briefly about hypotheticals and their relationship to hypothesis and how they're basically the same fucking word, but yeah.
Okay. So
Okay, do you know what a hypothesis is then?
Yes, I do.
What's a scientific hypothesis?
A hypothesis is a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
So how is
limited
that basically? How is that basically the same word as a hypothetical?
Because a hypothetical, by definition, is a something that is being or involved in a hypothesis. That is what that word means. You can look this up for
Nope.
yourself. That's, yeah, dude. I'm looking at it.
Hypothetical is not the
I'm
same
not
as
engaging in this. If you can't be bothered Googling the definition of a word, then
I need to Google
whatever.
it, mate.
obviously, I
No
just
need to.
joined.
No, you're right all the time. Except I'm
But-
looking
Not
at
the
it
same
right
word.
now,
It
dude.
is basically
Hey.
the same word.
Well,
It is basically the same word. It's not the same
I
word.
did say that, and it is basically the same word. One's
you-
like an
are you
adjective,
claiming that we're
one
on a
is
ball?
a noun, but
are you
am
claiming
I
that?
claiming we're on a ball?
Yes.
Not right now. I could make that claim, but I think that's probably not a good idea,
Well,
given the
Why?
current
For
brilliance.
rockets to go to
Definitely not a
space,
good idea.
you'd need for your rockets to go to space, you'd need a radius, which your ball needs a radius, wouldn't it?
All balls have a radius, that's correct.
Okay, so you are claiming a ball then.
Okay.
No, I mean, if it was flat, you'd still probably need a rocket to get off of it to overcome the anomalous acceleration that we all experience.
You
You'd
live
have
on
to
a
generate enough.
you live on a globe, don't you? Not a flat surface.
It doesn't matter if I live on a flat or a globe, because if there's
Yes,
still
it
an
does.
accelerating force acting on me downwards, right? Which I assume there is in both circumstances, because in a flat Earth or a globe Earth, I still jump up and come back down, right? So
Yeah.
there is some kind of
Up is
force
up,
coming
is
down.
You
Yeah,
only need
whatever,
You only
sure.
Yep. So
They mean different things
Do
with a
you
globe
live on a
and a
ball or
flat,
not?
but the point is that even
Do
if
you
you,
live
it
on a
doesn't matter
ball
if you're on
or
a.
not. You live on a ball.
What question are you asking?
My question
You live
is:
on a ball
are you
or
on the
not?
fence? Are you on the fence about this?
Do you live on a ball or not?
In some ways, maybe. In the sense of like, if I truly believed the Earth was flat, maybe my experience
dude.
of reality would be totally different. But I don't believe
Dude,
it,
Do you
unfortunately.
live on a ball or not?
Yeah. Well,
I
that's the question.
believe I live on a ball.
Okay. Why?
Okay, there you go. So, what's the radius of your ball?
Off memory, something in the mid 8,000 kilometers, but I can Google it.
more like 6,000 kilometers. But who measured that?
That's true. Sorry, 6,378.
Who
Who
measured,
measured that? People have taken various measurements throughout history, but I think our latest
Measurements,
ones
not
probably used.
measurement.
It's 3959 in kilometers.
Sure.
It's what?
Obviously, measurements involve calculations that's inherent to the mathematics of a measurement. I would hope you would agree.
So, can you name someone who's measured it?
No, I can't. I'd have to Google that.
So you've got a belief.
Yes, I said that already. I believe the Earth is a globe. That's true.
Do you know how they got the R value of the radius of the Earth? And that would be the transit of Venus over the Sun.
Maybe. Is that one of the methods they can use? I'm sure there's multiple different methods to measure the radius.
That's incorrect, though, isn't it? That's how they got the sun. That's
That
how they
would
got
make
the
a lot more
distance to
sense.
the sun. Yeah. Do you know?
But yeah,
how they got
you
the
can.
R value of your ball.
Sorry, are you asking me?
Do you know how you got the R value of your ball that you live on?
I googled it. That's how I got the value. How the people.
So how did they get the value?
Google probably got it off scanning a website. That website probably got it from citing some scientific
Do you know who measured
report.
the radius of the Earth?
No, I don't know their names. I've already said that.
Do you know how they measured it?
No, but I know there's multiple different measurements. You could use whichever one you
live on
like.
a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and
He
you don't know
assumed
how
the
they
size of Venus during its transit over the Sun. That's how they
assumed
got
the
the R
size of-
value of
They
our
assumed the
round
size of-
Earth.
They assumed
They've
the size
used
of
many
Venus
different
was
methods to
same
get the
size as
radius.
Oh my god! They assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth. That's how they got the distance to the Sun. You're wrong, mate.
You talking to me or this other guy?
No, I'm talking to Spring Corps.
Go for it. Prove me wrong. You're just Googling things and then saying, like...
Okay, back to it. So, do you know how they got it?
You asked me the same question a million times, dude.
Okay, so you live in a belief that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer
Yes,
space. Tell me
that's
why
true.
it's not a belief.
I've told you already. I believe that, and there's no claim otherwise.
Okay.
I believe we live on a globe.
How
There's
have you
no.
confirmed?
So it's
How
like a
have you
religious
confirmed that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
I haven't done the necessary science myself, but for better or worse, I trust my scientific
Hey.
institutions with certain facts
Oh,
that I
great.
live
The
off of.
priests. So you're in a religion.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that, sure. Yeah.
It is. That's what
Hey,
it
that's-
is. Do you know what the definition of religion is?
Hit me.
Well, it's having a blind faith belief in something that has no proof.
That doesn't sound dictionary based, but the belief in and worship of a
Does it need to be
superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. I don't know if that's probably not quite right, but maybe a particular system of faith and worship that might fit it a bit better.
Yeah, there you go. Faith and worship.
Right.
You worship the ball. Your
I
gods
wouldn't say I
are.
worship
your-
it. I mean, depends what you mean by
your
worship. I
gods
don't
are-
go around,
your gods are science,
bowing or
And
anything.
you have a faith-based belief in a ball. Isn't that
You're
amazing?
defending the thing that you believe in, so you're worshiping it because you're defending it. You don't even know what it is. You're just defending it. Why?
If defense is worship, fair enough.
And blind belief at the same time.
Well, yeah, defense is worship when you're believing something without having evidence of why you believe that. Like there's no.
I have evidence. I understand that you guys, your burden of proof for that evidence is a different level of mine or has different things. That's fair enough, but I still personally consider it evidence. That's
here's the thing. We
fine
know
for me.
it's
No,
flat.
it's not evidence. It's belief, bro.
Yeah, we
It's not
know it's
evidence,
flat.
It's belief. Yeah, go
So,
ahead.
so how do you separate knowledge and belief in your mind?
Listen. Go outside. Go outside. Look, we are not moving.
Can
we
you
are
answer my question?
motionless,
How do
okay?
you separate
But
knowledge and belief in your mind?
You believe that we are on a spinning ball, tilting, wobbling in the fucking vacuum of space. But when you go outside, we are not moving, bro. motionless. And water, bro, water. Listen, okay, if you put water in a cup, I say this so many times. If you put water in a cup, right, the cup become the container, and water is flat, is level when it at rest. You move the same water into a swimming pool. Guess what? The shore around it is the container, and water is flat and level. Now we put the
You're
same
dead
water
right so far.
no, listen. When we put the same water in a lake, right? The shore around it, it's the container, and water is flat, is level when it's at rest, right? Now you put the same fucking water in the ocean. What's gonna happen? It turn into a ball?
No. If you take a similar size measurement, if you take a cup size like circumference of the ocean, it will definitely appear as flat as the cup does. No disagreements there.
So
but when you start zooming
where
out
did
to
you get
like
the ball from?
thousands and thousands of kilometers, a curvature starts to appear because it's a matter of scale. But
so there's bumps in the ocean, water bumps.
there is actually, they're called tides. But yeah.
Okay. Could you?
Yeah, that's what a tide
water
is.
bumps?
It's just a bump. Yeah, dude, like watch the water rise up and down. It's a bump. That's how that works.
I don't
It's
know
very
about you, but
fascinating.
when I
actually.
look at the beach, I see waves that are crashing on the shore of the container, right?
Yeah.
Because
But you'll also notice over like an 8-hour period that flat level will rise and fall. And if you zoom out enough, you can see the actual gradient of that rising and fall. And you'll notice that coincides with the moon. And then you realize, oh, they're tides and the gravity is being shifted and they're actually little balls. It's very interesting how water moves.
well, keep it simple, right? Does water always find level?
As best it can with the forces it's being subjected to, yeah.
It's always going to try and find level, right? No matter what container it's in, water always tries to find the equilibrium, right?
Yeah, a balance of forces and equilibrium for sure.
Okay. So one fact that we have to both agree on is that the Earth is 72% covered in water, right?
Yes, by surface, by just, that doesn't account for volume, but yeah, sure.
Let's just
I'll
say.
go with 72.
Yeah, 72%, right? So if water
Surface
always
area,
finds
to be
level,
specific.
yeah,
Not
if
volume.
water,
yeah.
if
yeah,
water
yeah, yeah.
always finds level, and 72% of the Earth is covered in water, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Then how are we on any type of spheroid or sphere? Doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. I mean,
So water can stick
not-
to a ball?
yeah, in
water-
the same way a raindrop is a sphere. It's like it's a
raindrop?
distribution of
How about
forces.
the convexity of water? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the tendency for water to form an equilibrium with the forces it's being subjected to. In a raindrop, there's like van der Waals forces on the outside and hydrogen bonds and all this shit that contain the water in a sphere. And in the same manner, and that's the most balanced force. Obviously, when it's falling, it starts to elongate as there's different accelerations and blah, blah, blah. In the same way, on the Earth's surface, the water will take the shape of a container. If it was flat, it would be flat, sure. If it was a sphere, it would be spherical. But
what do
depends
they
on the shape of
call-
the container. Again, this is begging the question.
Well, what do they call it? They call it sea level, don't they?
They do. There is a name for it, sea level, and that is
not
the
sea curve.
relative.
Because it's flat.
Yeah, you can use like the terminology to prove your point, but it doesn't really
No, but it's true
mean
though,
anything.
because it's sea level.
That is true. It is called
70
sea level.
Why?
It is the level, the height. Why? Because it's a very useful measurement when talking about ships and distance to the bottom of the
Because
sea
the
and the
ocean
distance.
is flat over a stretch of like a span. Like when you have water in a container, right? Like what would contain the
Yeah.
oceans? Why are the oceans
The sides of it.
right? The shores or
Sure, the long sloping continental shelves or whatever you want
right?
to say.
It's
Yeah.
being contained, right? That's why waves are crashing because it's like water in a bathtub sloshing around. If you think about it like that.
Somewhat. Waves are kind of cold. There's wind and shit, but yeah, fair enough.
Right. So 72% of the Earth is covered in water.
Hmm.
Flat, sea level, water.
Yeah, I mean, you're throwing in flat, as in implying that that's the container. But if you want to say that, sure.
Yeah,
It
because
looks flat. Yeah.
if it's 72% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, that means 72% at least is flat, right? So how can you shape that into a ball? That doesn't
In
make
the same way a
just put
raindrop
it
is
this
shaped
way,
into
the
a
only
ball.
ball
Just
that
because,
exists.
like, listen, what you're saying is the same thing as saying a raindrop surface is 100% water. So why isn't a raindrop flat? It's because there's other shit happening. That's why.
Well, okay, so you're talking about raindrop, right? So what would happen when the raindrop drop on the ground or drop in whatever? What do you think is gonna happen, right? Let's say 1,000 raindrop drop in the same spot. What do you think is gonna happen? It's gonna rush to every direction to find its level.
Well, it's gonna hit the ground, and then all the momentum
Exactly.
from each of those raindrops are gonna splatter. What do you think happens if a hypothetical spherical Earth hits a big fat wall? It's gonna do the exact same thing. It's gonna splatter like a raindrop.
Yeah, well, because you think that we're living on a ball. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's exactly why. You got me.
Well, the only the only ball really exists in your imagination and where you see from NASA picture, photo, whatever you want to call videos. But in actuality, bro, you go outside, water is fucking flat. Water is flat with the
Right,
same
dude, I
dimension that they gave us, the
understand. I
radius
understand that.
3959. There's no curvature. Drop over distance, my friend. You live in fantasy. Hello.
Okay, man. Yeah, like you can insult and say I'm fanning whatever,
No, I'm not
but it's not
insulting.
going to change my mind.
I'm telling you real shit. Well, it's
You're telling me what you believe, and I
what are you
appreciate
here
that,
for?
but it's
You
not
here to
changing
challenge us?
anything.
Deck.
I'm just here to chat. Yeah, but I'm here to understand your positions, why you believe it, and I'm hoping that you would take the same position for me as well.
It's not a belief, bro. We know fucking water does
We
does
know
not
it's
curve
flat.
into a ball,
That's
bro.
the difference.
You believe, bro. You just admitted earlier that your whole fucking shit is based on belief, and you want to point at us that we believe? No, fool, you believe in that shit, bro.
Yeah,
No one's actually like told me what the difference in their personal definitions between belief and knowledge is. How you separate those two things. I would like to hear that.
Timbo said it pretty well earlier, right, Timbo?
Kembo, he just said go outside. It's flat. That's all I heard. I'm not sure really.
I'll reiterate what he said as best I can. But belief in something, the difference between knowing something and believing something is belief is having faith in a subject without having any evidence to back up that belief. That's why it's called a belief. That's why it's religious. Because you're not using evidence to back up your belief. You're using a feeling. You're using subjective evidence.
Well, listen, on the dictionary, what belief is saying is an acceptance that something exists or is true, and then it says especially one without proof. So it means that yes, a belief without no, but listen, a belief, right, can be without proof, but it can also be with proof. The core crux of it is that it's something that you accept as true or existing, right? That's the core of it. Whether there's evidence or not, the point is that you believe it, or that you accept it to be true and that it exists. That's the definition of belief, or the one that I use at least.
Well, let me ask him a question.
Hold on, let me clear that up, Kel. One sec. You can't believe something and know it. Yeah, you either know something or you believe it, but you can't believe something.
Why
and
not?
subsequently know it.
They're not antonyms. No, so no. The verb in the dictionary says be aware of through observation, inquiry, or information. Okay, and then a belief is an acceptance that something exists or is true. So I don't see any reason why you can't both believe and know something to be true. They're very similar words in definition.
No, forget. It's a contradiction. If you know something to be true, no, let me finish. If you know something to be true, yeah, I don't believe I'm speaking to you now. I know I'm speaking to you now 100%, okay? There's no belief here. What
are you defining as belief?
So belief is, well, as explained to you several times, is a faith, okay? It's a faith.
That's what your definition of belief is, okay? Sure, we can use that one. But the one in the dictionary is different.
Everybody has the same understanding here.
No, that is wrong.
To know something is to have some sort of direct experience, okay, where you know 100%, right? I know 100% I'm talking to you now, Deck, and I can't believe it because I know it. You can't hold both positions at the same time.
You can. I don't know why you think you can't, but if you look at the definitions of the exact words and their meanings, they're not contradictory in nature. They just aren't. You can look at the words and see for yourself, they're not contradictory. If you want to make your own definition, then they might very well be contradictory. But in my mind and in the English dictionary's mind, that I can both believe and know something. Right?
No, you're even quoting the dictionary wrong. To have a knowing is not the same as a belief, and if you think that it is, then you need to scratch up a little bit. You need to, tighten up a little bit with your definitions.
I'm reading them to you right now. How much more scratched up can I be? Okay. I mean,
you're holding a contradictory position, okay? To have a belief is a faith. To have a faith, is not to know something, it is to believe, okay? But to know something includes direct experience of some sort. Hence why we do not like to believe that the stars are anything more than what we can see they are as lights in the sky. You believe that they are something else, but we know you can't prove that. So there is a difference, and science is a good marker for this, because when you've got a method like the scientific method, that can take you from belief, i.e. a hypothesis, to knowing. And this is the main difference between you and us here. We understand you can know something, and science does prove things. You seem to think it's every opinion for themselves, and that's not how we work here.
That's not what I'm saying, and that's fine if we can hold different beliefs. That's not a reason to arc up, all right? That's cool. If that's the way you do things here, fair enough. And I'm happy to adopt your personal definition of belief and know, then, in that case.
Not a
in
personal
my eyes,
definition. It's not a personal definition.
If it's not in... Bro, the actual dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary, is different to what you're saying the word means. Therefore, it's a different definition.
Makes a distinction between the word belief and the word knowledge. Otherwise, we wouldn't have two separate words to detail the difference.
It makes a distinction between grab and hold. It doesn't mean that they mean different things necessarily. They're just two different words.
So are they synonymous?
They can be, depending on how you use it. Personally, I've been using it quite synonymously. So it is contextual for sure. Yeah, it is contextual for sure. So, but obviously, in this context, we are separating belief in terms of like something without evidence. So that's right. If that's what we want to accept as the definition of belief, then I'll say I don't actually believe the Earth is round. Then I know. In that case,
so it's not a personal definition. So it's not our personal definition, correct? It's in that context that it's being used, right?
Well, yeah, it's the contextual definition of this.
It's built to be used in that context.
No,
just the most important thing is that we can come
built to be used in any context. It just is. But what did you say? Sorry, Flying.
As long as we can come to an agreement how he sees the word, that's all that matters. If he can say
exactly. So I'm happy to accept that. I'll use belief now to mean without evidence. Okay, so in that case, or at least believe. I mean, for me personally, when I say I believe something, what I mean is that, like, when I talk honestly and what I truly think is reality, that's what I mean by believe. So, like, when I say I believe my hair is blonde, what I mean is my true, actual, my best to my knowledge ability to describe the world, I believe it's blonde. And in the same way, I believe the Earth is
that would be something that's based on experience,
but it sounds like you
can verify. That's something that's verifiable.
No, he's still using.
Listen. I'm just talking about definitions right now. We don't have to go into verification all that. But point being is that what I use belief meaning as in I know it and feel it and accept it to be true in my mind. I act as if this fact is true. That's what I mean by belief. So when I say that, I mean I believe the Earth is round. But if we're talking about know in terms of having evidence that you personally feel is enough evidence,
which supports your belief of having knowledge that the Earth is round.
Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Many reasons, right?
Okay.
I mean, the fact that
one.
Fallacies name a single one. I'm sure you can pick to holes any single one I use, right? Using your own methodology. But if I can just throw out like a number of them, right? So like, obviously we have pictures and satellite observations. They get pretty iffy and, you know, could all be graphical, whatever. We have like mathematical observations. We have observations of different planetary objects using telescopes that are purely mechanical. There's no electronic
we can do for ourselves? What is that? We're looking for something that we can do ourselves to verify it for ourselves.
Okay. I mean, to me, and your burden of proof may be different for better or worse, but to me, if I can go out, buy a telescope that's purely mechanical, doesn't have any electronic things that could maybe affect the image and generate things, right, that aren't there, whatever. If I can buy a telescope, point it at a different planet, and see that it acts as if it's a sphere, it spins, its face changes.
Whoa, slow down. Why are we looking at the sky? We're trying to determine the surface quality of what we're living on.
Yeah. So a good way to determine things that aren't directly observable, right, in terms of scale and things like this, is to look at similar objects and then extrapolate that information. Obviously, you don't.
Looks like a good enough standard for you?
Not usually, but looks like flat seems to be a good enough standard for you guys. So I'm using that one. But if that's
let's just clear this up. Let's just clear this up before we go any further, okay? You seem to think that we have our own personal definitions for stuff, okay? We have scientific
Everyone
method,
does.
okay? No, listen, no, this is where you're wrong, right? We have something called the scientific method, okay?
We do.
Yeah. Now that differentiates. That will help you to find the cause to phenomena, okay? So we don't have to believe things, yeah? If it is if it happens in nature, if it's an observable phenomena, then we can use science. So we don't have to pre-assume, we don't have to we don't have to make assumptions or have beliefs, yeah? We can take
assumptions happen in science all the time. But sure.
No, if there are assumptions, right? If your conclusion is if you're making assumptions, what you're doing is pseudoscience, which is fine.
No,
but what I'm telling
if your assumptions are too big for the conclusion, then yeah, fair enough. But like normal science makes assumptions all the time for the purpose of the experiment, for sure. Like you assume ideal conditions, you assume this.
You can't pre-assume a globe when the question is a globe. You can't pre-assume the planets are spheres.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair.
When what is in question is the actual sphericity of the lights in the sky. So what I'm saying is you are jumping into these mistakes and you are scattergunning all over the place because you're not keeping it to the scientific standards. It is not our standards.
Okay,
it needs to be observable and repeatable within nature. We can call it science, and then it goes.
100%.
It leaves belief and enters the realm of knowing. And that's the difference.
Sure. So let's say that. Well, like let's create a hypothetical experiment in which we're using the scientific method to determine the shape of a light in the sky, and one that happens to cross very regularly and in the same way across our sky for hundreds of years.
You've made a mistake. How the hell are you going to be able to manipulate any independent variables in the sky? Listen, you can't do space. You can't do science on lights in the sky, which is why we will tell you again and again: the lights in the sky are no way to prove the ground that you're walking on.
Right.
Because there is no science involved here. This is all pseudoscience based on your assumptions. Based on your assumptions of what the lights in the sky are. The lights in the sky are not. You cannot do any science here. So just recognize that.
I will not recognize that because I completely disagree.
To the surface quality of what you're living on.
We haven't even drawn any conclusions to what we're living on at all. I'm just talking about.
You're pre-assuming the lights are planets. You're pre-assuming the lights are planets, and then you're comparing.
I'm just saying they're lights, right? So far, I'm just saying I see some lights up in the sky. I want to know what they are. Are we good so far?
That's great and dandy, but that wasn't the question, man. The question was.
I'm getting there. I'll get there. Right?
Why do you believe that you were on a globe? That's the simple question. Why do you believe? What would you do? Your top three reasons why you believe you're on a globe. Keep it simple.
Because of Well, listen, everything I say, you're going to say it's not scientific, even though I believe it's scientific. And then you're going to ask, well, why do you believe it's scientific?
Well, hold
and
on.
you say, well, I believe it's scientific as well.
You're assuming what we're going to do. We're giving
I'm
you the
making
spotlight.
a very valid assumption because every time I've tried to do it thus far, you've done this. I doubt you're not going to do it this time. But
Okay,
sure, I'll try.
I'll mute myself. I'll ask the question one more time, and I'm going to mute myself.
Okay,
Why do
sure.
you believe that you are on a globe? Your top 3 reasons.
So here's a big one, right? And I'm going to go on the planet thing, and if you'll let me finish, just so you can see my whole point in entirety, and then you can say where it falls down or where the fundamentals are wrong or whatever. But I believe that you can conduct scientific inquiry and observations on basically anything, right? You don't, like, I think your understanding of independent variable is a little confused, but my understanding is that there can be things in nature that as long as you measure a certain variable to be different at different times or whatever, then you can count that as an experiment where the independent variable is the thing that has changed, whether it be the sea level or the level of light or the angle of the sun in the sky or the wind speed, whatever the variable might be, right? As long as that variable that you're measuring is changing, then you can say, okay, that's my independent variable. And obviously this is going to have different things because depending on the environment, your controlled variables are going to be difficult to control, etc. But whatever, I digress. So let's say we can conduct scientific inquiry.
Yeah. Let's start with number 1. Go ahead.
So scientific inquiry, I see a light in the sky, and I notice that it moves in the exact same way relative to all the other lights. They seem to stay the exact same position. This one moves. I go, what the hell? Moves in the same way. So then I build a device that can take in light and then magnify that image so I can look further. And I point it there and I go, oh shit, it's not just like a little tiny light generation. It's actually like what looks to be a circle in the sky that has colors and it has a shape and whatever. And then I build a better one, and then suddenly it's a lot more clearer. I can see detailed colors. I can see other circles cross in front of that, etc. And I can now,
real quick,
if I can finish, and then you can ask at the end. And then after I do that, and I make lots of observations, detailed with my very detailed light magnifying device, I can then track the positions and see where they go relative to me all the time. And I plot these things out, and I notice they repeat every single year. Interesting. So then I look at these different things, understand how these movements can rectify against each other, and realize, oh, well, if they move relative to each other and we, again, assume some forces, which we're obviously going to assume, we can not assume anything, but we don't get very far in science if we don't assume anything at all. But if we assume that the forces acting on all these things are the same and there's not just random things acting on random other things, which wouldn't make sense because there's patterns that we can clearly see, which usually indicates some kind of underlying common variable across them all, we develop some laws that these things tend to follow, etc.
Is what does anything in the sky have to do with the measurable, observable Earth that we're living on? What does anything have to do with? Like, it has nothing to do with Earth, man. We're trying to
so
we can make Earth is flat. How do you know it's round?
So we can make two assumptions. We can either make the assumption that the Earth is separate from the sky and the lights in the sky and everything. We can assume that they're separate, or we can make the assumption that they're a continuous kind of continuum and there's nothing really separating it, right? Those are both assumptions we can make, and those will lead us on two different paths.
We're not making assumptions here, my dude.
You always have to make an assumption. You always do. Yeah, it's inescapable.
You know what an assumption is? It's a hypothesis.
No, it's a fact taken to be true.
That's not a fact. When you assume something to be true, you're assuming without evidence. You know what that's called? That's called a hypothesis until you prove it with evidence.
That's not called a hypothesis. Is different from a belief. A hypothesis is an outline of what you think is going to happen that you haven't verified yet, right? So that's
you haven't verified that.
An assumption is something that you accept as true without question or proof. You have to do that as humans. You can't operate having 100% scientific inquiry and method over every single fact in your brain. It's not a thing that happens.
simplify the conversation, please? Like seriously.
Can you not follow or what?
Oh, I can follow pretty easily. And I'm
Then
sure
why do we
everyone
need
else
to
here.
simplify it?
Because that's not you're beating around the bush to the question that I asked, which was
which
why give us a reason or some type of measurable experiment or some type of anything, any reason that you believe that you're on a ball. Like, why do you believe you're on a ball? Give me the number 1, number 2, and number 3 reasons. It's very simple. There's got to be something there, right? There's so many things you can point to, but you're not pointing to one of them.
I've pointed to several, but I was currently pointing to the planet thing. Yeah. So, the point is, you can make the assumption that either the Earth is separated from the sky and the heavens and the lights, or you can assume they're continuous. If you make the assumption that they're continuous, which I'm going to do, then we assume that the Earth is probably very similar to other things that we see outside. It makes no sense to assume that the Earth has a completely separate set of laws and rules and...
Why?
Listen, I'll tell you why, instead of just repeating it. When we talk about rules and like laws of nature in science, the point of them is that they are continuous, they act on everything without discrimination. So the idea that the Earth would somehow be different and above or separate from all the rest of the laws that govern everything else we observe,
But that's what you observe.
to me doesn't make any sense.
But that's what you observe. That's what you experience.
It isn't what I observe, not at all.
Yeah, it is. It is what you observe and experience. You do not see a
As in
similarity.
the observance of it being flat?
Yeah, you don't see any observable similarities.
Sure, I do.
It's
Show
it's
me a
illogical.
tree. Show me a tree on Mars.
Okay, there's no trees on Mars. Good one. You got
Okay,
me.
well, what's
They have rocks. They have forces that
You don't see that. You do not. No, you don't. You don't observe that. You don't observe that.
Yeah, I can look with my telescope, see moons
And not
rotating
see
around
rocks. And you
around
do not
Mars.
see rocks. You do not see rocks.
You do not see rotation.
Hey, dude, when
you can see the movement of objects on there.
When you look,
Okay.
When you look in your telescope at Mars, what do you see?
A
I've got
red
one.
planet.
Don't lie to me.
A red planet. Okay.
Red planet. So, do you see rocks?
My telescope isn't quite that good.
So you just said you see rocks when you look at Mars. T-Dub said,
Rock.
"What do you observe?" And you said rocks.
Okay,
Where
well,
are the rocks?
let me be more specific. I don't observe any rocks with my telescope. You're right.
See
I
a red
observe
light in the sky. Yeah.
observe
Be
a
honest,
circle.
I've got one. I've got a telescope.
Okay, our telescopes might be
telescope
different.
too. What do you
Sure,
see in the
cool,
sky?
man.
A red light. Correct.
Red object. It's definitely very objective in my telescope.
Okay. So is that object spherical?
It sure looks like a circle.
It looks like a circle.
Circle.
Great.
Right.
But sure. But I don't really encounter many. I don't encounter many objects in my day to day that is a 2D plane. Doesn't happen very often unless it's like
2D
paper
doesn't
or
exist,
something like
mate. Get
this.
into reality. 2D does not exist. All right?
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, I agree.
Great. So why are you bringing up 2D?
Well, it was more colloquial. I was saying it like it's more flat than it is deep, but we can.
Okay.
Sure,
so
it's
you look
3D,
up in the
but its depth dimension
in
is
the
much
sky,
much
you
much
see
much
a
smaller than its length and width.
see a red
Is what I
light?
meant.
You look up in the sky, you see a red light, and it looks like a circle.
And
A red circular object, 3D object.
How do you know it's 3D? You're looking through a uni lens.
Right.
You just have a fucking rage that everything is 3D and there's no such thing as 2D?
No. Yes.
Yeah,
How do you
but
know it's
2D
3D? Yeah.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at something, right, then I know it exists in three dimensional.
But
Three
you don't know
dimensions.
it's physical, do you?
I'm looking at it.
Yep. How do you know that's something you can land on?
I don't yet.
Okay.
Okay. So why are you saying it's got rocks on it?
Progress. This is great progress.
Okay, I will rescind the rock comment. We don't know enough about Mars with our telescope yet to understand the rocks. Sure.
Everything-
or lack thereof.
Okay.
Everything that you see in space is from a third-hand party that you cannot get any evidence by yourself to confirm.
No, you're assuming stuff. I've got my telescope and I can see it, right? I know
You
it's
see
there.
a red light. That's what you see. A red.
Exactly. You
light.
just admitted
red. Not a light. It's not a light anymore. If it's a light with my naked eye, it's a point, right? With a telescope, it
Well, it
is
does
a
look like a
thing
light.
that has dimensions,
bro,
and is circular. It does have light
Can't
reflecting
see
off of it,
dimensions.
obviously.
Are you talking about three
Of
dimensions?
course, you can see.
You can't see
I can see.
dimensions with a telescope.
Right.
Yes, you can. You can see two of them.
One lens.
It's one lens, yeah.
What, you're seeing one dimension with a telescope?
So check it out.
Close
when
your
you
eye. Close your eye. Close one eye.
Yeah,
Do you
close
see
one
three
eye.
dimensions with one eye?
No, I see two dimensions. Is what I'm saying. I see two dimensions in a telescope.
That's not what you said.
That is exactly what I said. If you listened
No, it's
instead
not
of
what you
just
said.
raging over. Me, you would have heard that I said I can see dimensions
stupid,
in a
man.
telescope.
Otherwise,
I can
I
see
wouldn't be
two of them.
arguing that
I'm
you
not
said
calling
it
you
was three
stupid. I'm
dimensions.
saying you misheard me
I
because
said
you were talking
I'm not
over me.
Stupid. I said I'm not stupid.
Sure, and you only said I'm not stupid because you assumed that I'm assuming you're stupid. I'm not, right?
Okay, let's
No,
back
this
up a
that's
second.
fucking
Yes, let's
childish.
please back up because he's very aggressive. And I don't know why.
Yeah, I am. Because you're a fucking moron the whole time.
Oh, you're assuming I'm stupid now.
the whole
Listen,
time.
dude, just chill out.
All right, Deck. All right.
Yeah,
let's go back.
Beastacles.
Whole time.
Beastacles or Beastacles?
Well, whatever you prefer, man. It's okay.
Beastacles is a traditional Greek pronunciation, and it sounds
Sure.
cooler. I'll go with that.
Thanks. Let's get back to the conversation at hand real quick, man. And it's still the
Deck, I've
conversation.
just muted you, right? So I'm just going to give you a warning. The whole time I've been listening, making dinner, and all as you've done is begged the question and brought up fallacies. All right? You've got no proof of anything, and you can't prove anything that you're saying. So who's the moron?
Well,
there you go.
Yeah.
The moron is the person that forcefully mutes people that they disagree with, I would say, but that's just me.
But did you listen to what I actually said, though?
I
Are
did.
you going to
I
bring
did.
any evidence to the table or not?
I mean,
I've been
he's not
trying
wrong,
to.
Deck.
You just keep getting angry. I'm
Go.
trying my
Where's
best.
the evidence that you can confirm that you live on a ball?
That's all we're asking from you, brother. Where's
Yeah, I know.
the
I'm
evidence?
trying. I know you're trying to
Where's
stick
the
on his side, Beastacles, but I think you should probably distance yourself from this
what I
debate
know to
guru
be
over here.
true?
No. From old mate over here. Just because you believe the
Okay,
same thing
am
doesn't
I-
mean you have to
am
be
I wrong?
buddies. But yeah, sure.
Am I wrong, though?
He's not wrong. He may have a curt way of saying it, but he's not
I
wrong.
have no doubt that you think I'm wrong.
No. That's not what the question was. Was he wrong about the statement that he said when he had you muted, where he said you brought?
I've come in
no
here. I've
proof?
brought in conjecture, no proof. Yeah, I understand that he sees none of that as proof. I see it as proof. Two different things.
no
That's
proof.
fine.
There isn't
What
any
proof,
proof.
bro.
No,
You
Deck,
admitted earlier that it was all belief, and what proof are
Yes.
you talking about, bro?
Right.
We've got you
are
on
slow or
recorded.
something, man?
Yeah. And listen, Deck, we're just trying to demonstrate to you that everything that you're saying is a belief, right? And that there is
I've agreed to that.
But listen, the logical position is to understand that there is no motion, there is no curvature, right? That is the logical position. So the burden of
I
proof
would disagree.
be, no, it is, because all of your senses will tell you we are not.
And I would
moving,
disagree.
we are
That's
not-
okay.
No.
Let him finish,
You're wrong.
What are you
You're wrong.
disagreeing about, though? What are you disagreeing about?
I'm disagreeing that it's the logical position to assume there is no curvature and no movement. That's what I'm disagreeing
Okay,
with.
so go. Where is it? Where is it then?
So I think the most logical position, right, is that the Earth is not any different to anything else that we can look at. That's my
illogical.
position.
That's
I don't think that's illogical.
It is
Your
illogical.
pre-assumption.
I think it's. I feel
Your
like it's more
pre-assumption of
logical. It's so. Listen, you have to
Okay, so
assume either the Earth
so you
is
walk
different to everything else, or the Earth is the same
What do you
as
mean
everything
everything
else.
else? You don't even know that those things up there are physical. All right, so you do this. You walk outside, right? You walk to the beach, right? You look out. It looks flat.
It looks flat.
And it
Right. Yeah,
feels
it does.
stationary.
Right.
Yeah. So you.
I'm going to
think that
quote you
it's
from earlier. Is it now the scientific method that when things look the way that's sufficient?
No. Well, that doesn't matter. I can give you laser tests if you want, but like
I can put
what
this
I'm
in a good
saying
way,
is,
Timbo.
okay.
If you,
What's that, mate?
I can put this in a different way that you might understand. Would be that when you're a child, if you were never taught that you were living on a spinning space ball, when you walked outside, you would never have made that assumption on your own. You
That's
only
fair.
make that
Yeah, that's
assumption
true.
because you're told.
Right.
That's why
Okay.
it's the logical position.
Yeah, that's why it's logical. Yeah. So you'd need some
I mean,
really good evidence.
to be fully clear, every position you come to is logical in the sense that you're going to have a reason for believing everything you do. But,
Hey, mate.
yeah.
So, him saying that, how do you come to the conclusion that you live on a ball?
Right.
Because everything outside tells you that it's flat and stationary.
Okay, so I don't think that, like,
Avoid the
saying, well,
question, man. Just
I'm
answer.
answering your
I heard
question, dude, if you give me a bit, all right?
He asked you 20 minutes ago to give you 3 best reasons, and you went off into space.
You keep monologuing, dude. So hold on.
I'll
He just
monologue
asked
all the
me.
fucking
No.
So he's put it. Listen, he's put it in a different way, and he said that. How come, as a child, you would never have thought that the Earth is a sphere when you would take your own observations in and go, "Oh, it's flat." I've got no reason to believe otherwise, right? He just asked me that.
That's a great. Yeah.
Sure. In the same way, a child will look at a phone and assume it's magic. A child will look at a TV, assume that screens just play stuff. But the point is that a child does not have the capacity with their senses that they're naturally born with to understand a lot of what goes on around them. You need to have a base of knowledge that people can build up over time and learn so that... Yeah, I'm answering the question.
Wait,
hang on, but the point is, the point is that when you grew up from a child and you were an adult, you would still be looking out over the flat Earth and not assuming that you're on a spinning ball. The only reason you've got that assumption is because you've been told that. So you're believing what the authorities tell us to be true.
Yeah, sure. You can look at it that way.
Okay, I
an
have
alternative
a question now. Wait,
but listen, what you're saying about that is true for any kind of knowledge that is like multi-generational, right? Like if I was a child and no one taught me how to make fire, I would grow to an adult and assume fire just comes from lightning, right? But the thing is, I need to be taught that from someone that's figured it.
No,
and then you extrapolate that for 2,000 years, and suddenly you can't only make fire, you can also make phones, you can make laptops, and you can make rockets, and you can look into space.
Deck,
Right.
let me throw you a bone.
Flat
real quick,
is
man.
an observation, man.
Burn me, man,
It's an
burn me.
observation.
I'm gonna throw you a bone because you're almost there. And what I mean by almost there, I'm saying like
nowhere near
it. Well, the thing is,
I won't be offended by the deliberate talking down, but sure, I'm almost there. Help me along.
what you said earlier, right?
Yeah.
Or what AJ said earlier about if you were a child, or all the way up to an adult, if you've never been told you were on a spinning ball, right? Then you would trust your senses. Your natural senses tell you that it's flat, there is no curvature. So that means that your only reason for believing that the Earth is round is from authoritative sources. Now, having that in mind, do you agree with that, right? It comes from authoritative sources. Okay.
Authoritative in the sense of like the institutional, a lot of people.
Someone that has
not in the sense of the enforcing the belief, like
not
at threat of violence or something.
Now, my question
not
for you.
scientific, so
Yeah, but
Timbo, just like let Beasticles go for it this time.
I'm just reiterating that shape is not scientific.
So my question for you, Deck, is have you ever felt that authority figures, such scientists, anybody with credentials, has ever lied to you personally? Have you felt like someone was lying? A politician, president,
Lied?
anybody?
Yes, and
The
also
last 20
mistakenly
years,
told me something that they believed to be true but is actually wrong. Both of those things have happened from authority figures, 100%.
Okay. Now, knowing that, and knowing that humans have the capacity to lie and deceive for their own ends, right?
Yes. Man is evil.
Why do you trust these authoritative figures, right, so wholeheartedly as like a religious belief that you're willing to deny the science about observable, measurable phenomenon and go with the authoritative narrative? When you know that they lied to you, you've seen it. Have you ever thought about that? Like, what if they are actually lying to you?
Of course I have, and I'm sure they lie about a bunch of shit. There's probably aliens, there's probably fucking this and that, God knows what else, yeah.
So my next question is why would they tell you the truth about you being on a spinning ball? Like, why would that be true? Like, why do you believe that's true? If you know that the sources of information you're getting is capable of lying and probably has reason to lie because they don't want what's best for you. They want what's best for them.
Yeah,
Well,
okay,
the fact
but
is
like
that
what
they do
reason?
lie, because I think that everyone would agree that they tell you that the theory of gravity is science and that there's science behind this gravity. Would you agree with that?
There is a lot of science behind the idea of gravity for sure.
No, there's not.
Actually,
well, there's a lot of scientific papers behind it. If you count that as science, then yeah, but sure.
Then let's go through that. Let's go through that.
Yeah, let's
then,
go through that
because,
for real.
You know, we can show 100% that it's not science. So, can you define science? What is the definition of science?
All right, let me get a proper one up.
He's going to Google. We're looking at natural science because we're looking at the world.
The science definition: the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. Are we happy with that?
Beautiful.
Well done.
The dictionary does very well. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
It's actually not correct from someone. Okay, dude. Anyway, AJ, go.
Can everyone let AJ take this? Can you let AJ
Wait a
take
second,
this?
though. Can we just wait? I just want to clarify one thing, that the last statement in that definition is incorrect.
And the testing of theories against the evidence obtained, you're saying that's wrong?
Yeah, it stops at observation and experiment. That's where it stops.
No,
well, it doesn't. Not according to the Oxford Dictionary. I don't know if you're a much
the Oxford
better
Dictionary
source than that.
A theory
fucking made his decision.
A scientific theory is developed after experimentation.
Yeah, but a scientific theory is inclusive of science as a whole, and scientific theories need to be tested against evidence. No?
No such thing as science as a whole.
Okay, we're going off track
Okay,
anyway.
sure.
Let's
Yeah,
do
we're
the
going off
scientific
track.
method.
Anyway, we agree on the science. Most of us do, at least, on the definition of science. Sure.
Go ahead, AJ.
So then, what's the scientific method, and what are the dependent and independent variables?
Okay, going back to year 8 science. Let's get it.
Yep.
So the process in the scientific method, this is from Wikipedia at least, involves making conjectures or hypotheses, hypothetical explanations around your observations and what you observe in nature, getting predictions from that hypotheses, and then testing them against evidence and empirical measurements that you can make.
Sure. And then we also have to have the dependent and independent variables as well.
Sure, that's inclusive within the experimentation, for sure.
Control variables and a null hypothesis.
The first issue that I would have is that with the dependent and independent variables, you have to manipulate gravity itself. You have to manipulate the cause, not the effect. So can you show anywhere where someone has actually manipulated the cause, gravity, and not the effect?
So there's no stipulation that you have to change. Well, I mean, sorry. So you're saying that you have to manipulate gravity itself in order to test gravity.
Right.
That's how you would establish that it is
Correct.
the cause of an effect that you've observed in nature.
Right.
So that's the first
Right.
point.
Okay.
And then the second
Right.
point, it's the study of the physical and naturally occurring world. So when we have a look at gravity, gravity was proposed in Einstein's relativity in 1905. And then we have, I forget the guy's name, but something Fritz came in about 1930 and showed that what Einstein had proposed
I
was
don't think
99%
Einstein wasn't it Newton that invented gravity? His whole apple on the head.
No, it's not actually Newton today. It's actually Einsteinian gravity that's actually accepted, which is the bending and warping.
Oh yes, I mean
space-time.
obviously Einsteinian gravity is slightly different to Newtonian gravity, but
So
Newton came up
what
with the
I'm
idea of
saying
gravity
is-
in the first place.
Okay, so
Do you know the
Einstein,
difference?
when he came up with his theory
Yeah, I
of
do.
relativity,
What's the
when
difference?
Einstein came up with the
One is to do with space-time continuum, etc., but
Tell me
the
what-
other one is just to do with methods and stuff. Everyone can tell everyone what to do. Don't get offended. Grow up. AJ, keep going.
Okay, so I just lost my train of thought then.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're studying the physical and natural world. So Einstein's relativity was about 1905, and I think it was a dude named Fritz in 1930 that actually showed that Einstein was about 99% incorrect, that the gravity or the whatever he had proposed could not actually hold that universe in place for what it was doing. So this is where they then proposed, instead of throwing that theory out, they've proposed dark matter and dark energy, which now make up 95% of our universe. Now, dark energy and dark matter cannot be seen, cannot be detected. They admit they know very little about it. So how, again, is gravity scientific when, one, there is no independent and dependent variables, but two, there's nothing physical to actually study. You're studying a belief to make gravity work, right? And then thirdly to that, there's another part to that as well, but is that it's the bending and warping of space-time. And again, science is the physical. The space and time is a concept. Time is not physical. So you can't bend a concept.
Time is physical. It's the fourth physical dimension.
No, it's not. It's
physical.
a concept. It's not
Physical
tangible,
means
not-
physics, means
not
to do with
malleable.
physics. Time is definitely within the realm of physics.
Regardless of whether you believe that or not, we have no dependent and independent variables, and we have dark matter making up 95% of the universe that cannot be seen, cannot be detected, doesn't interact with anything, and we know that science, the definition of science, is observing the physical, manifested, and natural. So therefore, there is no possible way that there is science behind gravity. You have an agreed upon average of the rate that things fall, and then it's begged the question of what causes it.
And affirm the
I see. I mean, well, if I can respond to that, I understand that you've recognized the fact that throughout scientific history, if you want to call it that there have been multiple revisions and changes and additions to the understanding of how natural laws work. And so when Newton first came up with gravity, of course he got some shit wrong because he was the first guy to even think about the fact that maybe objects that have mass attract other things with mass, right? It's pretty, novel idea, sure. So then he got...
shit up.
Pardon me?
Now you're just making shit up.
That's
Can you answer what he actually addressed?
Just, dude, listen, just
Can
because
you
you can't
answer what he
understand
addressed?
what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm not making sense.
Answer what he addressed.
Dude,
Is
he
it
spoke for
science?
like
Is it
10
science?
minutes.
Is it science according to science? Or
AJ,
is
you
it
don't have
not
to get
science?
angry
Is
with
it-
dickhead over here.
I'm not getting angry. I'm just asking the
Okay,
question. Is
good.
it science or is it pseudoscience? Because according to the definition of science and the scientific method, it has nothing to do with science.
I don't think that's quite true. So listen, obviously science is built to revise itself. People will get things wrong, and the point is that using the scientific method...
Just give a valid hypothesis for gravity.
Oh, just give it like I'm a fucking physicist that's like
But you're
experimental and
arguing for it,
theoretical.
so should know it.
Your belief.
Dude, I can trust someone that has more expertise than myself that they have something right.
Why?
But you were just explaining.
Why?
And then C-Dub asked
Because
the
I
question
can't-
and you can't do it.
Unless I want to live and forage and build everything myself, build my own phone, build my everything, I have to be able to trust other people with different jobs and roles that I don't
What
have
are you
the time.
trusting? What are you
Not
trusting?
science, it's
What are
engineering.
you trusting?
Yeah.
What are you trusting? What is it you're trusting
I'm trusting individual people's ability to understand things that I don't, and then
So what is it that they did? What is it that they did that you are trusting?
Various scientific experiments.
Various.
Like what?
Dude, like thousands and thousands of scientific papers, not only by just
You don't even
Einstein.
know. You
Like
don't
what?
even know what you're trusting in. You just have a blind
Dude.
faith.
Like Einstein's general theory of relativity and special
What's
theory
that?
of relativity. That's
What's that?
two
What's
names
that?
of
Define that.
papers.
Define it.
Define it. Define a scientific paper.
Yeah, define the theory of relativity.
The theory of general relativity is like a multiple 100-page document about the science. Like it's very
But you don't
complicated.
know it.
That's the point of it.
Right. Yeah,
I'm not saying I know the entire paper word for word off by heart. Of course I don't know it, and it's ridiculous that you would think that I would, right? But there are scientists in the field of physics who have studied this for decades.
Believe this shit.
Okay.
Who have said, "Oh,
You think
trust us. We've read it. We understand it. You don't. That's okay.
Yeah.
Just believe us."
Yeah.
Okay, and you don't believe them, and I do. That's we can
think it's ever
be
been
different.
proven?
You don't have to get angry about it.
It's
You think it's ever been proven?
What I'd like to do is just rewind a little bit because you've
Sure.
said that you don't agree that
Yeah, go
it's
AJ.
not
Sorry,
science, but we have just
Yeah, I
gone
keep
over
getting
the
distracted
science.
from these guys jumping in. Sorry, it wasn't meant to be between you and I.
No, but we have just gone over the definition of science and the scientific method, and then we can clearly see that it's not manifest. So in that case, and we can't use
Well,
the
no.
independent
So
dependent
let me
variables. So how
let
do
me
you
respond what I
believe-
was
Hang on.
trying to respond.
How do you
Okay.
believe that is science?
Sure. So let me try and respond what I was saying before. So yeah, you outlined Newton and then this other guy, Fritz. I think Einstein's middle name is Fritz, but I don't know if it's a different guy. Newton, Einstein, fucking Kepler, Hubble, whatever, dark energy, etc. But this is a building over multiple decades of understanding. But what you miss is that from Newton, when he first thought about this idea of gravity and mass and stuff and came up with his not calculations, were they formulas for calculating different accelerations and movement of different stuff, that worked to a large degree. And people would go, oh my god, these calculations actually predict things and they can, like, they work. So then they use them for a while and they build a bunch of machinery and technology and stuff that work until they go, hold on, this one's not working
gravity
anymore. This should work, but it's not. And so then someone has to go, well, listen, it's worked up until this point. Why isn't it fully explaining it? And so then they change it a bit and they come up with different ideas to explain more and more things.
Theory of relativity to them making shit.
We need to go right back to where you began because, again, you said, this science is continuing on. It's growing. They're growing in knowledge. It's progressive, yeah? But the problem is from the beginning, from the scientific definition and from the scientific method, we can clear that it's not even science to begin with. So whatever they're assuming or whatever they're doing still has nothing to do with science, regardless of what they're progressing with. It's not physical. Yeah, it can't be seen. Therefore, it's not science. There is no dependent and independent variables. So therefore, it does not meet the definition of science. So from the beginning,
What do you mean? What exactly doesn't have a dependent and independent variable? Because if you haven't read the actual Principia Mathematica and the actual scientific papers, you're not going to be able to see any experiments and see which ones have variables and not.
Manipulated gravity. How
read it and tell me. But if you're just arguing from ignorance, it doesn't really.
Hold on, Deck. Hold on. Time out. Read it and answer it for me. Right? That's what you just said to AJ? We know this shit, dude. We know...
You don't, clearly, or you wouldn't ask me.
We know what's true. No, man. listen, you're the one that's coming in here with your belief about the globe, about you living on a ball. That's your belief, not ours.
Sure, we're talking about gravity right now, right?
Yes, but do you understand how you're like proceeding with this conversation?
Well, listen. My point being is that you're asking me. There's no independent variable. There's no dependent variable. I'm telling you, if you look in the scientific paper, you will find the experiment and you will see all these things.
You'll find no
listed,
hypothesis.
right?
There's no
You'll find no hypothesis.
Yeah.
Of course you will. Of course you will.
Why do you say that?
Because you need it for some. Science. People wouldn't accept it as a valid paper if there is no hypothesis, if there is no independent variable, there's no dependent variable. You can laugh. That's how. Okay.
Have you ever been in a
So
situation?
who has manipulated? None of these papers show us that.
Sorry,
none
go
of
ahead.
these papers show. None of these papers show us that they have manipulated the cause. No one has
None of them are
manipulated
claiming
gravity.
that they manipulated the cause. You're dead right.
That's right. So therefore, if they can't manipulate the cause, there's no independent variable.
You don't understand independent variables, unfortunately.
You don't understand it.
Unfortunately, you don't understand it, and you making that claim means absolutely nothing. Jump on the internet, go and have a Google, and find out whether it's the cause or effect that you have to manipulate.
Okay, I'll do it.
Good. Man, eighth
Well, an
grade.
independent variable is a variable you manipulate, control, or vary in an experimental study to explore its effects. Yeah?
And are you varying or manipulating the cause or the effect?
So, listen, the effect is gravity. The
effect is things go down. That's it.
That's a different experiment. Our experiment is what
the
causes
effect
gravity.
is things go down.
Listen,
The cause
just
is
hear me out. Hear me out here. If you want to experiment on this mysterious force that makes things go down, right?
You're making it up.
You can hypothesize. You can hypothesize in your hypothesis that what causes this force is the mass of the objects. Yeah.
Wait, what force?
No,
what
you
force?
can't.
What
What's the
force?
observed phenomenon?
Gravity is a force.
The observed phenomenon is there is a force that is making things fall down. Yes or no?
Where?
So
What force?
you're saying the observed phenomenon is things go down. That's it.
The observed phenomenon is I dropped a pen and I observed the pen go down and fall to the ground. Now,
Without any external object acting on it is important. So it seems like it's just done it on its own, right?
Oh, you've
But
dropped it.
you're already causing that. You're already calling this gravity, but you're trying to prove gravity.
Yeah, you're already assuming there's a force behind it.
No, so listen, we understood that forces exist before we even thought about
not a
gravity,
force.
right?
No, Deck.
We don't have to say it is, but what we're saying is that forces exist that make things move. And we understand that if something is...
two separate issues. Hang on. Now you're conflating two separate issues because gravity today is not a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. So if we're discussing gravity, then we're not discussing a force. So there's no point in bringing up.
We're discussing what Newton thought gravity was, are we not?
Newtonian, but we're in Einstein.
We're talking about Einsteinian.
Yeah.
I thought we hadn't even got to Einstein yet. We're still talking about Newtonian. You said go back to the very start. I thought that's where we were starting from.
Newtonian gravity was thrown out the window.
Okay, well, listen, the cause of whatever we want to call gravity, whether it's a force, whether it's a bending of space-time itself, whatever you want to say it, the cause of that phenomenon.
We haven't established that to exist.
Can we establish... Okay, well, listen, so let me get it straight. What you're saying
so
is
let's make
the
it real
initial...
simple. let's make it real.
Can
simple.
I try and make
If I
it
drop
more
my
simple
pen-
so that you can say yes or no if I'm right?
Whoa, Deck, let him talk.
Okay, go for it.
No,
Pen.
we'll make it real simple. I'm holding my pen. I drop it. It goes to the floor.
Then go down.
You've now observed something. So from that point now, what do?
We investigate how other things move when they're dropped. I would say is a good starting point.
They all go down. Great.
Hold on, I see what AJ is trying to say.
Yep,
AJ is
they all
saying
go down.
we observe and see the effect, and what we're trying to figure out is the cause. That's what gravity is. It's a hypothesis, a theory about the cause that's never been proven.
Okay, sure. So we're trying to find the cause of why things go down.
Correct.
Yep. Not all
Okay,
things
cool.
go down though.
So here's what happens. You drop it and you go, oh, it goes down. So then you go, I'm going to drop it from slightly higher up. And then you notice, oh, as it falls, the longer it falls for, it goes faster, right?
Okay, I
So
dropped a
interesting.
helium balloon.
velocity.
I dropped a helium balloon.
Yeah, it goes up.
Okay, sure. So it goes faster up until a point. It goes faster up until a point. And it rises quite linearly, and then it kind of plateaus. And you're like, okay, interesting. That's a weird phenomenon. So then you test other things. You test different shapes of objects, and you go, okay, things with a wider surface area fall slower, and they. Yeah, we're fucking getting there. Just chill out. So then you go, okay, obviously air is like getting in the way of this thing. So now we'll do it in a vacuum chamber. We'll suck all the air out, and now we'll drop stuff there. We'll get air out of the equation. And now we notice without air, things just speed up indefinitely.
Gas in a vacuum chamber.
We've just missed a shit ton of steps here. We're starting here at the beginning. So we've witnessed the occurrence. So what is the next step after we witness the occurrence according to the scientific method?
Oh, we can write it down. I mean, we are skipping a few things, but you tell me what you would do then.
Check
Sure.
the live stream chat real quick. Just check it. Look at what Donato just put. What's the first part?
The picture, the scientific evidence of gravity thing.
Mm-hmm. What's A?
A sunset, apparently.
The naturally observed phenomenon. What we observe. What's B?
Yeah, he's observing a sunset. Aren't we?
No, don't
What's
worry
this got
about.
to do with the pen?
No, don't worry about what's in yellow. Just look at the scientific method right there. A. What do? We observe.
Oh, okay, sure. So observe phenomenon, hypothesis, independent variable, dependent variable, physical test, results. Okay.
Slow down. We're going step by step here. We observe.
I was just reading it all out. Okay.
We observe something, right? What's the next step?
We hypothesize about why it happened.
Right. Then what's the next step?
Independent variable. We change something about what happened and see what that changes.
Right.
And then the dependent variable is what we're measuring to see.
The control.
No.
The
control is different.
Dependent variable is the thing you observed. The
the controlled is separate. Is the things you're maintaining the same so that you can just change the independent variable so that you can observe the dependent variable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when has gravity been tested?
Okay, let's use the pen example, right? So natural observed phenomenon, pen drops.
Yeah, that's a man-made object. Let's try an apple from a tree.
Okay,
or
apple,
dislodging
rock,
from a
sure.
tree. Right.
You understand? Naturally just means things in nature. We're a part of nature. Everything we make is kind of natural.
Yeah, it means not man-made. It means not man-made.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it means.
Yes, it does. It means
not in science.
Man-made. Yeah,
No.
look up the definition. It means not man-made.
It can. You're thinking about like synthetic versus natural. That's fair, but
hang on. Natural science is the naturally occurring world. However, there are other divisions of science, but we're not looking at those. We're looking at the naturally occurring world.
yeah. So when you drop a man-made object and then something happens to that within the natural world, then the natural laws are underlying. Whatever, semantics. So natural observed phenomenon: a rock falls when it's dropped. The hypothesis: the heavier it feels in my hand, the faster it drops. Do we like that?
Yep.
Oh, I love it. Ooh.
Cool. All right. The thing that we want to change: the heaviness of the object
your
I'm dropping.
hypothesis. No, sorry, I've got to stop you there. Your hypothesis must include your supposition of what's causing the thing to fall.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No.
Well, you don't have to, but I'd like to see how you then equate that to gravity at the end of this.
How could you possibly just come up with a cause for something you've only just observed? That comes way later. You have to do a bunch of experiments to figure out what you're actually observing first.
No, your hypothesis is the supposition of what's causing the effect.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm right. That's why you have a dependent and independent variable.
No, it's not. The independent variable is to see how things change, or how the results change when you change
the
things.
Independent variable, when varied, is going to cause.
You don't need to know the cause. The assumption is that we can't know the cause until we get more info.
Guess the cause. You're trying to guess what the cause is.
That's
you're
what a
wrong.
hypothesis is. That's what a hypothesis is.
No, a hypothesis is just... Listen, we can get the definition of hypothesis again, but a hypothesis is just a prediction. It's a supposition or proposed...
Oh, the cause and effect relation.
I am wrong here. Apologies. Explanation made. I'm thinking prediction. I've gone into year 8 science mode. That's my bad. I'm sorry. A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. Okay, fair enough. So without hypothesis of this, we could say, so our prediction, usually there's a prediction here or somewhere as well, but
the pen is falling. I'm going to assume, my hypothesis is that the pen is going to fall out of my hand because the pen is heavier than air. That's going to be my hypothesis.
Okay, cool. So a density argument.
Right. Density and buoyancy. You don't need gravity to explain that. That's why things go up and why things go down. Because of differences in density and buoyancy. It's that simple. Where does gravity come into play with that?
Well, you can't really separate buoyancy from downward forces. If there were if things didn't fall to the ground, then things wouldn't be buoyant.
If I drop
or differently buoyant
made of iron, if I drop an anvil made of iron in a vat of mercury, is it going to float or is it going to sink?
A good question. Is mercury denser than iron or no?
It will float. That's right.
Okay, it will float. Okay, cool.
Right.
But that is presupposing the idea that it will fall. And in this experiment, we don't want to do that, right?
Because of whatever object that you're testing, right? And whatever medium you're using to test that, basically, this is the hypothesis.
But this is circular. Do you understand? Because if we're talking about buoyancy in terms of, buoyancy happens because things fall, and the heavier the thing will fall more than the lighter thing. Sure, but that's presupposing the falling. If we're talking about why things fall, you can't bring buoyancy into it because buoyancy presupposes the falling.
Why do air bubbles float up? Why is it going against so-called gravity? Why do balloons...
It's a great question. I would say buoyancy difference in density. But again, that doesn't address the underlying problem with this, is that we can't use buoyancy to explain something falling because buoyancy itself inherently has things falling built into it.
So then let's continue on with this scientific method and show us where gravity then comes into play.
That's
okay.
The proof right there.
Sure. So, scientific hypothesis. There is a force that acts on the pen and its direction is down. Do we accept that or no? That could be a hypothesis, right?
Well, if that's your hypothesis, yeah, I suppose.
Cool. Okay. So let's make that my hypothesis. There is a force acting on the pen, makes it go down. And let's build into that hypothesis as well that the heavier the thing is, the more the force affects it, and the more it falls, right? We're cool with that?
So weight is the cause? Is your proposed cause?
No, I'm just saying, so the hypothesis is that there is a force acting on the object, and that weight plays into the effect of that force, obviously. Like F equals ma type thing, force equals...
to have identified, so your independent variable is a force?
No, we haven't identified any variables yet. We're just doing the hypothesis.
You're supposed to be proposing the presumed cause, the supposed cause in your hypothesis.
Yeah, so the explanation is there is a force acting on the pen, downwards.
Independent variable. So independent variable is force.
No, because we're not changing that.
But you have to, because you're proposing that's what's the cause of the effect that you've just witnessed. So now you need to manipulate that cause to see whether it is that.
But again, independent variable doesn't mean that you don't need to change the cause. You just need it's just a variable.
Correct. You're 100% incorrect, and everybody here listening knows you're 100% incorrect. You have to manipulate the cause, not the effect.
No. So listen, the point is that we don't know the. Listen. We don't know the cause, right? Yet in our process of A, B, C, D, we don't know the cause. We're hypothesizing the cause is a force that the pen is falling. Now, if we're just hypothesizing right now, we don't even know how to control the force. We don't even know if it necessarily exists. The point of the test is to test our
Well, then
hypothesis.
you don't have a viable hypothesis.
No. Just because we can't change the cause. No. Just because you can't change the cause in an experiment.
Well, what are you going to do? Affirm
doesn't
the
mean
consequence?
you can't
gonna
change
affirm the
other
consequence?
things to explore whether or not that cause is still happening in the same way.
Consequent? So you're going to affirm the consequent.
What does that mean? Sorry, affirm the consequent.
So you're going to do something else and then assert that there was an unknown, unvariable force behind it.
Like dark matter.
Well, that's our hypothesis. No,
but you can't declare something to be true based on an observation. You must test.
That's the point of a hypothesis.
Hold on, wait, Deck.
No,
Look
it's
at the
not.
chat real quick. Donato's giving you some good stuff there. Just read that real quick, man. Just.
The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. Totally. First blank 1 is the dependent variable. First blank 1 should happen when. So the dependent variable, what you're measuring, depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank 2 is manipulated, is the independent variable. Totally. You manipulate it to get a reaction, 100%. Yeah, so nowhere in there does it say it has to be the cause. Nowhere in there does it say it has to be the cause.
Wait. How are you going to manipulate this so-called downward force that you're saying gravity is a downward? Oh, so then you don't have an experiment. You're not.
No, you're misreading what he's just linked. So the first blank is the dependent, what we're measuring. So in this case, we'll say our hypothesis is there is a force acting on the pen or on the object, let's say, on the rock. And if I use a bigger rock, it will fall faster. Let's say.
Identify the force.
Yeah.
We don't know why?
Because that is your supposed cause. That's your supposition. That's your supposition of what's causing the effect.
If you've never understood this thing before, you've just seen something fall for the first time, and you have no idea why. How could you possibly identify the force? You need to be able to
Why are you so gung ho on gravity? Exactly. Like, why are you so hardcore believing in gravity when
we haven't even made up the term gravity yet? You understand? I'm like putting myself in the mindset of someone who doesn't know anything about or any like theory, wasn't taught anything in school, whatever. We're just assuming
we're dumb? You're saying we're uneducated?
No, we're assuming we're uneducated. That's different to dumb. But yeah, we're uneducated, unknowledgeable. We are Newton level. No one's talked about gravity before. We just see things fall.
I think you're projecting a little bit, though. Like,
I think I get his effect.
I don't think you know what projection means.
Different sizes of rocks is his independent variable. He's going to vary the size of rocks.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's an independent variable, 100%.
So size.
It's something you're changing to see how that affects the dependent variable, and the dependent variable in this case is the speed at which they fall, let's say, or the velocity.
The independent variable is the speed?
No, the dependent variable.
Oh, so size.
So the independent variable is the size, or let's say the weight of the rock.
You could say weight. You could say weight.
Yeah. Okay, weight's a better expression. So we'll say weight of rock is independent, and then dependent variable is velocity increase or acceleration increase, I guess.
Weight causes velocity or acceleration increase.
Wow.
Well, probably acceleration increase is better rather than velocity.
Okay, so weight causes acceleration increase.
Well, an increase in weight will increase the rate at which the object accelerates.
Right. So you're going
So
to vary
we've
the
got
weight. You're going to vary the weight of something.
Yeah. So we'll get a light rock and a heavy rock. And to make sure they're controlled, we'll say we'll get let's not make them rocks, let's make it a ball of steel and a ball of titanium, let's say. So that they're the same size, the same volume. So that's a controlled variable. We're making sure that that's not coming into the equation. But we're just changing the weight of it. Makes sense so far?
No.
So weight causes acceleration. Right. Okay.
What does it make sense? So we've got a dependent variable, we've got an independent variable, right? And now we just need to do our test, correct? To see if our prediction is true. Our hypothesis.
Okay, what is the test? What is the test?
Okay, so we drop both an iron ball and a titanium ball from the same height, and we them at the same time. Our prediction is that because the titanium is heavier, I think titanium's heavier, maybe it's lighter. Because the iron is heavier, the iron will fall faster than the titanium. And cool, so we're changing the mass, we're measuring the speed at which they hit the ground. Which one hits first?
You've changed the weight. Are you defining
of the object we're dropping?
Mass?
Yeah. Yeah,
Defining weight as
we're
mass?
equating them in this instance because we don't even know gravity exists yet, right? So we're just saying, I hold this in my hand, I put it on a scale, this one is more than this one, right? It pushes down on everything. Yeah, we'll say weight.
So weight.
Sure. So we drop those two things from the same height and we measure the results of the test. Now our prediction was that because one was heavier, it would fall faster. Interestingly, it didn't. So they both hit the ground at the same time. That's our result. And we go, interesting. Our hypothesis was wrong. That is a good observation.
You proved your null hypothesis.
It wasn't a null hypothesis. It was an actual hypothesis.
In a scientific experiment, there must be a null hypothesis.
Oh, apologies. What's the null hypothesis? That it doesn't affect it.
It's the antithesis of your prediction.
Sure. So the null hypothesis was proved to be true. That weight doesn't affect the rate at which things drop.
So weight doesn't call acceleration of a falling object.
An increase in weight doesn't increase the acceleration. Yes. So that's our conclusion from that experiment. Sound good? Yeah? No? Yes? No?
You're doing the experiment, man.
We finished the experiment. We're done. That's our conclusion. So are we happy that that was a valid scientific method and experiment that we just did?
How old are you, Jack?
I'll say yes. Let's just move on to using.
Someone say yes or no. Is that a good experiment to do, or like a valid one that we can trust the results of?
No.
So why not? Why doesn't that experiment work?
What experiment?
The one we just meticulously described step by step. About dropping an iron and a titanium ball. I don't know why you're playing dumb. Dude, just like, you know what experiment I'm talking about.
Okay, so now let's then move on to that same.
Why are we moving on? Like, tell me yes or no. Is that
gravity? You've proved density and buoyancy. You've proved that something.
We're not proving anything. My question is that a valid scientific experiment? Yes or no?
Okay, so you've proven that weight doesn't call acceleration of
yes
metal
or no. That's just two options. I want to know, does that experiment sit right with you?
Concede? Is that what you're yelling about? You want us to concede?
There's no concession. I'm asking this experiment that we constructed together and just did,
yes,
that we could replicate. Yes. Okay, cool. So that experiment is fine, valid. We accept the results of it. So just then, what we've established, right, is that if there is a force that is acting on this object, any object, the weight of that object doesn't affect the rate at which it accelerates to the ground. That's a good piece of data when we're trying to investigate this natural phenomenon of things falling, right?
No. What are you conclude? Why are you concluding that? All you've done is just said that weight doesn't.
Well, any information is good information relating to the thing, and I think it's a very innate intuition that we have as humans that heavy thing should fall faster. So it's exactly, we do, and that's interesting. So now we've got to go back, change what we said, or at least we've got to go back and use a different hypothesis that has a different independent variable in order to test different aspects of it.
No, the independent variable is testing the cause again, so it's going to be testing your hypothesis.
Well, no, it's not the cause. We understood that
the independent variable that you're varying is your hypothesis of what you believe is causing the effect. That is the most simple thing to see, read, and understand that you just don't seem to understand.
Yeah, I understand, but the cause we're talking about here is the weight of things.
Changing it and saying that you don't say you understand, because every time you say that, then you change what you're saying and you try to tell us that it has nothing to do with the cause, but you're going to manipulate the effect, so you don't understand.
No one understand what you're saying. Well, the experiment we just did then was not manipulating any effect. We were measuring the effect, and the effect was how fast they hit the ground.
Rocks, because your hypothesis was that the weight of the rock was going to make it fall faster or quicker, yeah? And then you manipulated the weight of that rock, you manipulated the rock, the cause, and you found that didn't occur. You proved the null. So now, when you propose your next hypothesis, we need to vary the hypothesis to see if it causes the effect. Are you going to verify the null or not?
So are we trying to figure out why things fall in general or why they accelerate?
Well, he was trying to show us gravity, but he was just starting in the beginning with his showing.
What he was just trying to establish a scientific method. You guys brought it up first. Donovar or whatever his name is posted the thing in with a scientific method, A, B, C, D, G. I was asked to go through it, and we did. We created an experiment.
Yeah, so you understand that... you understand that things that fall, that solid objects falling through a medium is what's on the table here, because not everything goes down, not everything falls.
Great point. Very true.
Some things remain at equilibrium, some things go up, some things go down, some things go in all directions.
Well, so far we've only talked about rocks. So this is where we need to move on to the next hypothesis.
Well, we're talking about metal balls or different densities, but yeah.
Balls, not rocks, metal balls. But okay, your metal ball example, yep, no worries. So now we need to, the whole point of this conversation is for you to show us the science and how gravity, the cause, is varied.
Well, we haven't even named gravity yet, but we're assuming that there's a force acting on it, right?
Yeah, man, we understand this, man. You drag at something shocking, eh?
I have to, because otherwise you don't understand what I'm saying, and then you assume I'm committing fallacies and frauds and stuff.
I haven't pulled you up on any fallacies. I know exactly what you're saying. Just burn through it, man.
Cool, man. Okay, cool. So anyway, the fact that we can create a scientific experiment like that, where we all accept cause, effect, independent variable, dependent variable, etc. We make a bunch of these different things. We change different independent variables. We change dependent variables. Sometimes we throw it up. Sometimes we add a bit of horizontal velocity to it.
When you're wrong and you're pulled up, you need to stop, because again, you've tried to slip in there about these independent and dependent variables. There's only one thing that we're manipulating, and that's the cause.
Which is the independent variable.
Yes, but that's not what you just actually said.
Okay. Pretty sure I did, but cool. Okay, here we go. Donato, scientific evidence. So rock falling, scientific hypothesis, more weight, more acceleration. Independent variable, weight, dependent variable, acceleration. Physical test. Yeah. Iron rock, but I know what you're getting with. Blah blah blah. Results failed. Cool. But so now we know from that experiment there is a 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards, right?
No, we have an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second because some things go up, some things go down, some things remain buoyant, and 9.8 meters per second is not always the case in different locations and different places. It's
Sure. I don't know if we included it in the previous experiment, but we did. Well, we should have conducted it in a vacuum, right? So we should have gotten rid of any.
Okay. I let go of some gas in a vacuum. It didn't fall at 9.8 meters per second. So what now?
Good point. Very interesting. How do we measure the? Well, for one, if we did drop carbon dioxide in a vacuum, it would fall at 9.8 meters per second, right?
No. In what state? In what state of matter?
Oh, gas. True. It would expand, fill the volume. I think. Let's figure it out. Actually, carbon dioxide. But all these results are about greenhouse gases and things.
From my understanding to this point, everything you have is just a belief. You trust what you're told, and no matter what you have seen or been shown, that you are going to somehow continue to defend that belief and do the mental gymnastics required to convince yourself.
Yeah, I could say the same to you, but yeah, is what it is.
All right.
Amen.
Cigarette. Hey, Deck.
Yo. Good seeing you.
How old are you?
I am 21 years old, 22 in November.
Okay. You going to college?
How old are you, Beasticles?
I'm 28.
Nice, man.
Well, I'm 43 and my son's nearly your age, so.
Represent. What is your son up to? Is he at uni?
No, he works with me. He's an apprentice.
Ooh, doing what?
We do signage.
Ooh. Like painting it and stuff? Or like do you peel that shit off and stuff like that? Or like actually installing it?
Mainly vinyl and wrapping cars and
vinyl,
all that sort of stuff.
Is that satisfying as fuck?
Deck, are you okay?
Like getting that layer off? Oh, true. Yeah. But if it gets good, yeah. Sorry, Beasticles, what were you saying?
No, let's do what AJ said. Let's get back to the debate, to the conversation.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Well, I was just curious about your age, but okay. So now that you know and you've accepted that what you hold in your mind is a belief, right? It's a belief.
We've already a belief by your standards is in without evidence. I still don't think it's without evidence, but sure, we have different standards of evidence.
Again, where's your evidence of gravity, of you living on a ball?
We're not going to go over this again. I've given it all. I count that as evidence. I understand that you don't. We have different levels of proof. You need to do it firsthand, be able to measure it with your own devices, etc. You cannot trust other people or institutions to combine and create scientific that's not in your mind valid enough. That's fair enough. In my mind, it is. That's where we diverge. That is what it is.
Listen, if institutions, so-called institutions, or anybody that is actually using the scientific method to take an observable phenomenon, a natural and observable phenomenon that we experience, right? Form a hypothesis about that, of why that phenomenon was caused, have an independent variable, basically control the cause, and the dependent variable to measure the effect and see if you can repeat that test. That's like fundamentals. You kind of have to have that in a discussion like this. And I'm just like, I love all of your guys' patience, including yours too, Deck. Like, but I think
Thanks, man. You're very patient as well.
well, I'm honestly new here. So, but new in terms of being able to have these kinds of conversations and kind of seeing how they unfold. It's pretty bewildering, or like I don't know what to say. Like I give up. But I hope you have a great rest of your night, Deck. I hope you come back to this.
Yeah, man. I've popped in a few times actually. It's good when it's not just the same people. I've come with like that one guy, Mayhem 100, whatever his name is, Miggy. He doesn't like me very much, but yeah, I do enjoy having these conversations.
You got to understand that it's not that Miggy doesn't like you. It's just that we deal in reality here, and we deal in science, and we deal in the scientific method. And when someone comes in here trying to debate on beliefs, then Miggy is someone who's definitely going to hold you to account and not let you move.
Yeah, he absolutely does that. I'm well aware of that, and he does it without a degree of understanding or letting his boot off the throat of your neck to even get something out. And when I join, he plays air horns and plays like repeats of like things I've made mistakes with in the past. I count that as like a personal kind of thing, but you know, up to you. I wouldn't say he's forgiving, at least. But anyway, I'm glad that you guys take a bit of a different temperament to other people. But I'm also glad that there's a nice wide variety of different personas in this server. But yeah, thanks for having a chat with me. Anyway.
Valve, Flying, you guys want to say something?
I guess I just have one question. I don't know. I've just been mostly listening, but I'm curious, Deck, what would it take for... Maybe this is just such a nonsense question to even ask. What would it take for you to actually see the flat Earth in like a reasonable way? Like to see...
Interesting question.
What would it take for you?
I mean, I can't really say what it took to get me to believe or know that the Earth is round, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to give you a step-by-step of, like, when I was 4 and I was shown this and that and blah, blah, blah.
You don't.
So how I would actually be able to deconstruct all that and then build that up again from a flat Earth perspective would be interesting. I mean, for me to, like, invalidate the idea that the Earth is a sphere would have to invalidate, like, all the laws of physics that I know to work and underlie the things that I see every day, right? Like, it would completely disrupt my reality, right? So, like, even the simple idea of, like, things in space without any force acting on them will be attracted to each other, and that naturally forms spheres, which is why we get planets, stars, fucking black holes, etc., which are all spherical because of the way forces equally distribute equally out in all directions, right? So, you know, yeah. I know it's semantics, but what I'm saying is from my perspective.
I just kind of want to hear other opinions.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Can you kind of see why it's frustrating when you're asked of like proof of a globe? The first things you go to are lights in the sky, and other people have done science, and those lights in the sky are planets for sure. And what we are on right now is a planet as well. You can see how that's kind of frustrating, right?
I can understand why that becomes an issue for people. All I'm trying to do is answer as truthfully as possible as to what comes first to mind, as to why in my mind I think it's a sphere, and it's because when I think of all these other things, they're all spheres, and I have reasons for understanding why they came to be spheres, and blah, blah, blah. I understand that's all based off of the religious science institution and belief. Yeah, we get it, dude. Yeah, sure. But, yes, I understand the frustration.
Real quick, with Valve's question, what Valve's question was, is just like why he said, what would it take, right? And what you said was, what would it take for you to go back to when you were 4 and essentially unlearn, like you're not saying it, but it's you know what I'm talking about. Like you have to
Yeah.
learn everything.
I think about it in terms of like you build like a Jenga block of ideas and like a belief system as you live throughout your life. Each idea connects and builds off the other as foundations, blah, blah, blah. In order to think that the earth is flat and everything I've been told is a lie and all the physics I've been taught is a lie is like pulling the bottom Jenga piece out and then going, oh, fuck, right?
Well, the thing is,
done
it's not about the physics part.
You haven't done that. If you'd done that, I'd be having a mental breakdown. But I appreciate it.
It's not even about the physics part per se. It's what you said just before the physics part that been told to you is a lie. That's the reconciliation that you need, especially if you've been here already, that you really need to focus on. It's not about why would they lie.
When I said I mean more everything that I've been taught in the way I think about natural phenomena and how they interact. I understand that most of the shit I hear from media and the government is complete garbage.
How they connect. You don't even know how they connect. You admitted that it's all just a faith that you have in some guy that said something.
I'm saying that because I know that's what you believe, and we don't need to go into the viscera of the conversation. We understand we disagree. We're talking about something else.
You admitted it.
I said it doesn't mean I believe it. Okay. I said it for the sake of you guys, but anyway, Beasticles.
You said it because you didn't have a fucking answer.
Like, do you see why they're being curt though, Deck?
Yeah, because everyone they meet every single day tells them they're a fucking idiot and that they're, of course.
There was only
I understand.
6 or 7 people today. I just fucking reading through it every 30 minutes. It was pretty funny actually.
For me, it's frustrating, and it's got nothing to do with people calling me an idiot because I really couldn't give 2 fucks what anyone thinks about me. But
yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
That's not the reason. I'm reading the scientific method, and I'm reading about independent variables, and you're just not accepting that, and you're just putting your own spin on it that suits your belief. That's frustrating.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's just as frustrating for me to hear you guys do the exact same thing. Like, to me, it seems like you read all this stuff and you put your own spin on it in the exact same way that it seems to you like I read it and put my own spin on it. That's just how stuff works.
How do we put our spin on it? How do we put a spin on it? What do we put a spin on?
Yeah, there's no spin. We're reading directly from what it says it is. You're arguing with
listen, you're kind of arguing with the idea that every single human being doesn't put their own spin on every single thing they do, which they absolutely do, including yourself.
What we were just speaking about, because we were talking about reading out the scientific method step by step, and you not accepting that scientific method.
I accepted it, and we created a scientific experiment that we both accepted, so we can understand that we both accept the same scientific method of inquiry.
And then we tried to move on, and you changed again the meaning of that independent variable, and we still didn't actually get to the whole point or crux of the conversation, which was you were going to show us how we could use this scientific method to prove gravity, to confirm gravity, yeah? And we never got there either. So that's what's very frustrating when you continually change what.
Well, that's fair enough. And I'll concede on this that the idea of creating a physical experiment where we can manipulate all the variables involved with it and have complete control over controlled, independent, dependent, etc., isn't going to work.
Well, this is my issue. What are all the variables? Because the variable is, again, your hypothesis. So
yeah, exactly. The variable is dependent on the hypothesis. Exactly. You're right.
No, you're testing the hypothesis.
And therefore the variables are dependent on what you choose to be the hypothesis, because then you have to change the variables that you're measuring.
You said you've been here multiple times, right? With
3 or 4 maybe. Okay. Yeah.
Has there been any conversation that you've had in your 3 to 4 times, anything that made you kind of have a second look at what information you hold dear in your mind, like regardless belief, whatever the definition of belief, however you want to. I'm just saying, has there been anything that you're like, maybe these guys are onto something? Anything like that?
I mean, I'm sure, like, there's a few things that that I see going past in the chat that are a random fucking meme with some text over it or whatever, that I'm sure have grains of truth to it. And there's obviously a lot of things that are covered up by the powers that be in order to keep the population under control, and that they keep getting the money and the power and everything, of course.
So, Deck, so you understand that you're essentially in a cult, right?
Yeah, but you like if you don't understand that flat Earth is somewhat cult-like as well, you know, like we're all in kind of cults of different things, personality, ideas, etc. Like we're all going to be subject to different things. I would say this Discord in particular is a lot more culty than other places you'll go to, only because if someone speaks out with a different idea, 5 people speak up and say, no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, here's why, blah, 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 spamming. That's somewhat culty, all right, in nature, but sure.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Okay, so...
being right is being in a cult. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, people in a cult would say the same thing, is my point. Like, you can't really tell the difference when you're in it.
And again, you're just assuming all this stuff. You know, I had nothing to do.
Well, I'm saying I'm victim to that as well. If I'm in the cult of science, then I'm blind to why it's a cult. And if you're in the cult of flat Earth, you're blind to why that's a cult as well. I'm just saying.
Hang on. So
why is flat Earth a cult?
Yeah, why is the truth a cult? And again, I don't believe I'm in any cult because, like I said, I'm 43 years old. I've believed or known this for a very long time. And I came to that conclusion through my own observations being out on the ocean for a long time and seeing different things. I won't go into that, but
please do.
And then further looking into it and doing these things. I've been on Discord here, if you check my profile, for about 6 months, and I really had nothing to do with any flat Earth groups prior to this. So, you know, to say that I'm hanging out in this cult of beliefs of flat Earthers, I was on my own with everyone telling me I was a fucking dickhead.
Well said.
No, I'm sure you are. Yeah.
Well said. And Deck, the same for me. I've been a flat earther since 2014, and it had nothing to do with this room. In fact, every flat earther who comes to this room is very excited to find a place where other flat earthers hang out.
I have no doubt at all.
There is absolutely no nothing that we talk about here that isn't just repeatable and testable in nature. So we're just observing reality. How is that a cult? You need to be you need to be indoctrinated to be in a cult. There is no indoctrination here.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily need to be.
My cult leader, right, is observable, objective, measurable reality.
Well said.
Okay. Yeah.
Whereas what you believe is very cultish because, like we said earlier, you have to be taught all of this stuff to build your belief system. Whereas in flat Earth, you have to strip away.
Honestly, tell me though.
What we do is we actually try and get you to get rid of this indoctrination and use your God-given senses to determine where you are. That is not a cult. That is called science. And scientific.
Yeah, sure, but you've also got to see it from the perspective and have like the understanding, you know, that looking in from the outside, what you see is people come in and then without like, tell me honestly, how many of you guys have individually come up with all these scientific explanations and things that you post in the chat constantly, all of them, or a couple of them? Because there's no way each of you has individually tested every single thing that you post on here, right? So there's some ideas that get thrown around and distributed within this. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's an inevitable thing. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that sit here with their mic muted, just listening, taking it in. They've never heard most of the explanations you guys use when describing flat Earth. They haven't heard it before. They hear it, and it is a form of them learning, right? In the same way that they could be sitting in a science class and absorbing that. They're absorbing different things. But to think that you're different and separate, it's very egotistical, is all I'm saying.
Deck, because again, let's give the example of tonight. Someone says to me, hey, AJ, this is what the meaning of science is. Or let's just say I do listen to I read one of these things in the chat, or I listen to a YouTube channel that says something, right? It might be about gravity. It might be about relativity. You know, I even listen to Globe channels that speak about these things, yeah? And then I go on and I'd go and research it for myself. If there's something that I can test and look at and do, I'll go and do it. If it's something about science, like tonight, I can go on and I can read the scientific method. I can read further and I can actually see what the dependent and independent variables are and what's manipulated. Yeah. So then I've learned something and I've accepted it. The difference is that when you seem to read that, you don't accept it.
Yeah, sure. The same thing says when you read and accept a globe thing, you don't accept it either. Like, we're doing the same thing.
We're testing that and we're looking at that. Okay, for example, is gravity scientific? No. Purely no. We can see that through the scientific method. So that's a belief that you've held your whole life. This is what
that I still believe. And until I stop holding it, which I don't have control over, I don't get to snap my fingers and choose when my belief changes.
You do have control over it, brother. That's my biggest thing. It's like,
yeah, I know. I feel like I disagree.
We want you to come to these conclusions on your own. That's the ultimate goal here, man. Is for you to open your eyes to your own reality, not trust anybody to tell you what you're observing and what you're feeling and what you're experiencing in reality.
I'm with you there. It can be an interesting, but like I've certainly gone on that path myself in a different, obviously not on a flat Earth.
It's you said how you're nearly there. Do you see how like your own like? Do you understand? Like,
yeah, I get it, man. I get it.
This is a self journey, man.
But Dec, for example, you're saying that we, sound a bit cultish, right? But it's only because we have refined the arguments. We've been doing this for years, and when I say we, flat earthers have been arguing and discussing with globers for years, and now the arguments are well understood by flat earthers. They're not as well understood by globers. Questioned, but these are the questions that we've been answering since well before 2015. So all you're seeing is refined arguments. For example, gas pressure. The second law of thermodynamics, which I hope you're aware of as well, states that you can't have gas pressure next to you can't have high pressure next to low pressure without some sort of containment. This is not a cultish idea. This is something that flat earthers have discussed and begun to question because the heliocentric model goes against the laws of science.
It doesn't.
So what we
can go
do
into
is
that
we
if we
learn
want,
the
but
basic laws
we don't
of
have
science.
to.
But listen.
Like, no, I get what you're saying, and I understand that you've gone through all this very particularly, and you've been refining it since before 2015. Could be 1980, could be 1950. Yeah, sure, but it's definitely not longer than regular science, which has been doing it for thousands of years, right? Like, you can understand that.
Hold on.
It's not the point. It's not the point. But can you recognize the fact that yes, you've been doing it for a while, but so has the other science, right?
Dec, you got to calm down, brother.
I'm not particularly hyped up.
You're getting a little hyped up, but it's okay. This is what we call cognitive dissonance. We all had to go through it at one point or another when we first came across contradicting information about what we were being told our entire lives and shown.
The gas stuff, it's not contradictory to me at all. I understand it, and it makes sense to me.
Just hear me
There's
out.
no cognitive dissonance happening there. But yeah, sure, go for it.
Hear me out, though. What you're experiencing is the fact that if we are telling you the truth, right? Just assume for a second we are telling you the truth, right? What are the implications of that in your own life?
It's a lot.
We're telling you it's a lot, right?
Big time.
It's a lot.
That's honest.
I definitely want you to seriously consider the possibility that we are telling the truth and how that would affect everything that you experience in your life on a day-to-day basis. Who's telling you what to believe, what to eat?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I know, dude. I get it.
And it puts the burden of responsibility for your life on your shoulders rather than authoritative. And people don't like that.
Yeah, they don't. It's very
You don't like that.
I'm sure. Yeah. Right? Humans as organisms don't like the idea that the model that they've previously built up could be wrong. and that they have to change it all. Absolutely.
But just you personally, from me to you, like, just hear me out, man. Like, do you want to rely on other people your entire life, or do you want to have some?
Yes, I do want. Not only do I want, but I think it's inevitable that I will have to rely on other people to trust that they are doing their job correctly. It doesn't necessarily have to be the people above me or in authority places, but I think it's inevitable that you have to
That's not
trust some people.
At the end of the day, you are the only person that is responsible for you. Like, that's it. No one's gonna help you in this life. No one's gonna. You can't trust anybody to tell you what's best for you. No, your family members, your friends, your teachers, your boss, nobody else. That is.
Well, I think I disagree. I mean, not only you know for sure what's right, but you can accept advice from other people, and oftentimes they do have good advice.
You can have friends. You can have opposing ideas from other people and listen to that. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for you. Go ahead, Root.
Exactly. And once you sort of subscribe to the idea that, oh yeah, everybody else is smarter than me, so they can figure this out, you actually give your power away. You're actually assuming that you can't figure this stuff out for yourself. We're not saying you have to go and buy all this equipment and do every experiment, but you should verify whether these experiments fall under the category of science or pseudoscience, and you need to be strict. There needs to be a scientific method adhered to. Otherwise, you're dealing in the theoretical realm. So when you get into a debate or you're trying to figure out the truth in a situation, then really, if you can't find any actual real science backing this theory, then you put a pin in it and you say, maybe, possibly, but this can't be considered truth. This can't be considered science. And I think you need to be very careful taking that step by saying, oh, this is settled science, when it doesn't have an experiment.
Right back at you, buddy. 100%. I'm with you.
So when it comes to the globe, we have there are three areas where you need scientific proof. You need proof of drop over distance. You also need proof of the Coriolis or movement of the Earth. Okay, and finally, you need to be able to prove that space can exist next to an open system. If you can find science that backs any of them three, then
I can do.
Then you can start saying, right, okay, I have something tangible here, so I can go and verify it. This doesn't mean that you have to go and do every experiment yourself, but it means you need to go and find enough evidence to build what you can consider is proof. So without that evidence, you can't say you have proof. That's our argument.
Yeah, I can do the third one for sure.
No, theoretically, I can tell you why you can't, because you can't do an experiment proving where gravity, because your claim, I don't know if you realize it, your claim is that gravity is the container. Yeah, your claim is that gravity is a physical barrier. So
my claim would be that
shows this.
Listen, without telling me my own claim, my claim would be that any object, regardless of if it's gas, liquid, solid, is affected by the same acceleration that we can measure on any object that we drop. That would be my claim.
No, that would be against gas law.
It wouldn't necessarily, no.
Well, it would, because gas, when released at the surface of the Earth, travels in all vectors, which is true. Reason. Yeah, so
but the gas is not an individual object. Gas is comprised of trillions of objects.
For example, I'm addressing your own example.
Gas has mass, and if mass attracts mass, then gas should be going down. Why does gas go up?
Gas. So again, when you say gas, you're talking about like a cloud of gas. But the difference between a cloud of gas and like a bucket of water or a
Where is oxygen made?
Where is oxygen made? In the sun?
On the Earth, on the surface, yeah? So
where is elemental oxygen created from? Is that your question?
Where is it on the Earth?
Gases are made at the surface, yeah?
Where are we getting this oxygen from? It's made at the surface of the Earth, yeah?
No, it's not made. It's been there for billions of years.
Oh, yeah, whatever. We've got trees doing their thing, whatever. Okay, we're picking at straws here.
Yeah. Well, I'm answering your question. I don't know where you're going through it, so I'm answering as honestly as possible.
Is it the surface of the Earth?
There is oxygen present in the air at the surface, for sure. Is that your question? Sorry?
It's produced.
It's
produced at the
produced,
surface
yes.
level.
Sorry, wrong word. Produced, thanks, T-Dub. It's produced at the surface of the Earth, yeah?
Oh, is it like an O2 gas molecule? Where's that produced from?
Yes.
Yeah, trees at the surface of the Earth, algae in the oceans, etc. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. So now there's no downward bias there, where gravity's at its strongest at the Earth, and then all of a sudden this atmo.
Well, you're making a claim there. You're making a claim there that there's no downward bias. Downward bias is in like downward force vector. Is that what you're saying? Is that the same thing?
There is no downward. Yes, there is no downward bias. Gases and the atmo move in all different directions. There is no downward bias.
But there is though.
They run into each other or the walls of their container.
Yeah, but listen, if you separated an individual gas particle in a vacuum and you could track that individual gas particle.
Are we talking about here individual gas particles in a vacuum, or are we talking about where oxygen is generated at the surface of the Earth? And there is no downward bias vector of what we're observing, and that's part of gas law.
Listen, scientific method means we need to isolate as many variables as possible. When you're talking about oxygen released from a tree in the middle of the atmosphere and wind and stuff, that's too many variables. You can't really do a test on that, right? So in order to do a proper test on how gas particles...
has a downward bias due to gravity.
That is correct, yes.
Well, you're completely incorrect, and you're going against gas laws, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm not.
If I fart, does it fall?
It does, because the sulfur dioxide gases that you produce in your fart are heavier than nitrogen and oxygen and stuff, so it kind of sinks to the ground, I think.
You think? Okay.
No.
That's my understanding. I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure.
I know about that because when someone farts in my house, it just seems to waft and linger around in the air for quite
That is also true. Yeah, you're right. Obviously, the gas in a room is completely diffusing. You're true, but like say, like for example, the towns that like get fucking gassed from carbon dioxide expulsions from like geysers and shit. That like or volcanoes or whatever, and like the gas kind of rolls over the town and suffocates them. That's an example of like gravity affecting different densities of gases. When there's enough gas, no, of course it will eventually disperse, but for the time that it is there, it will be at the bottom of the.
Why would it disperse? Are you saying that gravity is fickle and actually has no effect on gas?
No. I'm just saying that. Over time, entropy tends to lead to things not being ordered. That is obviously going to stop being one big cloud and eventually ping off and disperse amongst everything.
Oh, so gravity is very selective, right?
No, gravity is just very weak. It is a weak force, and well, if you want to call it a force, but the effect of gravity is very subtle. And when you're talking about individual gas molecules, they're barely affected by gravity if we're considering it having a very low mass. That's my understanding of it, at least.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, to be honest.
I do. So maybe you need to.
When you release something into our atmo, okay, let's just say it's a car tire, a gas cylinder, like a propane cylinder. I don't know where you live, but gas or propane.
Where do you think I live, mate?
I think you live in Melbourne or Sydney.
Perth, mate. But yeah, sorry. Go on.
Which one is it, Melbourne or Sydney?
It's Perth, you dog.
Perth?
Fucking WA, mate. Up the Dockers.
Yeah, you fucking dog. Sorry.
Yeah.
Jeez,
anyway.
I got that one wrong.
Well, happens. There's only like 4 or 5 of us in Perth anyway, I think.
You just sounded a bit Melbourne-y there. It might have been Tim.
Yeah. No, if I put on my like deep Aussie accent, God knows where the fuck it's from, but my natural speaking voice isn't that deeply
so anyway,
regional. Anyway, yeah.
Gases into the atmo, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
then they will travel in all different directions, like you just said. With someone's fart, it's going to disperse out. Some may eventually settle. Okay, but the fact is that there is no downward bias. Okay, and what the claim is that these gases travel in all these different vectors, and they're traveling higher and higher and higher away from the Earth, where gravity is becoming weaker, and then somehow gravity then contains these gases and creates a downward bias. So again, nothing to do with science.
Not what I'm claiming, but similar, I guess. If I can articulate, yeah. How would you know what I'm claiming if I haven't even made the attempt to claim it yet? My claim. Listen.
Globe, hang on, you're claiming a globe, and that is what the globe claims.
And therefore, you know exactly what I'm going to say. You've thought of it all in advance.
Well, then you don't actually agree with the.
It's hubris, my friend. No, the point is you just don't quite get it. If I could, let me just lay out the claim first, just so I can be completely clear. What I think is that when you consider gas as a full thing within a system of other gases, of course it's going to disperse. It's going to be very hard to track, and gravity isn't going to affect individual things. But when you're talking about individual gas molecules and their individual velocities and paths and things like that, in a vacuum, they are going to be affected by gravity. Obviously, it's very difficult to observe that very subtle change because of the very small mass, and of course, they're going to bounce into a trillion other gas particles in the atmosphere. But the point is that effect averaged over the entire circumference of the Earth and the distance of the atmosphere, which is hundreds of kilometers up, right? Well, okay, not gravity, but whatever force or thing that makes the pen I drop fall. There's no reason it wouldn't affect gas, but it would affect a pen when I could vaporize a pen and make it gas, right?
We can't measure it, but we
I can observe it. I can watch my pen fall. I can watch. If I had a tube that extended all the way up into the atmosphere, there was a vacuum tube, and I put a single
I gotta go, man.
bit of gas. I see you, bro.
See you, G-Dub. Thanks, man.
If I put if I put a gas particle in a tube that extended up into the atmosphere, you would notice that even if it was going straight up and shut up with X amount of velocity, it will decrease as it is affected by this acceleration that affects all objects. And that's true. It can be observed. Obviously, you've got to trust your instruments and the things that can detect these particles at such a small scale, because our eyes can't. If you can't, then obviously you're not going to be able to do that test. Fair enough. But if you average that effect over an entire system of gas, which is fucking billions of cubic meters and all this kind of stuff, it does become, when you treat it like a large, massive object, like all that gas, yes, individually the masses are very small, but when you count all the gas up in the entire atmosphere, it's going to weigh billions of tons. That, as a whole object, if you want to treat it like that, is absolutely affected by gravity because of the large mass of it, and it gets sucked in. You won't trust me on.
Then why aren't clouds pulled down? Because clouds
are very small. Clouds are very, very small in comparison to the entire atmosphere.
Can you just check for me what the weight of a cloud would be that's full of ice?
Sure.
And water?
You're talking about tons of oxygen.
Clouds are fucking heavy as shit. Yeah.
So they're not affected by gravity, but you're saying that mass is affected by gravity, and that these big masses in the sky would definitely be affected by gravity, but now we have clouds that aren't.
Well, they're absolutely being affected by gravity, but gravity, again, is very, very subtle. An individual cloud, while it is very, very heavy, like I've got here 1.1 million pounds, I don't know what that is in kilos, but if you compare that to the rest of the atmosphere, or say the rest of the air surrounding it, it's also going to be very, very heavy. And the density, of course, will line up with the fact that the density of a cloud is going to be less than the density of whatever air it's sitting on top of, because that's how it works, right? Obviously, the water that's evaporating off of the surface of the ocean is going to make the air below the clouds very, very dense, and thus the clouds are going to kind of hit this invisible, quote-unquote, wall of more dense air. But point being, when you take the entire atmosphere into consideration, which has billions of clouds, billions and billions of kilograms, etc., it's all going to be vectorized downwards towards the closest center of mass, which is the Earth. And in the same way, I know you won't trust this one, but Jupiter, Neptune, Saturn, etc., we know through spectrometry and samples and stuff like this, if you don't trust the probes, obviously the samples don't matter, but that there is gas in them. They're comprised of certain gases. Those planets are mostly gas as opposed to our mostly rock planets and Mars and Venus, but they still stay together. They're still circular. Our sun, we know, is definitely fusion of atoms that is creating energy, heat, light that is coming out of us and solar waves and blah, 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 blah. That is all a big ball of gas. That's definitely a sphere that's staying there. And that's much, 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 much bigger. So, and that has 98% of the mass of the entire solar system.
How do you know any of those? How do you know any,
I gotta say, this is just scallop, man. This is just.
What can I say? I'm heavily indoctrinated. Sue me.
Are you?
I've been indoctrinating myself since fucking I could read.
I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and listen to you. This is so. You're lost on it.
I got to ask you.
You're so lost. So ask questions, man, because I can explain it for you if you want.
No,
you don't have to believe it.
I'm saying you're lost in it. How do you know any of this shit about? I have to mute.
Can I get 2 questions?
Can you have a look for me?
He admitted.
What you fear? Can you check if that is considered as a perfect?
I was wondering why you're calling it Atmo, because it has sphere in it. Okay, fair enough. That's funny.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron because
yes, flat Earth, of course.
No, Atmo means air, and sphere means sphere. So we don't actually have sphere-shaped air on the Earth. So we'll say Atmo.
Well, yeah, your claim is that we don't. My claim is that
it's not cultish. It's just logic again, Deck.
Yeah, you can. It's an empty statement because you can say that about anything. Like, I understand you believe it, but I could say the same thing. I could mean it. You know. Sorry, AJ. Keep going.
Just have a look for us. Is our atmosphere, Atmo, considered a perfect gas?
I don't think anything is really considered a perfect gas, but
just have a look under our gas laws. Let's look at gas laws for a minute here, and let's have a look.
I assume it gets pretty close, hey, because it's very large.
Oh, we're not assuming. Let's just look it up really quick, like you've done.
The atmosphere is mostly natural oxygen, both of whose behavior is very close to ideal at the temperatures and pressures found in the atmosphere.
Ideal or perfect gas. Our Atmo is considered an ideal gas.
So a perfect gas is one in which intermolecular forces are not considered. Okay.
So how's gravity affecting this?
Gravity is not an intermolecular force. There's no gravity acting between the molecules of air. So one nitrogen sitting next to another hydrogen, the amount of gravity affecting those is basically negligible, so you can consider it a perfect gas.
So let's go and have a look at the of this ideal gas and state what the properties or what it does.
Background shit talking.
I mean, again, all these examples, Donato's picture here, 100% right. If you're talking about a cube that's what looks to be like 2 meters by 2 meters, or fucking, if there's that many gas particles, it's like a Planck length. Not quite, but...
You realize the antecedent to pressure is containment?
Yeah, sure. And you understand that a containment is a wall that exhibits a force when a gas comes into contact with it, right?
So therefore not gravity, the bending and warping of space-time.
Bending and warping of space-time, while not technically considered a force, I think there's debate on it. I don't know exactly, but there's no debate. There's no debate that gravity definitely affects objects and creates an acceleration that we can measure. Would you disagree?
Where do we see
or at least that
gas?
Dude, you have a great imagination.
Yeah,
seriously.
Sorry,
You're a nice
the
dude,
question
but
is
you've got a good imagination.
I do have a great imagination. Thank you for that. I'm going to play some Dungeons and Dragons actually next week, and I'm looking very forward to it.
Quoting Michikaku, we lied to you. Gravity doesn't suck you down to the earth. Space pushes you down.
What pushes you down, sorry? Space.
Space.
Yeah, but it still exhibits a force on you.
Yeah.
Space, absence of anything.
But like, how I don't understand how you can possibly listen. How can you quote Michio Kaku? How can you quote this guy who is definitely not a flat earther? He believes the Earth is a sphere. How can you quote anything he says if he's like a fucking globetard or whatever?
And
like, isn't he the malicious scientific people that don't know what they're doing?
Listen, no, he's a hostile witness. He says this, and he's one of the preachers.
We don't go around calling people globetards.
No,
Listen,
okay.
we're not,
I'm sorry.
We don't
I'm
go
sorry.
around calling people
You're
globetards.
right.
This isn't just a petty little game that we play. We're literally only interested in science. We're literally only interested in observable reality. This is not a cult, and this is not a game.
Yeah, I didn't say it was.
We want you to be accurate, and we really want you to focus on the curvature argument and the motion argument, because these are the only two things that you can test.
I want you to be logical as well. So I don't understand why half the time you're telling me don't trust anyone. Science is a lie. They're all lying. They don't even use science to do their thing. And then in the next moment, you link to me a very prominent professional physicist that's backing you up. Like,
you know what hostile witness is? So
I think so. I'm not big on legal. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's somebody on, let's say, the heliocentric side. One of the preachers, a scientist, he says this. How silly it is. It's called using it as a hostile witness. Now, we can use different people like Michio Kaku. He preach, for example, from this side in arguments. Then we can use them again as hostile witnesses. Because not everything's agreed upon within the heliocentric model, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Sure.
Cool.
I get it, but at the same time, why is it that I can quote like you're trusting this physicist that what he's saying there about gravity and how it's not actually gravity, it's the force of space or whatever. Why does that have any weight at all? Or you're using it just to deconstruct my argument?
Lots of different. There's at least two different types of gravity, and there's lots of different scientists who prefer one or two different types of gravity. And those two types of gravity, they've got different opinions on as well. So
this is true.
Interesting.
But it's also true that the basic equations, they're all going to agree on Kepler's law, say, of like radius and mass and stuff that affects the actual path that planetary bodies and stuff like take. That's very basic gravity. They're all going to agree on that because that's basically settled science. We can look at things in space. Well, obviously you're not going to consider it settled science, but in the wider scientific community, they can observe this stuff and they go, yeah, I mean, we're all looking at it with different telescopes, taking the same measurements and seeing it does the same thing. So we agree on that. But then when you get to the actual core, like why behind it, is it Einsteinian? Is it fucking all this other kind of stuff? Fair enough. There's going to be disagreements because that's on the fringes of physics. But when we go to the stuff that's actually like well established that we use every day to satellites, internet, blah, 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 all this kind of shit, that stuff is pretty fucking solid. Very solid. The point is all this pseudoscience is not science, but it's been lumped in with genuine science. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff we got wrong. And the kind of the whole point of science is to be able to explore the stuff that we think could be wrong, that could be pseudoscience, and use better scientific inquiry and better scientific tools as technology progresses to see if we were right or if we were wrong. And if we're wrong, you just put a paper out, people peer review it and go, oh, this is good science. They're using good techniques, and it actually completely deconstructs what we thought of before. We'll put it in fucking Nature magazine or whatever the fuck. And that's happened hundreds of times. And I'm sure many times it's been put there because some fucking BP oil energy company has said this, that, and the other, and it looks good, and people go, whoa, you know, this, that, and the other. But that's going to happen either way. Again, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. A lot of it is genuine scientists that actually want to improve their field and understanding, and they've made a genuine improvement.
So many fallacies.
Truly baffled by your lack of humanity when dealing with subjects that you clearly have no prior knowledge of. According to you, sure, but I think I'd... Like, if I'm gonna be in this cult and belief in religious system, I might as well know it, right? Why the fuck are you here? Honestly, you're trying to learn? Are you trolling? I'm not trolling. I'm genuinely just here to talk and have a conversation and understand your point of view, and you understand more my point of view.
I don't think you've been trying to understand our point of view the whole time, man.
Well, that's your problem. I absolutely am, and you can believe me or not, but I'm definitely trying to understand you. And listen, the stuff you were saying before about how if I were to try and accept what you're telling me, then I would have to rewrite everything I think about the world, etc. I 100% get. And it is a very scary thing to think about, okay, well, if that's not true, then that's not true, then that's not true, then that's not true, blah, 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 blah. And I think it leads to a lot of people having kind of mental breakdowns to some degree within this community. I'm sure you've seen it a lot, that some people go pretty off the fucking walls with this kind of stuff. I'm not saying that's you by any means. A lot of the people here are very, very rational and down to earth, 100%. But I think you would be kidding yourself if you think all of your community is exactly to the same level that you guys are intellectually and rationally and understand all the arguments.
Right back at you.
Right back at yeah.
I think it's the same for the
100%.
science community.
Amen,
too, like
Amen. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not.
What are you saying, Falv? Sorry.
I was just saying it's probably the same for like y'all just agreed with. I don't need to repeat myself.
It is. Yeah, it is the same in every single thing. There's going to be people that actually know what they're talking about. There's going to be people that just agree and nod their head to the guy in the room that's speaking the loudest and then repeat parroting talking points. Yeah, 100%, without actually understanding the underlying stuff behind it. I pride myself on trying to understand as best as possible the underlying mechanics behind it.
Are you, though?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I am. And you need to believe when I'm telling you that I truly am trying my very, very best. Whether that's not good enough for you is your problem. I am trying.
So earlier when we was talking about gravity and how do you scientifically, or how do you apply gravity to a scientific experiment and all this stuff, and you was bringing up your objects, right? Why is it that you was hearing relative density or a specific gravity, and why were they using that instead?
I'm sorry, I don't follow the question.
Why did I bring up density and buoyancy, basically?
You're trying to prove that there is a force, not a force, pulling an object to the ground, pushing an object to the ground, okay? And they're just saying it's specific gravity or relative density. Why? What's the fundamental reason why during that conversation?
Why are they trying to say it's buoyancy?
No.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. Why? Why would
because that's what they believe to be true.
Okay. Whenever they were going on and talking about how in the scientific method you have to be able to manipulate your cause. Okay? The reason they're not saying that there's a force, not a force, pulling or pushing an object to the ground is because they can't manipulate it. They can manipulate the medium and all the other variables around the object. They cannot manipulate the gravity itself.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
That's why that's a.
But the reason we went sure, but the reason we went through all that was to establish where we agreed upon things, and we agreed upon that scientific experiment of dropping the balls and shit. And so the point of that was to kind of understand where our ideas diverge and where we stop understanding each other.
Do you understand Kiko's disposition? Why he said to you,
disposition?
Why do you think we are bringing up density and buoyancy as a repeatable measurable phenomenon because we can manipulate the mediums around us. We can use water, we can use air, we can use any medium we choose to because the medium is what we're manipulating.
So let's
Yeah.
two objects and
But
do
why is it that like oil floats instead of sinking?
Okay.
Entity
I'm gonna have, and I'm going to change the medium only. I drop a 1 pound of iron and I drop 1 pound of wood in air. They both fall. I drop the same 1 pound iron and wood into water. Iron sinks, wood floats. I drop the wood and iron into liquid mercury. They both float. Why? Because the medium.
Right.
Yeah. But you understand though that that's still
simple,
applying.
It's that
Yeah,
simple.
it is that simple. But you haven't asked why.
Hold on, wait. That's the point, bro. It's that simple. Do you understand? Like.
Okay. Yeah. So what you're saying is that
that's where the lie comes in of gravity. It's just you don't need it.
So what you're saying is because there's like this whole atmosphere around us. When you drop a piece of wood, it's only falling because of the relative density between the air and the wood, or the air and the iron.
Just take a step back, simplify it, bro.
I'm asking a question because that's where I'm stuck.
I know. We all know.
And you refuse to answer it.
I'm trying to hear Kiko. He's breaking up. Go ahead, Kiko.
You establish that there's a downward bias. Let's change it up. I put my two objects in the bottom of a container. Right? Now I fill it up with air. Nothing happens. I fill it up with water. The wood floats. I fill it up with liquid mercury. They both begin to float.
Yeah, but I've got a question for you. A different one that. I've got one that's gonna stick it to you real bad here. So we established, yeah, big time. So we established, right, that when we drop both iron and titanium in a vacuum or even in air, they both fall at the same rate, correct? Correct?
Sure, I'll agree.
In a vacuum?
But then I'll have
in a
to follow
vacuum, they fall at the same rate.
Kiko, you're
If they're the same, so if they're the same volume, right, the exact same shape, then the air resistance isn't going to affect it like differently between them. So if we make sure it's in air, the object is the same size, and we just change the density of that.
Stream then restarts at 24 hours.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
What it really means to live life golden. Yeah, we're golden, baby girl, we're golden. They're about to see us shine, 'cause we're golden.
Get back into full view when, according to the curvature of the Earth, it should be obscured. Part of the boat should be obscured by the curvature of the Earth, yet we're able to bring it back into full view. So I don't understand like why no one brings that up, that anomaly, but like
I think they do, but a lot of people like it or not. You might not accept my answer, but I got an answer for you.
Sure.
Well, that's because of refraction, of course.
Atmospheric refraction, right?
Oh.
But unfortunately, atmospheric refraction it can only occur with very specific atmospheric conditions. It's not an everyday occurring phenomena. You have to have it. It has to be the right conditions for atmospheric refraction. I mean, okay, we can take another example of the law of perspective and, disproving the curvature of the Earth. Have you ever heard of Salyer de Uni? Mayhem? The Bolivian salt flats?
Yeah, I know that place. I heard about it.
Okay. So if you go there, if you've seen it, it's about like 100 kilometers wide and in all directions. Let's say it rains a little bit, like 3 inches of rain per se in this Bolivian salt flats. The reason why it's popular and people know about it is because it makes it look like it's a giant mirror, perfectly flat mirror. It's not convex, not concave. It's a perfectly flat mirror for over 100 kilometers.
What's it called?
Salar de Uyuni. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but just type in Bolivian salt flats. There you go. That's or Bonneville salt. Is that what it's called? There you go. Let's see here. Let's look at this video real quick. Actually, I don't know about the Bonneville salt flats, but apparently that's another salt flats place. But the one I'm thinking of is in Bolivia. There we go. Secret Asian Man posted a picture of it right there. Gorgeous, by the way. So let's take that.
Legitimately heaven.
Yeah, it's like a perfect mirror. Like there's no warping in the reflected image. It's completely flat. That's not what I'm not saying that proves it, but what I am saying is if you're able to see for over 100 kilometers perfectly like that far of a distance, where it looks like it's a perfect mirror, completely, symmetrical with the image that you're looking at. Like if you're standing 50 kilometers away, and you're looking at something another 50 kilometers away over there, it's the same mirrored image.
Yeah,
like
there's no curvature. Yeah,
there's no concaveness. Yeah.
Yeah. But my argue. I mean, I solely believe Earth is completely flat too. But my argue there is that Earth could be that very big.
Okay, let's say that's the case, right? Let's say that that's the case, that the Earth is so big that you're unable to see the curvature of the Earth
for a while. Yeah, for like.
Okay, well, let's go back to Eratosthenes. Let's go back, because that's important. That's basically where we got the measurement of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but I thought you said we can agree to disagree about Eratosthenes. Why are we going back?
No, we are. But we're going back. We're going back to the measurement, though.
I'm like I said, yeah. Keep going.
So the important part of that measurement, right, is that it confirms, quote unquote, that the Earth is about 25,000 miles in diameter, which is important. It's very important, because based on that calculation and of spherical trigonometry by I think it was Aristotle. Let me look this up. There's actually a calculation that you can look up yourself that measures the curvature of the Earth. And it is this calculation, bear with me. And this is very important.
Wouldn't it be crazy if we don't even live in a flat or sphere? It's just a matrix.
So, let's see here.
Like, oh, guess what? It's all a simulation. That's crazy.
Let's see here. So, based on the law perspective and the measurement of the quote-unquote curvature of the Earth, that when we're looking at the horizon, that anything that we see, I believe it is 6 inches per mile squared, I believe. I can't remember the exact thing. If anyone could help me out here. Can't remember exactly what to find here. I can't remember what. I'll try to find it on Google, and it keeps giving me different things. But I think it's 8 inches.
Never give him 6 inches when you can give him 8.
There you go, 8 inches. 8 inches per mile squared. Per mile of distance that you're looking at. So let's take 100 kilometers, for example. 100 kilometers to miles is about 62 miles. So if I'm in Salar de Uyuni and I'm able to see perfectly all the way to the other side of the salt flats where you can see the mountains. Like for example, in that picture, which is about 100 kilometers. So if it's 8 inches per mile squared, in terms of how your perspective line, like your horizon line, starts to dip according to the curvature, then that means those mountains, for example, 100 kilometers, say, and I'm sorry I don't have the exact numbers about those mountains, but you don't even need to because 62 miles, it's long enough to see a difference. Those mountains should not be in view. They should actually be about, let's see, 8 inches per mile squared. So 8 inches times 62 miles. Let's see, so in feet.
So you're telling me the people who made these rules are kind of like screwing themselves over because people are like proving themselves wrong.
Well, if you have,
think so. Yeah.
I mean, if you have 25,000 miles in diameter, if that's like what you're basing this entire globe measurement on, which is basically just fucking
common
two
knowledge.
dudes that, or a dude that basically put a stick in the ground, like. And let's take that at face value. Let's say it is 25,000 miles in diameter. Okay, so according to spherical trigonometry, it's about 8 inches per mile squared. That your horizon line, like your vision, like the way your eyes see, you can't. You would start to see that curve, based on how many miles are. If it's 25,000 miles, right? That means Earth is that's limited to that space, and it's a sphere. So you can actually have a calculation about how much curvature you're going to be seeing as you go further down your perspective line. So if I'm looking at 62 miles away at those mountains, then that should be per mile squared, 8 inches, 8 times 6, that's 48. 8 times 2, that's 16, 496. So that should be about 49 feet below your horizon. Like, you should not be able to see those mountains. It should be 49 feet below your law of perspective. I'm not sure if I'm doing this math right, but essentially it's impossible to be able to see those mountains in full view. It just doesn't make sense. Like,
that's interesting. I've never been brought up that point from that kind of place, because you're right, it is completely flat. And I'm sure we can make this with several other flat
places. A lot of places. But the reason why I choose this is because it's very visual, that it's a mirror. Like, you can see that it's perfectly flat. And like your question earlier, what you said, well, the reason why we can't see the curvature is it's too big, right?
Well, that was my rebuttal.
Right. It's too big. We can't see it. Yet, we're able to see the curvature of the Earth from the beach. That makes no sense. That's illogical. In fact, how are we not high enough in the air to see how big the Earth is and the curvature of the Earth?
But Red Bull clearly, as they...
Oh, you've seen that? I've seen that too.
The jump, yeah.
Where you can see it totally change the fisheye lens, but yeah. But to keep it like in fact-based stuff, it's like going by their logical and fallacies. It's maddening, because you can go about it for fucking hours on end and nothing will get done. But I get what Mayhem's doing. I get what these. You have to become correct when you're discussing this stuff, but. The one thing.
Did you cut out just then? Mic check.
He's
Hello?
Still good. He's good. It might have been just you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Mike is still here. All I heard was, I get what Mayhem's doing. Anyway, hey, speaking of, Miggy, what's happening?
What's up, brother?
Did you cut out Beasticles?
I don't think he did.
I'm not sure if I am or not.
I think I heard him.
Oh, okay,
You were cutting out on your own. But yeah, man, that's a very good point. And like I said, it took me a while to really fully grasp that this whole world, possibly
Let
could
me
be,
let me yeah.
was most likely flat.
Excuse me for a second, guys. Let me talk to my the students in here, the academy. Guys, this exercise was meant for you guys to listen to and critique. We're going to go ahead and open up the panel to anything that you guys have heard within this critique. You guys go ahead and kind of help him out a little bit. Teach him how we do things here and kind of show him like what the arguments are about, what went wrong, what could have been better, and all that kind of good stuff. We can open up the floor to you guys listening to this conversation. Me asking Beasticle some of those questions. So go ahead. If anybody wants to jump in, if you were hearing the conversation between me and Beasticles,
Hell yeah.
go ahead. Well, just listen to some honest critique, okay, Beasticles? So no slight to you, it's just honest critique, okay? All right. So anybody want to jump in, or we all good?
All I can say is when I first tuned into this a little while ago, I thought somebody had cloned your voice and was just BSing. I didn't realize at first that you were role-playing.
Well, it's much more than that, though, because what happens is when you actually test the metal of your argument, you start to realize where the holds are. Now, was anything that was being said? Are we all good? First of all, with between the way I was arguing, the way he was arguing, did everybody come out good? Are we all good, or nobody's got nothing to say about it, or what's up?
I'd say Beasticles needs some more practice.
Yeah,
I think honestly, I didn't know
Go
what
ahead.
the fuck was going on. I think Beasticles were bringing some great points. I would just probably keep the math to a minimum because that was kind of like putting me, or my attention wasn't being as focused as as when you started saying a bunch of numbers. That could just be me.
No, I'm just asking everybody actually, so anybody can put their input. Because when we all come up to this, the point where we're actually having these discussions, arguments, or whatever, we wanted to present it in front of everyone. So this is kind of like a test run. So is everybody good with what's being said? Because I don't hear anybody else except for Wade Bixer and Big Root. Was it Big Root that said something?
Well, one thing I would say just specifically
mocking,
that Beasticles really needs to know the times, the dates, the numbers. When it comes to 8 inches per mile squared, you should know that like the back of your hand and not say 6 inches or something like that. When you get into a debate with somebody or with a discussion and you're tripping over your own words, that's not good.
Gotcha. No, and that's completely understandable critique. And that's kind of like why I'm here anyway. I definitely, because I am a flat earther for sure. I might not exactly
No, it's cool.
have it in front of me.
Yeah, it's cool. But what I'm saying is like when you get
Gotta be
into the level of just check this out, right? When you get into the level of the kind of discussions that we get into in here, we meet every archetype of personality from the sophist to the weasel. Everybody who's just trying to pull one over on you or say something, interrupt you. They'll speak louder than you or whatever the case is. But what I'm showing you, because I pretended to be the nice, calm Glober, right? So for you guys to hear me like the way I was retorting to you was the way they would normally. Because I've heard all the things that I told you was basically what I was told when I was learning how to refine the argument. So there's a lot to learn and to glean from the people that are in this server. And so what I'd say is that I know you might be, I don't know, seniority wise, like 10 years in flat earth or something. You know, I don't know how long you spent in it, but that to me, it doesn't matter. It's not about seniority. It's about learning the arguments and understanding how to address them. So for me, it's more of like, you have to be well equipped. And this server, it sharpens your mind and your arguments get quick. You don't have to waste time with bloat. There's a lot of bloat that you actually get to, which is what I call derivative topics. Derivative topics are not needed if you can fundamentally take out the whole argument, right? And so if you've ever, I don't know, you don't know who I am, but I've curated the 3 points. The 3 points from the time that I started to where they're at today are, in a sense, well, I would say they're basically a tool that you can use to actually come at somebody to expose what kind of knowledge they have about the Earth being a globe. Now, once you have that knowledge, then you can move forward and then refine your logically consistent points to the person, and then they can understand what you're saying. Because right now, when you speak to a glober, they have their defenses up, their walls up. You haven't taken anything down, so they're gonna fight back on every point that you give them, right? So, what I didn't. It was no effort on my part to just tell you that, you know, somebody else figured it out, and there was no coming to reconciliation of why I don't have that knowledge. You didn't make me understand that. So for me, it was just, I was just kicking back, listening to you say whatever you wanted to. In my head, I was playing the guy who was just like, you know what? I know it's still a globe. You haven't convinced me. You know what I mean? So I made your job difficult. So you were doing the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, I was the one listening to you tell me how the Earth. You had to convince me. But see, in this specific arena, it's the other way around. We don't listen. We don't ever play defense. And if you start playing defense, then you're doing it wrong. So I always educate people here in this server about that. It's not about you playing your defense. Point, yeah. You're once you start defending, you're already they got you on the ropes, and so they're gonna
defend their claim.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So
yeah.
So this, and I put it to you like this: this discussion is not a debate. It's not up for a debate. So what it is the burden of proof rests on those who make the claim. So those who advocate for the claim, which is the Earth is a globe, they're the ones who are saying that the Earth is a globe, and they advocate for that position. Not saying that they made the claim themselves, but they advocate for it. So they're saying, no, the Earth's a globe, and I know because the scientists told me or whatever. But so if that's the case, then the burden of proof rests on their shoulders alone. So what needs to happen is evidence needs to be put forth. So think of it like a court case, right? So do you have a court case running, and so they are the ones that need to present the case for the Earth being a globe. So in order for them to do that, they need to sufficiently come forward with any evidence. So what you do is you're somebody to say, okay, present your evidence. Let's see what you have to present as far as evidence goes that the Earth is a globe. Now that's what you're waiting on. So if you get into like a spiel about like the Earth and the salt flats and all that stuff, you're trying to logically consistently provide evidence for the case of the Earth not being a globe, but it's flat, but they're not going to see it because their walls are up. They have their side, you have your side, and then when it's their turn to speak, they're just going to retort and tell you, nope, it's a globe because you didn't factor in gravity. You didn't look at the Eratosthenes or something. So in order for you to avoid that, you have to get them to admit they don't know. So I always teach people when they're in here is that when you go against an opponent that thinks that the Earth is a globe, you have to listen to the knowledge that they know. So the 3 questions. Have you heard of them?
To nothing.
No.
Okay, so the 3 questions are this, and I'm just going to tell you so you know for future.
Yeah.
I curated these 3 questions. It goes just like this: who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance?
Who has measured the curvature of the Earth ever in history, any time in history, with drop over distance?
With drop over distance. So drop over distance excludes any other shenanigans from Eratosthenes, Aristotle, Al-Biruni, anybody who's ever, any of the ancient guys, right? So what you're doing is you're cutting it off at the knees. So when they want to come back and say, well, Eratosthenes, you're like, no. I didn't ask for sticks and shadows. What I asked for was drop over distance. So the consequent of the geometric shape being an oblate spheroid would deem necessary that the shape would demonstrate the sagittal. Point B, there's going to be an obstruction, which is the hump of the Earth in between point A and point B. Therefore, if that is the case, we have a drop rate over a distance. So the drop over distance is necessary. It's a necessary consequence of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. So if you follow me on this, what happens is they have to demonstrate any time in history that that drop over distance has been directly measured. Now, there isn't anything that has ever been done any time in history that has been taken into account. So they're going to be fumbling around trying to figure out, give you half-hearted answers about, Samuel Rowbotham and, just other things, right? And you're going to be, no, that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm specifically, what you do is at that point, you start to redirect. Okay. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm specifically asking for a drop over distance. So basically what I'm saying is this isn't a debate or left up for discussion. All it merely is for them to demonstrate their knowledge as to sufficiently answer the question, right? Has there been anyone to demonstrate that the Earth has been directly measured, that drop over distance has been measured? Now, that's up. The burden of proof is on their shoulders. It's not on yours. Right. So at this current time, I would say turn off the answering of the questions. And they say, no, but then you prove to me the Eratosthenes. You say, we'll answer some questions after these 3 questions that I got to give you. I promise. We'll go through whatever you need to, but first sufficiently answer my questions. And then we'll pour over ourselves into anything you want to know. But I have to know what you know first about the Earth being a globe. So first of all, you have to get them to answer those 3 questions sufficiently, or admit that the thing that you need from them, right, is the concession. It is the utmost, most important thing that you have to hear from their mouth. I don't know. If you don't get that from them, the walls are going to be up and you will not penetrate their mind. So really, what you're doing is exposing their mind to everybody that's listening. So everybody's going to be gathered around. Yeah. Everybody's going to be gathered around. Everybody's going to be trying to listen to how this debate is going to happen.
Right.
And when you present it to them as in like, no, this right here, what we're doing is you who have the burden of proof are going to come forward and demonstrate to us that what you're claiming is true. So that is what's necessary right now, is that they don't understand that. They don't know that they have the burden of proof. They think because you said flat Earth, you got to prove it to them. And see, the magic trick, what happened was throughout the discussion, people on the flat Earth side thought that we have to have the burden of proof because we have to demonstrate how the Earth's... No, the Earth is flat and stationary. So the burden of proof rests on those who are making a claim that is otherwise than what we know it to be. Right. Just like you were leading to tell me at the beginning with your questions, right? But another thing too is that this position that we have is not, and I repeat, is not an agree to disagree position. It's a right and wrong position. Either we're right or we're wrong. There's no other 2 ways about it. So with the demonstration that they're going to give you, it's either going to sufficiently answer the question that the Earth is an oblate spheroid with drop over distance, or they're going to not be able to present any to you. Which in what case?
No, right.
Yeah. Which in what case? Okay, so 3 questions, right? So the first question is: has the Earth ever been measured any time in history that it has drop over distance? They'll probably tell you. They'll run around and say, no, well, you won't like my answer, or no, Eratosthenes, and then
It'll
you have to
push back from that for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, the pushback will be a little bit, but for you, it's basically cleanup detail. You're just gonna have to nope, sorry, redirect back to the premise. Nope, I'll talk to you about later on. If you want to ask me some questions, we'll do it after. It's just cleanup. That's all you're doing. And so once you get to settle down, and then what do you want me to say? You're like, just answer the question. If either you know or you don't, but if you don't know, say I don't know.
Right, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Right, and so you listen. Don't give in to okay, you didn't have to say you don't know, but I'll just take it like you know. This right here, what I'm telling you, is the most important part of the 3 questions. The concession. If you do not get the concession, do not move on to the next question. And I'm saying this specifically because what happens here It's called an ego death.
Right.
Their ego, which is built up, which has been built up, that they think that they have, will die. And it has to. So they have to concede that they don't know. And it's a hard pill to swallow because
The
they're going
younger
to
the
fight.
better, yeah.
They're going to fight, right? So once you hear that, I don't know, say, okay, that's fine. You don't know. Let's go to the second question. Like, be calm about it. Go to the second question. And then once you get to the second one is this. It's like the first, but a little bit different. They tell us, I'm gonna give it to you. Like I prefaced the second question. They tell us that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So the question to you is, who has ever measured the Earth to be spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, any time in history, by any device or any person or people? You can put a little extra to it, like the way I just did.
Next question, though. It's great.
Right.
Yeah.
So the axial rotation is the second question. Axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. Who's ever measured that any time in history? And you could like I say, you could preface it with saying that they tell us that the Earth is spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and so on. So who's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth any time in history? So they're going to either get sufficiently answered that question. Well, Foucault's pendulum. Okay, so what we're asking for is a naturally observed phenomena of Earth spin. Who has witnessed the Earth spinning any time in history? Because they have to see the natural observed phenomena if they're going to claim that they know that the Earth is spinning.
Right.
So remember, this is all about them giving you their base knowledge of how they know that. And so when it comes out to it that they don't know, they'll say, well, the moon's moving around, the sun's moving around, duh. And you'll be like, check this out. When you're outside, what do you see from east to west? The sun moves across the sky. What do you see east to west when you see the moon? The moon moves across the sky. What do you see when the stars move? They move east to west across the sky. Everything moves east to west across the sky. Therefore, from our vantage point, we only see the sun, moon, and stars moving. At no time do we see the naturally observed phenomena of Earth spin. And if you appeal to Foucault's pendulum, then you're already in a fallacy, because you're using a man-made device. That's
You're not
not
using a natural observed phenomenon.
Exactly, it's not a naturally observed phenomenon. Correct.
Makes sense.
So you have to make sure your answers are airtight, because you'll get the sophist in there, you'll get the weasel who tries to like say things to make you put words in your mouth or something. So there's a little bit of pushback, I would say, because they already know that the collapse of their paradigm is coming, right? So second question, you still have to wait for the you have to wait for the I don't know. Don't skip that part. I'm making a very poignant effort to tell you, do not skip on the I don't know. Like, you have to hear that before you go to the next one. But as soon as they're frustrated, like, oh man, what do you do? I don't know. Okay, we'll go to the next question. Next question. And so the third and final question, right? Once you get to the third and final question, is simply this. They tell us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe, right? So on the surface of the Earth, we're breathing at about 14 psi. So that's what we breathe on the surface. Yeah, you can measure that and that. So they know that. But they tell us as we start going up in elevation, the gradient air changes and it gets thinner and thinner, and we're not able to breathe. So by the time you get to the past the Kármán line at about 64 miles up of the Earth's surface, they tell us that the Earth starts to become the vacuum of space right beyond the Kármán line. So they're telling us that the vacuum of space right at that part right there is 10 to the negative 6. So it's about a powerful vacuum like on Earth can produce close to that, right? But further, as you further go out into space, it's called not just space but outer space. And outer space, outer space reaches levels of like 10 to negative 17 torr, right? So you kind of tell them all the rhetoric along with that, but here's the kicker, right? You want to go into where you start to tell them the most important part, right? So the most important part of this third question is, okay, so knowing that we have pressure on the surface and super low pressure up in the vacuum of space, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? That's the capstone, right? You have to say it that way. How do you know we have gas pressure without a container? You can say this: because if we have an open system and there's nothing stopping the gas from expanding, then that gas would naturally fill the volume of wherever it's in. So the gas would disperse.
Right.
It wouldn't stay in one place. It would disperse.
Something's containing it. That makes sense.
Right. So the question would then, like I said before, how can we have gas pressure without a container? So now you got 3 questions, and so their answer needs to be sufficient. If it's like, well, dude, gravity, we say, okay, now you said gravity. Please demonstrate how gravity is a container. Let's go out into the field somewhere. Can we test for this? Because you just made a claim. That claim needs to be tested. So now I need you to test gravity being a container. Please demonstrate that for us. Do you understand what that?
Yeah. So instead of beating around the bush and saying, "Well, what about gravity?"
Yes, you go
None of
straight
that.
for the demonstration. You go straight for the demonstration. So
Great for the jugular.
Yeah, it's important because you want to be concise. You don't want to fiddle faddle, him and haw, or whatever it is you want to talk about, like wasting time. You
I
don't
definitely
want
didn't
that.
feel concise earlier.
Well, that's why
That's why this is happening.
this is it's merely just a guide. That's all it is.
Yo, I didn't even know this was.
It's a pretty good guide, though, for real.
Yeah,
It's
I didn't even know this was
definitely-
going on.
They're definitely highlighting 3 very important key points.
Yes, these are
that
the
I've held.
fundamental. Yeah, these are the fundamental pillars of the Earth being a globe. They're the most important information for someone who believes that the Earth's a globe. Okay, so I wasn't even done yet, but I'm going to show you something, right? Once you get them to this level where they're already denying the fact that they can't understand how gravity is a container, you need the concession once again. Now, either you ask them the question, right? You either know or you don't know. I need the answer, please. Well, gravity, I already told you. No, you didn't demonstrate that gravity is a container for gas pressure. Otherwise, we'd be having gravity containers everywhere and containing gas everywhere. It's not the case. Well, just go outside and look up. No, you can't appeal to the sky because I need a demonstration of how gravity is a
Because
container.
the burden of proof is
Right.
on them because
It's on
their claim.
Right. So it's on
Got
them.
it.
So at the end of that, when you tire them out, because eventually they're going to be like, dude, so what do you want me to say? I don't know. Yes, thank you. You don't know, and I'll go with that. So with that, you can wrap it up. Remember, and this ending part is even better than like me telling you to tell them like if they know or they don't know. This ending part is the masterpiece of the 3 points. Okay, so the ending summarization is you demonstrating to them that they have no knowledge that the Earth is a globe, and you do it this way. So you tell them this. So you're saying that the Earth, being a globe, number 1, spinning, number 2, in the vacuum of space, number 3, is just a blind belief that you have. You don't know that it is. You blindly believe it right now. You didn't supply any information to give any evidence to the claims, and I gave you the floor, but you didn't sufficiently answer the question. You said you don't know to all 3, and that's it. You demonstrate to them that they have a blind belief, and that is all. That is it.
Right.
You've done your
depending, and then depending on what happens after that is completely up to how they react.
Exactly.
It's
you
all
get
a
it.
big movie. Yeah.
You get it. But here's the deal though. You didn't defend one time. They were on the defense the whole time, and they lost the whole time. Not only did they lose, they admitted to you conceding that they don't know 3 times on the most fundamental aspects of the Earth's position.
So much that they're gonna join the Discord.
Well, I mean, that can be the case, but that's not the outcome. The outcome for what you did right there was not to convince them. It was not so they can say, "Oh, I want to be a flat earther." No, it was to expose their mind that they don't know. So everybody who hears will be like, "Well, let me take a shot at the title," and you're like, "Come on in, let's do the 3 points on you. Let's see how you fare." But every time, listen, since I curated these 3 points, there hasn't been a soul, from an astrophysicist to the regular layman, that's come in here to tell me they know. Not one.
Can you write those down? Do you have those written down somewhere?
Actually, yeah. Somebody might put them into the in the live stream voice text for you guys.
That would be amazing.
Mickey,
Yeah,
can I expound upon this for just a moment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Okay, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I love it. That's one good benefit of AI right there. Boom.
Yeah,
But
actually,
Mayhem,
that's a great thing. Yeah.
thank you. And I
Yes, sir.
and I
Yeah, I did it
definitely
because
appreciate you sharpening my skills.
No, now I just gave
Everybody's.
I gave you a broadsword, so I'm teaching you how to use it. That's what
Right.
I'm doing. So now when you
gotta
go there,
sharpen it, yeah.
like right now, sheathe your sword because you don't need to use it on anybody in here yet. But when somebody comes in and they're feisty and they're rambunctious,
will.
you do have the right temper for it. I gauge that you do have that right temper, that tone.
And the head for it.
Yeah. So
Sorry for interrupting, bro.
these 3 points are for you because it seems like you can carry the weight of being able to navigate, and you'll be 100% on the offense, never defense. And so whether or not, listen, when they get out of those 3 points, they don't have a leg to stand on. They can't get, well, dude, now I want to talk to you about how gravity, no, you just denied the fact that you knew anything. From the point of it, Earth being a globe, to the point that the Earth's moving, and now of the vacuum of space. So your whole paradigm has been rocked. You don't know anything. You just admittedly said that. So now you're going to tell me that you know? How?
Can't backtrack. You can't backpedal.
You're on record saying you don't know. So now
Question for you though, real quick.
Go ahead.
So let's say we get through these 3 points flawlessly, right? And the person that's on the receiving end of after these 3 points. Let's say they bring up, let's just say they ask a simple question like, so why has no one measured it?
Because there is no curvature. That's why. Because there's no curvature. If there was curvature, it would be measured. Because there is no curvature, that's why it's not measured. Well, dude, refraction. No, because see, when I took you through the 3 questions, you would have sufficiently answered it with that. You didn't do that, so.
I am Mayhem.
What's up?
I'm just saying that I think a good one though is what the guy's trying to say is I have this with the questions and that. You know, you start asking for they'll bring up like Eratosthenes, like we all know the score with that, but then you're dragged into then another story about explaining how measuring a shadow. I mean, what's your advice on that to the guy? Going into there, they'll just say, well, Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni. Then you've got to go down that.
I sufficiently answered that. And the key is when you ask them the question, remember what I told you. How did the first question go?
Has the Earth now or in ancient times ever been, or has the curvature of Earth now or in ancient times has ever been measured to show drop over distance?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, they'll say.
And then what would you say if they say Eratosthenes?
Yeah, go on, mate. What would you say?
I'm not talking about dudes with sticks and shadows.
Why?
Because we're not measuring
drop over distance.
We're trying to figure out if anyone has measured drop over distance.
Correct.
Has anyone?
No.
And so Google it right now.
Yeah, when they appeal to that, you can easily take them to that and be like, look, he didn't do it. Show me where he measured drop over distance. If you show me sticks and shadows, I'm not going to look at it. I'm just going to quickly hand wave dismiss it immediately. Right. Until you show me drop over distance been measured, I don't want to look at it.
Question real quick, though. And I'm not saying this to disprove the first one, but it's just like, did the drop over distance question, did that come from when they decided to claim that it's not a sphere, it's actually an oblate spheroid?
No.
Or drop over distance has always been a question.
Yeah. It's the consequent of a geometric shape being a sphere. The sphere,
Yeah.
the sphere, consequently, the sphere would necessitate drop over distance. It is the antecedent.
Yeah.
But it's not a sphere; it's an oblate spheroid.
It's the actual physicality of that shape, the ball itself.
Yeah,
It facilitates this drop.
Tell
That's
him.
what it is.
Yeah, Jim.
Do you get what I mean, though? When they come back with the,
Yeah.
well, it's not a sphere; it's an oblate spheroid. It's
Yeah,
different.
don't matter.
Don't matter?
There
Okay.
still has to be drop rate curvature. There still has to be a drop
What-
rate curvature.
The,
Regardless.
the other thing you get as well off the Albert Roux hips is depression angles. They'll say, you know, because you can do a depression angle at a height, and you'll see the apparent horizon at a lower level than your eye level. That they'll say that's drop over a distance.
Yeah, but let's keep it concise to like the point where they have to specifically talk about,
right.
They have to directly measure it. So when they go off into other things, you can redirect back. Yeah, redirect back to the point, to the premise. See, here's the
That's
thing
why
that
I like. No matter what, you're still the point of the three questions and this argument in general is to highlight the fact that it's them making claims.
Yes. And they have to answer the question that you're.
I got it.
Listen. So when they veer off, they give you a red herring, or they.
No. Go back. Has there anyone that's been measured? Right. You keep on that. Got it.
And not only that, is they no. Well, you tell me how the Earth's flat. I want to hear you tell me how it's flat. Be like, dude, I need you to answer my question. Like, they're gonna try to use their tricks because their mind wants to escape out of being pinned down. And it gets harder because if you have other flat earthers, when those guys go, yeah, but tell me about gravity. And another flat earther goes, I'll talk about gravity right now. In the middle of your three questions, they're gonna bamboozle.
Derails the conversation.
And it's gonna be a shit show. And you're gonna try to get it back, and the other flat earthers, dude, I just want to answer this gravity question. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna be. So that's what I'm saying. You have to kind of, at least at that moment for the three questions, say, guys, please, let me just run them through the three questions. Afterwards, you guys can jump in and say whatever, you have to. Because
was that what was going on right there? Because I didn't know.
No, I'm
telling you.
Brand new to the server, and Mayhem sounds like an OG. And
I know. Me too. I kind of just been here for months, but I have never talked to him before. This is crazy.
This is exactly what I was looking for.
Welcome.
How to deal with
trolls,
logical and fallacies, though. Like, super, like I get caught up in my words, but like the thing that you really taught me is the fact that the burden of proof
rests on their shoulders.
That's key, man.
You're always on the offense. You're never on the defense. When you're on the defense, you're
exactly.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
In case you don't know by now, the whole system's a dead thing. Free your mind, free the man in the cell, because to live in reverse is EVIL. I give this shit to you for free, I ain't got nothing to sell. Every word that I'm spitting's REAL, the real DEAL. I ain't trying to talk about how we play well, I'm trying to wake your ass up off beat as well. So if it all kicks off, we don't end up in hell. Listen, you better watch the clock. No time for ignorance and those who mock. We used to have trust when the doctors knocked. Now we all feel terror when they're on the block. And the cops, they're a captured lot. WHO, that's a captured block. The BBC, that's a captured flock. Everything on TV, captured. Still nobody's raptured. Families are fractured. So much fears manufactured. So much fake news that it's chaptered and overacted. The devil's overactive, and those who lack spirit are attracted. Don't make me laugh, kid. It's more than just lyrics over chords. Cause if you put an S in front of words, you get swords. The MPs and the bankers are all frauds, and our scientists are so specialized they get bored. It's not that I wanna be relevant, but the current crisis has a criminal element. Depending who you are, that could sound negative, but the truth is only a matter of evidence to be foolproof. Let me add some more juice. You can't be sitting on the fence no more, you must choose. Atheists, Christians, Muslims and Jews. Good must conquer, evil must lose. Tell me whose history is still intact, when the lost tribes of Israel are still in fact being born into bondage all over the gaff. And the only slaves I ever read about were black. I'ma tell it how it is, I ain't taking it back. I'm taking you back to King James, remember that king's name. This is a big plane, and it's a big shame how the truth gets hidden with a bad name. It's a sad game, stuck up in the rap race, trying to live your best life. This ain't fucking Westlife, but me and you ain't enemies. I'm trying to wake you up and hook you up with some herbal remedies. Everybody wants to go back to before, but before caused the problems we chose to ignore. So from here forth there's no more ear talk. We're kicking down your door hardcore with sincere and clear thought. You are what you eat, they ain't keeping it quiet. Seems they forgot about this in science. I ain't trying to cause a borderline riot, but the cure to disease is an alkaline diet. Try it, better yet, grow it, don't buy it. Can't get a drug if the government don't supply it. Quiet, you can see the harm in harmony. We need the farm, not the pharmacy.
That's fine, but that's not a citation. A reference is not a citation. Okay, so if you want to use these words, go find a reference for what they mean, and then bring us back the citation of what they mean. Thank you.
So, can you tell me why relativity says that it would be equal if the sky was moving or the Earth was moving? Sure. So the definition of citation, a quotation from a reference to a book, paper, or author. And the definition of reference, number 2, is the use of a source of information in order to ascertain something. So I'd say those are synonyms. You disagree?
No, not even close.
Awesome.
Dude, have you taken any collegiate or university level courses?
Yeah, I have, but why does that matter? Are we in college?
Have you done references and citations? Well, have you done references and citations?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was currently doing a college course on flat Earth in this Discord server. So, can I not use synonyms? Is this like whoever said, what was it before? Someone said the colloquial...
A reference isn't a synonym for a citation, dude.
What was the the colloquial term for space. Someone used the colloquial term for space instead of using the actual physics term of space, right? So am I not...
Why should they use a physics terms?
Well, we're at a collegiate level to debate right now, aren't we?
There's no debate. You're just flailing.
So we're not. So I can just sort of like give the references a wiki article that has a list of the actual copies of the scientific paper. I can do that, can't I?
Right. That's not a citation, though, friend. That's the difference. You're offering references while asking for citations.
To reference something is to point at some source of information, like a...
Right, that's not the same as citing it. That's not the same as citing it.
I can cite a reference and I can reference a citation. Are those two sentences equal?
No, they're not.
So if I cite a reference, if I say, oh, my reference for this is my friend Jason X, who this is his phone number. And if I reference a citation, I say, oh, my citation is the one written by Jason something, here's his phone number. Is that not equal? This is just...
No, because now you're mixing categories.
Do you guys have any reason why Michelson-Pierce scale didn't show the Earth was in motion?
Oh, yeah, because they had to apply a mathematical transform to fit their bias in order to get the conclusion that they wanted.
My boy just realized he goofed up and tried to run away from his own little example.
No, I'm just tired of the semantics. It's pathetic.
It's not about semantics, dude. It's about earlier you were asked to cite something that you offered as a reference, and you just told people to just read it. And I was just pointing that out, that you're a hypocrite.
How? I read out the result.
Okay, look, fair enough. Okay, maybe you're not a hypocrite. Maybe you just are ignorantly think that references and citations are the same thing. We'll forgive you.
You haven't given an argument why they're different. You've just said, are you doing a course? And I said no. Do you want me to read out dictionary definitions again?
Dude. Okay, for example, if he asks you for a specific piece of information about something, right? And you say, I'll give you the wiki in total.
Yes.
You're referencing the wiki. Now, if he says, I want this specific piece of information, you go to the wiki, pull out the citation, give him the citation from the reference that has a specific piece of information. Those are entirely two different things. They're not synonyms.
You think that citation has some different meaning.
Dude, I just explained it to you. Very simply.
From or reference to a book, paper, or author. That's for citation. For reference, the use of a source or information in order to ascertain something. Provide a book or article with citations of sources.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, you're wrong.
He's stupid.
You forgot the word specific.
To specific. No, it says or a specific reference.
Oh, a specific reference.
Yes.
Not a general reference.
Citation definition.
Holy fuck, bro.
Quotation from or reference to a book. So that's the noun definition for citation.
Yes, and where's that in?
This is used in the definition of citation. You understand that, right?
Dude,
quotation from.
If you're asked for a citation, yeah, you need a citation is a specific.
Have argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, you already conceded down is down, and water's flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Welcome.
Tower bridges show that Earth is not flat and level.
How?
Quarry tanks show Earth is not flat and level.
No, wrong. You failed to provide the citation that you were asked for about the tow tanks, how they specifically measured curvature.
No, string line.
You failed to provide the citation, friend.
No, you just didn't like the citation.
No, you didn't have a citation. You just generally said the term string line, just as you did again now.
And?
Watch. Ask me how, just ask me in the reverse. I want to play role play so you can see how stupid it is.
Yeah, sure.
Ask me how to prove, or what proof I have that the Earth is flat. Ask me that.
What proof do you have the Earth is flat?
Lasers.
Cool. Do you have a reference for someone claiming that lasers show the Earth is flat?
I do.
Awesome.
I have an 120-page PDF and an accompanying documentary of the methodologies and the practical tests that they did. And I also have a citation from their document that says the WGS-84 model is not found in the field.
Great. Link that and I will read it. You see how that works?
Okay, perfect. Now, let me... actually, my friends are going to link it because I'm going to speak. So, links, FE Core, for my friends who are using the bot, and then exclamation point videos laser short, exclamation point videos laser long. The short version is a condensed version that you can watch, and then the long version is the long version, obviously, that you can watch when you have more time. Now, I'm going to give you the practical methodology because I'm capable of... Hold on, friend.
I wanted the... Oh, no, it's a PDF. Okay, we're all good.
Oh, my fuck, dude. Did I not tell you what was coming down the pike? I said a PDF.
But then you spoke about long and short videos, and I wanted the PDF.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was being linked as well. But someone linked the PDF.
Yeah, fair.
I do.
No, all right, good.
Where?
Oh, yeah, it's my turn to calm down, bro. Were you not on calm when you began? The answer is yes, so fair is fair.
Yeah,
anyway, let's move on. When you asked for a citation of the methodology that they used with the string to prove curvature over the distance, you weren't able to provide it. You didn't cite from the text, and you didn't articulate the methodology. You didn't cite it from the text, nor did you articulate the methodology. But I'll tell you the methodology from this laser test, right? If you want to listen, I'll tell it to you. but you can also validate it from the document. So this is actually multiple tests, culminating in the final biggest test of 25-mile sample size over water, right? So there's 14 or 17, I can't remember correctly, but the longest one they shot was 25 miles. So what they did is they set up what's generally known as a laser transit, right, methodology, which is you have a laser, you level the laser, you shoot the laser across, and then you use what's called a storyboard or a receiver that's at the same relative height, and then when it hits, you see where the laser hits, and then you can tell how off it is. We use this in construction all the time to level foundations, excavate, all kinds of stuff. Very practical methodology, very simple. So if you have the laser set up on one side, right, about 2 meters, 6 feet off the ground, and on the other side you have the story or the target about the same, 2 meters, 6 feet, right? The globe Earth predicts a differential between the off angle that the laser should continue into the sky if it's perfectly level and the target at that distance to be 90 meters, right? So in other words, the big hump of Earth curve water and the level laser, right, can't shoot through the hump of Earth curve water, so it shouldn't hit the target. It should go over the target by 90 meters. Now, when they set this up, right, they took into account the ambient conditions. They took into account the millirad divergence of their laser. They created, which is in the documentary, a very accurate aiming device and leveling system. And if you watch it, you'll see how precise it was, very precise.
What type of laser was it?
Well, you'll have to look into there. It's a big old laser. A laser sufficient to shoot 25 miles with a very limited millirad divergence.
Yep, I read that.
So sufficient to the task. And they might talk about the type of laser, because they actually had two. I think the first one failed or they destroyed it. But anyway, they talk about that in the thing. And they give the specs for it. So they did the test.
It doesn't matter. Refraction wasn't accounted for.
Says who?
Them. As light travels in a straight line through a homogeneous medium, light angles due to different refraction indexes in a non-homogeneous atmosphere. We calculate direction and amount of refraction to show how much laser beam deviation affects the measurement outcome. In a non-homogeneous atmosphere where the index of refraction increases with height, rays of sufficient small initial elevation angle of refraction.
Holy crap, dude.
Is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah, you just said they didn't account for refraction, and then they went on to say we accounted for refraction in the very text you just quoted from.
Yeah, but they accounted for it wrong. And well, actually, they didn't. So they're saying that it's a homogeneous through a homogeneous medium. We calculate direction amount of refraction in a non-homogeneous atmosphere with the index of refraction. Blah blah blah. This curvature is proportional to the rate of increase of the bidirectional index of refraction.
Yeah. Anyway, so they set it up. They set it up, and the laser hit the target. Okay. Now, you may claim they didn't account for this, they didn't account for that. That's fine. But at least they have a practical example of their methodology.
Yeah, here we go. This is because I've read through this before, actually. Here's the problem. So the lake is frozen, therefore walking along the beam on the ice or using a boat was not possible. There's no data on the ambient conditions along the laser beam were available. We measured the conditions at the measuring.
Yeah, which site, which shot is this? Which shot are they talking about?
I don't know. I'm just reading out of the text document for refraction conditions, the PDF.
Which test? Which test was it? What location?
Point of laser beam.
I told you there was about 14 or 17 different ones, dude. You can't just pick one at random.
Well, this is their heading for refraction conditions.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So they said when they measured refraction between the
which location? Which location?
Why does that matter?
Maybe because, listen, friend, maybe because over time and at each location they learned things and improved their methodology.
Then why wouldn't they add that in under the refraction category or subheading?
Dude, how many different shots were there How many different conclusions?
Right now.
I don't know, dude. How about you read the whole entire thing? How about that?
Yeah, I thought so. You'd run away from this discussion because you don't actually.
I'm not running away from it. I'm asking you specifics about the thing, and you're not giving them. Bruh. Now, by the way, in the final 25-mile shot,
temperature was 2 degrees. The air at night was 3 degrees. Humidity is always higher the closer you are to the lake surface, which indicates a lower refractive index. They just assumed a low refractive index. They didn't actually measure one. The ambient conditions showed that the refractive index
which location?
was the same at the two sides of the lake. So it didn't measure the difference across the lake. They just measured one side of the lake, the other side of the lake, and said, yeah, good enough. Am I wrong?
Yeah, maybe at that site that's what they did. But which site are you talking about?
The refractive, measurement number 1.
Measurement number 1.
Find the actual spots where like,
oh my god, dude.
Balanton Villegas observation points. And
is it observation
laser position?
Yeah, is location number 1 the one where they state that the WGS84 model hasn't been sort of upheld?
No, that's just their first one they did, dude.
Anyway.
If he won't even make it onto the rest, dude. He's just going to look at number 1, say they didn't account for refraction curves, light.
It was still at 0 degrees, and the air at the night was down to -11 above the air. Air temperature at the time of the measurement was -6. The ambient conditions showed the refractive index were about the same at the two sides of the lake. So they're just on the same thing, two sides of the lake.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to make is that if it's the first measurement that doesn't state that the WGS84 model is invalid, then what they did there isn't relevant to this argument.
My argument was their methodology was incorrect because they didn't measure the refraction across the lake. They measured it from 2 points, the start and the finish. And if the beam was to curve, it would curve between the start and the finish, not starting at the start and ending
Fantastic.
at the finish.
So is that location 1?
Yeah, and location 2, they use the exact same methodology.
Is location 1 the, let's just call it experiment?
Stop for a second and listen to what I'm saying.
No, I'm not going to stop.
Location 2, and they use the exact same methodology.
I'm not going to stop talking, right? So the issue is that if they are not using location 1 as the quote-unquote evidence for the WGS84 model being invalid, then it's a waste of time to analyse the methodology there.
The second one did the same thing. All of their measurements, they just measured the temperature at the start and at the finish. They didn't measure the refraction between them. Do you understand that, Crypto? Do you understand what I just said to you?
Is location 2 being used to invalidate the WGS84 model?
It doesn't matter because they use the same.
Fantastic.
They use the same way of calculating refraction in all of their experiments.
The conversation. You're just wasting everyone's time.
What did I just say to you, mate?
AI, I heard what you said, bro. It's irrelevant. AI, can you tell me which location was actually used in this argument in terms of the WGS84 model, and then maybe we can read that.
Oh man, the only one I was talking about was IDSIL, the biggest one.
Fantastic.
Calculation of third measure.
So we're going to look at the methodology there, or we're just going to ignore that?
Condition shows the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The same methodology. It's a failure because of that methodology.
Which location was that?
No, I mean not really, dude. You can interpolate the lake, bro.
Lake Isle or whatever that is.
I mean, unless you think that there's going to be a dramatic change in the middle.
Yeah, of course there will.
Okay, let's say that's true.
The middle is over water. Do you understand that? The start and the finish are both land, and the middle is water.
No, they're not just like in the middle of land, dude. They're on the coast.
You idiot. They're both on land, and the beam goes across water. Those are two completely different, sets of air they're going to be going through. One's going to have
a frozen
constant.
Lake?
Sorry?
Isn't it a frozen lake?
Partially frozen lake, but you understand that,
right, frozen water,
exothermic and endothermic. effects on the
Dude,
atmosphere.
do you really think that you're just going to use 4-syllable words and that's going to frighten anyone here?
Do you know what exothermic
So
and
the
endothermic means?
frozen nature. So the frozen nature of the lake
That's a
obviously changes the refractive properties of the air above the lake, doesn't it?
It does, and they should have measured that, but they didn't.
Wonderful. Yeah, but obviously you're saying it's water, which is being dishonest because it's partially frozen.
I'm sorry. Ice isn't
Also,
water.
we
You're right.
don't have
You're
the burden
100%
of
right,
proof.
and I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Also, we don't really have the burden of proof there because your side has never proven that the light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat.
That's true, brother.
That would happen.
What the? Yeah, you do.
We say refraction would change it so that any observation we can have a certain deviation. If you take refraction into account, it will always fit the globe.
Yes, dude. Did you not just hear the words that were coming out of your mouth? Hold on, friends. What did he just say? He said, no matter what observation you make, it will always fit the globe. Wow, very scientific. You just ceded that any observation that supersedes the globe geometry, you just add the word refraction and it magically cures it.
Yeah, sure. It's like when will water boil? If you add pressure, suddenly it'll change, won't it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We have an unfalsifiable tautology that begs the question and inputs values up into 60 billion mile radius to account for refraction.
What question am I begging? What question am I begging?
Listen instead of talk. Maybe you would know.
What question am I begging?
The globe in the first instance, brother.
No, we've measured it.
How?
I just told you. There's tow tanks. There's tower bridges.
No, stop right there, friend. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. The tow tanks, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. The towers, you didn't give us the methodology of measurement. You just claimed them as a positive assertion. And then when I asked you what's the methodology, you simply said the word line. Fishing line, I think, was the actual word.
You're choosing to ignore all the times I read it out and just focus on the one time where I said string line.
No, I listened to you read it out, and that wasn't a sufficient methodology to see that the entire bar was curved, dude. It was segmented. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you. You didn't even explain to the person who asked you how they did it.
As you guys like to make globers do, you're willing to concede that I didn't just say line in all instances. Can you concede that?
No, I'm saying when I asked you.
So you're not going to concede something that you just admitted to?
Dude, when I asked you, it was correct. You just said line. Previously, you read something out about a line. Listen. Previously, which I already had just said, you read out something about a line. You were asked to clarify how it was done over the entire thing. You were asked to point to it, and you didn't.
I didn't what? What was I meant to point to?
How they applied the fishing line to prove that the entire structure was curved.
I read it out a couple of times. They put it at 2 points with a microscope pointing at the fishing line.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And what did they do then?
A reference that they could then move the beam so that it had the correct amount of curvature according to that reference.
Okay, hold on, friend. Pay attention now. If you pull a line taut without the catenary curve in existence, you'd have a straight line.
Yes.
Right? So unless you have a benchmark, all you have is a straight line. So if you then...
You can have a calculation of the amount of curvature that you want in that thing according to the reference.
Bingo. I want everyone to stop right there and notice how if you take a straight line and just calculate how much curve should be there, you can then make the claim that curve exists and that you've measured it. Slow clap. Slow clap, friend.
What? Correctly.
No, friend, stop. You're assuming the water's curved, bro. You have flat water.
And then you
hold on.
The thing that you're making.
Right, so my friend, hold on. The previous guy who you asked 30 minutes ago, he critiqued you that you just assumed the water's curved, put the line parallel to the water, and then put the beam parallel to the line that's parallel to the water and assume that all three are curved, and then call that a measurement. That's what you did, brother.
No, I never said the line was curved. Remember catenary effect? I said specifically it wasn't curved. I read that out to you multiple times.
Okay, so let's be clear. If the line isn't curved and you parallel the metal to it and it's parallel to the water, then that means the water's not curved, and that means that the rail is not curved.
A reference didn't parallel it. You ever used a straight line before?
I build things, brother.
Great. So I built a fence not long ago, okay? And my fence, it was a picket fence, and that picket fence went up and down, up and down.
Correct.
Fences do. Right. So
Absolutely.
I picked a line, and then I referenced the amount that the middle picket would be up off this straight line. And from there, I could reference out the curve.
Perfect. So where did they do that in your example?
I just read it to you. They had a microscope that pointed at the string line and at the beam thing, and then they calculated how much they'd have to have of curve on that beam to match the water on an earth of a given radius. And they referenced the distance between the string line and the beam on the boat tank.
What was the length of the string line? What was the length of the string line?
I don't know.
Well, that done fucks it up, doesn't it, brother?
No, a gap in knowledge doesn't mean that the whole thing can be thrown out.
No, I'm saying if the string line isn't known, right?
God, what's the name?
And it's not sufficient to the task, and then you give us the answer that's not sufficient, that's going to screw up your argument. So how about you go get us that information?
Well, he also just justified all of the laser measurements he just got shown because like a gap in knowledge does not disqualify the argument. So apparently he just justified all of the laser measurement. Thank you very much.
What did I justify?
You said there was if you have a gap in your knowledge that doesn't disqualify it, and you said that we don't know the exact temperature over the water in between the measurements of the lasers, and so according to your logic, that still stands.
That is almost a smart argument. It's close, but not quite there. So the problem is that I have a gap in my knowledge. That doesn't mean that they have a gap in their knowledge. So the people that actually built the tow tank didn't have the gap in knowledge. I just have a gap in my knowledge.
So you haven't provided the methodology.
The experiment had a gap in their knowledge. The people doing the experiment, the laser test, had a gap in their knowledge, which does invalidate their experiment because they didn't account.
Not really. It doesn't really. You're assuming that if there's a massive temperature differential, then the light's going to be able to travel around the ball and hit the target.
Yeah, it is. When we account refraction in...
Yeah, no, you don't have the conditions required when you measure the temperature on both ends.
Sorry, sir.
Dude, I don't know why it's so hard to get, like...
We can get the conditions in the middle? Is that what you think?
I think you should get us the knowledge that you're gapping on, because that would be the thing that would validate your entire claim.
Yeah,
No,
like the length.
I don't need to be 100% fundamental.
No, it's not, dude. Right now, it's an assertion.
A reference to a piece of evidence.
Look, listen, friend. Guys calculating the curve they should expect, and then forcing that expected calculation into a piece of metal doesn't prove the Earth is curved.
Of course it does. The tow tank works. So that's
holy frick, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear, dude.
That's a logical fallacy, dude.
No, it's not. What logical fallacy is it?
Call it appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true.
I haven't heard that. Appeal to pragmatism.
Right. It also assumes...
You haven't even heard what your own argument is.
Correct. It also assumes that the variable in difference that they needed to account for would have made the object in question unusable had they not accounted for it. But when you look at the tolerances necessary in those machines, and you look at what the alleged curvature is over that distance, it's negligible, inconsequential, irrelevant.
So it doesn't seem to be that it's a pragmatic fallacy.
It is. You said it works. Therefore, the reasoning is correct. That was your claim that you just said to try to rebut me.
Well, no, it works because it physically exists. So a pragmatic fallacy would be something...
My truck... Oh, dude, my truck works. My truck works. My truck
I
works.
believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit. Results in practical.
No, dude.
Therefore, X is true.
Dude, no, that's not how it works.
Of course,
Here,
astrology is true.
let's put it properly. Hold on.
Consult my horoscope. Things always go wrong. So it seems like when there's actual like a physical thing, then the appeal to pragmatism is.
Dude, you're trying to say the toe tank works, therefore the Earth is curved. You're not trying to say the toe tank works.
Let me give an appropriate analogy. Epicycles work, therefore they're true.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last ones.
Epicycles work, therefore they're true. That's the actual physical situation. Epicycles, yeah.
What are they?
It's a Ptolemaic model of orbits.
Do they work?
Yeah, they work. Yeah, they work great. They work better than frickin' Newton's model or Kepler's model. Yeah.
Can you reference that?
Oh, sure
How do you
can.
spell it?
Never heard of epicycles? Jesus Christ, man.
No, I haven't.
Some elementary shit.
Do you speak any English?
Epicycle model.
Yeah, they use them in a planetarium when you go there. When you go to a planetarium, they project the planets and the stars on the ceiling, on the dome ceiling. They use epicycles. They don't use the heliocentric model to model. Just because you have a model that works doesn't make the model physically real or have some ultimate reality there. This shit is well known. It's not even an issue.
What do you mean by works? Do you mean as if we model something out, we get a result? Or do you mean as
and you got a result. Yeah.
Build things based on it or measure things based on it?
Yeah. That's called engineering. Yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah. What it's called is predictive evidence.
Okay. So
what they did is they predicted that the water would curve. They predicted in order to get their rail to match the water, they would have to make their rail curve. They then predicted that a string line would have to deviate at certain points by X amount in order to fit that curve prediction. And then it was all true. That's called science, buddy.
No. First of all, that's not called
So
science.
I'm not saying anywhere
that all would be like post-dictions. Those are all like post-dictions. Because they had to alter the string. I'm reading it right now.
No.
They had to adjust the string until it so-called aligned.
What part? Where's that?
I'm going to read it. A 0.33 millimeter dynamine fishing line was attached to one bespoke winch at each tail end. The line has a breaking point of about, that sounds precise, about 25 kilograms and very little stretching. Oh, that's scientific too, man. Very little stretching. It's not even like they have two things here that they didn't even quantify.
Sorry, you haven't validated your claim, mate. Go back to your claim.
Listen, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going. Don't worry, man. There's more here. So, but I'm just saying, this does not sound like precision. Okay. Anyway, which allowed it to be pulled very tight and reduced the catenary effectively. A microscope was mounted on the rail to look down at the line and perform the adjustment with high precision. Right, so they adjusted the string until they got it to match really where they wanted.
That's really sad.
So this is your repeated thing I've been listening to over and over again. When you get cornered in this box, you start talking about us and how our argument is and how sad our argument is, and you start talking about us. The way we're talking, the way we're arguing with you. Shut the fuck up.
No,
you're here for round 3 to get knocked out, dude. This is like, Hearns versus Haggard. There was never fight 2 and 3.
Wait, string.
Anyway, this is not a precision measurement. This is garbage, dude. Garbage.
Yeah, I'm referencing some experts that built something according to the curvature of the Earth and it worked. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Are they lying? Do you think they're lying?
I think it's confirmation bias. That's what I think.
Okay, so they specifically machined and came up with a system to make the rail curve to fit what they thought the water would do, and it was correct. And you think that's confirmation bias. How does that work?
Yes, I do.
So if I was to think something like, no. Like, if you just use like base iron to make a camshaft. That'll be fine. Like, it's great. I believe that. Someone told me it had worked before because I used it in an old steam engine once. And then you do it and it fails because it's not the correct, metal to use.
Yeah, and how is that analogous to this?
So confirmation bias failed in the practical, didn't it?
Yeah, because that's why engineering, you do things by trial and error.
No, you
right.
do
So things are manufactured all the time that fail, break.
Engineering is doing things by trial.
It is.
That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Honestly.
Well, then you've never actually made anything. Have you ever made anything in a manufacturing process? Have you ever worked in any manufacturing environment?
Yeah, I've worked in a couple of factories. They're shitty jobs, but yeah.
No, an actual manufacturing environment where they actually engineer, design, and make the product, and then have samples, and then the samples are gone through tests, and then you have the production line, and you start making it in production, and then you have to have quality control because not even that is a perfect process. It's called trial and error.
I did all that. Yeah.
So you start with an idea, right? You maybe apply some models. And then you engineer some prototypes. Some of those prototypes will work. Some of them won't. Right? So if they could just do it by equations, then they should just be able to fill out the equations, do the math, start pumping out the products without ever testing them.
The one I worked in made fire-resistant suits for firemen. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was for firemen working with the army, so it was like armed personnel fire-resistant suits. And what they did is they got the known tolerances for the fire-retarding capabilities of certain fabrics, and then they got their heat sink capabilities of other fabrics. Okay?
Yeah.
They added all that in with the dimensions of a human being, and then they modeled that out so that any stitching would be covered. And then everything was cut, everything was manufactured, and they tested it at the end to make sure that everything they'd done was correct. But everything they'd done was correct. They then updated it depending on user needs. But that fabric had known properties, and they
how did they know the properties?
That they
did they use equations or did they test the fabric? So they got the fabric secondhand from somebody.
Someone else did.
Exactly. So they got it from somewhere in that place that manufactured the fabric.
Steel, do you? The manufacturer tests the steel to make sure the grade is correct and then sends it to you.
Yeah, they have test samples. They test samples, right? So they manufacture fabric samples.
Engineers buy things of known properties. They don't test everything.
Yeah, it's known because they tested it to trial and error and figured that stuff out.
Yeah, a long time ago, and now they're known properties, so engineers can make things using those known properties, like the engineers.
Yeah, so they're just using trial and error.
They knew the known properties of that fishing line before they started.
Not within any certainty, obviously.
Yep.
About 25 kilograms with quote unquote very little stretching. Not the stretching was not quantified. The break point wasn't actually quantified.
And
it could listen.
And
the catenary curve that they calculated existed might not have existed.
How do you know that? You're just coming up with that if they've had some monumental failure.
Because you think this is a precision, some sort of precision. Listen, because you think this is a precision measurement of curvature.
The precision in that document. How do you know they didn't have the precise properties of that string line and just vaguely referenced it because they couldn't be bothered going and looking it up again?
How do you know these people weren't fucking aliens from Mars and didn't just fucking throw a bunch of random words on the paper? I mean, come on, dude.
We've never seen aliens in existence, but we've seen people in existence. We've seen engineers in existence. We've seen the properties of certain string lines in existence.
We don't see current bodies of water in existence.
We've seen that when engineers calculate as much stuff as possible and it all works, then it's reasonable to assume these engineers are competent, aren't they?
We don't see curved bodies of water in existence. No, that's stupid.
Where, heretic, where? Is that all you got?
You're just assuming shit, right? You're just assuming shit, which is par for the course.
Yeah,
it doesn't shock me.
Induction. I know it's scary to you guys.
Yeah. Inference and induction. Yeah, great. Affirming the consequence.
Oh my God. Can you say it again? Inference and induction?
Yeah, inference and induction. Yeah.
What's the inference?
Inductive logic is hinged on making inferences from observations. Is that not true? Is that not a true statement? Is that not a true statement? Yes or no?
You get, sorry, did you say inferences?
Yeah, dude, how come every time,
observation?
See, The problem, one of your problems is you talk too much.
You said properly.
You talk too much. Do you know how many times you have to say I didn't hear you because you're fucking flapping your gums?
People. We're on Discord, mate.
Yeah, because you can't listen and talk at the same time. That's why you can't hear people.
Induction also doesn't lead to concrete conclusions. It only leads to strong or weak, potentials.
Well, he didn't even do that. He just assumed his conclusion in the first place.
Well, no, I didn't. I gave.
Yeah, you did.
So what I had
No,
was a
you didn't.
hypothesis, and
You
then
already admitted
my
it.
hypothesis is either
You assumed a curved water level. You matched some railings to the curved water level that you assumed, and then went, good, it's all curved. That's all you fucking did.
No, I didn't. What they did was they made the railing.
You're right. I misspoke. You didn't do that. That's what you think someone else did.
So we're at the point now of just muting me all the time? We're finally done? Do you want me to just go now? Are we done?
You can do whatever you want.
I can leave if you want. If you're just going to mute me anytime I'm halfway through a sentence.
Well, you can sit here and cry, or you can leave. I don't care.
We just told you that, basically that you're over talking. I tried to tell you what the problem was, why it's not a good thing. Because it means you're not listening, right? And we're just wasting our fucking time, which I'd rather not do, right? So
No, I was listening. I just think you're wrong. The reason I couldn't hear some people is because some people are low. So I'm trying to figure out who's talking, whose sound is low, so that I can turn them up so I can hear them better next time. Make sense?
Anyways, Linda, feel free to be a beta and leave if you want, but that wasn't what we were trying to do here.
Why would I be a beta if I left?
And you still haven't proven curvature or anything else. All the stuff you said is crap.
Why do you use the word prove?
I can't
I'm using
even
inductive
read.
evidence, which can never prove anything. It's called the problem of induction.
Trying to figure out why they need to compensate for curvature for this design.
Why
the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Vertically?
Vertically?
Yeah, the rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth. Horizontally and enroll in Southampton, Saginaw, oriented tank of 138 meters.
Yes, that's talking about the
is about
the rail.
0.6 millimeters.
That's talking about the rail, in this case, has little like jacks under it to move it up and down before they set it. So they have to be aligned vertically. Those jacks have to be aligned vertically so that the horizontal lines up with the horizontal curve of the water. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't seem necessary for what they're doing.
Why? They're trying to do
I'm reading it, though.
measurements of different hull shapes.
Well, do you know what uncertainty and precision is?
Yes.
Okay.
Uncertainty is an unknown, and precision is to the highest degree of measured known. So for this tow tank, they need to know if there's a deviation in the railing, because that deviation in the railing would cause the hull of whatever thing they're testing to push further down onto the water, causing more drag and changing the results, or to go higher up over the water, which would reduce drag and ruin the results.
Okay, and if they didn't do it right, what would happen? Let's say they did all this process and they did something wrong and they didn't know about it and it's not in this document. What would happen?
What would happen would be that the boat, when they move it along the railing, would experience more drag in some spots than other spots, which would mean they would.
You mean so they're trying to model drag? So this is a tank that's trying to model drag,
amongst other things. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what the even purpose is. It just seems like just some nonsense.
I can answer the question.
If you get a boat and you get a hull design of that boat,
You're saying
hull designs will go faster than others.
Brother, you're saying the same thing, so we're going to break it down to simplicity. All you're saying is that the rails must be parallel to the water surface. So this entire procedure is to make the rail parallel to the water.
Yep.
Yeah. That's all
Only
it is.
the of Earth curvature is in calculations. Thank you.
Could you start that again because you were too upset and you cut out?
Well,
Or they measured the curvature of the water level that they assumed.
All right, I'll
say it again while he was talking. So let me translate in normal speak.
Oh, I wasn't
normal
talking
speak
while he was talking, but I'm talking while you were talking because it's kind of sad to start off like that. So, Arden, do you want to just say what you said again? Because I couldn't hear you because you got too upset.
Yes.
See, once again, talking about how we're talking. You're being exposed. You're a chump, dude. You're just a chump. If you're going to talk about us, I'm going to talk about you. You're a chump.
Anyway, I'll validate my position, which is this. I'm driving a truck which has axles which make noise, and I have auditory feedback in my ears to my voice where I increase the amplitude of my voice based on how much roid noise. Right? It's not that I'm upset. So again, you failed. But anyway, I'll say it very calmly. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so here we go, friend. The entire methodology of the rails, the only thing that must be accomplished for the principle in question is the rails must be parallel to the water. It's all that has to be done.
I agree.
And all you need is a methodology that makes the rails parallel to the water, and all that is a distance from the top of the rail to the water's surface, and that's all they have to do. All that other methodology and including calculations for Earth curvature is superfluous.
Sure, if you look at the document, they didn't actually measure it off the water surface. If you were to look at figure 4, you can see that tank isn't full, they're not measuring off it. And figure 7 shows that they're using the microscope and the string line and the rail to check the deviation.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about this particular setup, but the other setup, which we already critiqued the last time a guy came in here with tow tanks, is they have a water channel next to the rail, and they use that water channel as the leveling channel. It's not the water in the channel.
Well, I'd love to hear about that. So which tow tank was that?
They're assuming the equipotential would be equivalent in both instances. So what they're doing is really, truly, they're just making the rail parallel with the water. That's it.
Yes.
You said so yourself. That's the ultimate goal, is that the rail is intended to keep the same drag line on the boat, continuous over its entire journey on the rail. Now, in order for that to be true, it must be what? Parallel with the water's surface. That's all they're attempting to do. No, which is assumed to be curved in your worldview.
No. Well, yeah, they assumed it to be curved. We gave them the prediction that if they set the rail at a certain curve, it would match the water, which came true. And predictive evidence is the only good evidence.
How do that? Listen, how are they making the curve on the rail, friend?
They get the string line and they
the only way to curve the entire rail
based on their model.
What's the length of the line?
Adjust the rail, though. They adjusted the line.
Wait, no, they adjusted the rail. They didn't adjust the line. You were wrong about that. Remember, you read
so what I read was wrong.
They adjusted.
So what I read was wrong. That wasn't me freestyling. I was reading.
What you read didn't say they adjusted the line. If you look at figure 7, you can see that on the rail where they have 2 pins and they have a microscope pointing at the string. Okay? So that means at any given point they can look at their model and they can see how far should the pins be from the string at this point.
So they didn't measure it in between the 2 points, right? Just like the laser test?
Say again?
So they didn't measure between the 2 pins, right? Just like the laser test?
They did, yeah. They measured between 2 things.
Right, but I still haven't gotten the answer to 2 questions.
In between the 2 points, because if you have a curve, then you need that the hump in the middle of the curve. So you're supposed to have
That's what the strings for.
The strings to measure the hump.
Yeah, the string is a reference. It's completely a completely horizontal reference, right? So from 2 points, it will be.
Yeah, he also claimed.
2 points.
Yeah, before you continue, we got a caveat before you continue that the allegation is that they. Go ahead.
Excuse me, Indio. I'm trying to listen to Arden right now.
Yeah, well, no. So they presuppose the.
I yielded the floor, brother.
Just wait, Indio. Arden.
Yeah, great. Stop moderating our fucking chat, douche. Okay.
Yes, if you were paying attention,
they took the rail.
I yielded the floor to Indio.
I know. I don't know why you have to say it again. Stop humoring this clown. Okay.
My apologies.
So, listen, I'm not bawling for the distractions, man. So they have this beam, right? This rail, and they can adjust the rail, and they pull the string. And so, what are they adjusting both at the same time until they're within
Why
the?
do you think they're adjusting the string?
Because they think the string has to be within a certain distance of the rail, right?
No, the string just has to be a reference, a horizontal reference.
But they don't know if the string's horizontal.
Yes, they do. If you get
how do they know that?
You pull it taut between 2 points with very little catenary effect. It is a horizontal. It is a straight line.
How do you know there's very little catenary effect? That's what I'm asking you.
Because that's what they say.
Yeah, but very little is also some,
so that's
and
so
they're
that's what
only
they
seeing
said.
a small deviation, which is very little. So they're seeing the very little catenary curve. What are you talking about?
How do you know? You're assuming that because you're biased.
You just said so. You just assumed that there's very little catenary curve. Your answer was because they said so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
What is the value for the catenary curve? And then, how did they measure this? Because you're going to have two inverted curves, right? You have the curved rail, and then you have the curved string. And the curves are opposite to each other. So one's curving down and one's curving up.
And it's a very...
Yeah, but I also want to know how long...
It's so hard they can't even measure the amount of catenary curve in the string.
That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right, no, but also I just want to qualify.
Some catenary effect doesn't mean that catenary effect is enough to screw up their model.
They have to measure it, brother. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. By the way, also, you were asked... Hold on. It doesn't matter, dude. I just said they would have to. I'm trying to get to a different point.
The entire problem is that there's a catenary effect. Isn't that your entire problem at the moment?
Listen, the catenary effect is a constant in physics, bro. It can't be negated. Yeah,
but there are all sorts of problems that anything that you physically do, like there's some form of tiny 0.0000000001 problem in every single thing you do. But if it's not enough to screw up that thing, then who cares? It's like saying
right. So, friend, for goodness sake, stop talking.
That thing can still work.
We all know that. Okay, what I want is the brass tacks. How long was the string?
Doesn't know.
How was the? Shut the fuck up, kid.
Why?
Thanks.
What you're going to do is you're going to ask
because I'm trying to complete it,
dude. When the
all right, I'm just dude. These things matter. So stop frickin' sidelining. For goodness sakes. You were asked how they know it was horizontal. You just said they affixed it to 2 points. Being randomly affixed to 2 random points in free space doesn't prove that anything's horizontal. You then said they got rid of the catenary. That's how they knew it was horizontal. But you didn't prove how they knew it was horizontal.
Didn't have a great
Dude, I'm speaking. Thank you. You then said that they got rid of the catenary problem somehow for whatever methodology they used, which you didn't quantify. You didn't give us the length of the string, so we can't even calculate any of these problems to even begin to say. So far, all this is a fanciful assertion with no data and no quantification to it.
Yeah, the engineers made it. It worked. They referenced they referenced the methodology they used. You just don't have the actual numbers in front of you, so therefore it's wrong. That makes no sense.
Dude, you haven't presented them. And your appeal again is just to the pragmatic at work. Dude, listen, the methodology they used got, let's just say for lack of a better term, it got the rail parallel with the water. Great.
Right.
What does that prove? Nothing. It just proves that the rail is pretty parallel to the water. That's it.
Pretty parallel?
Yes, because of the sentences that you just talked through, everybody, about error bars and all this other nonsense. You know it's not perfectly parallel. Good grief, dude.
So, Heretic, you said it's a pragmatic appeal again, but it isn't actually a pragmatic appeal.
It is. You said it works.
No, a pragmatic appeal would be for something unknown and unmeasurable.
What?
Where's the
No, we're
measurement?
making up
Pragmatic
our own
appeal is for
definitions.
something unknown and unmeasurable, something abstract, like astrology work.
It is unknown. You already told us it was a gap in your knowledge, dude. You already told us the measurements that we needed were a gap in your knowledge, so they are unknown. And you
knowledge,
don't
not
have the
their
measurements. Yeah, okay, how do you know? They don't know what they know.
You also admit it was a gap in their knowledge because they didn't add it in there and have it nowhere presented. So
let's
link their engineering specs for this whole thing. Do you not understand that?
Right, but the other one that we did, bro.
Find a flaw that you can exploit in this when you guys don't have a single measurement of straight. Like I gave a glaring flaw in your laser test. A glaring
No, you didn't. Actually, you just showed your ignorance. You actually just showed your ignorance.
Did I, Indio? Do you want to talk
you
about
did.
that? Do you want to? If I get like 2 points across a bay and I just measure like what point A and point B's temperature are, does that tell me the refractive index across the bay? 1, 2, 3.
no, it does not
I'm
tell
thinking
you
about it.
the
I'm thinking
refractive
about.
index across the bay
It could.
because
Possibility.
you could
explain how it could?
You could apply modeling and you could assume it.
They didn't apply modeling though.
Yeah, why would you?
So
You need
they
to
didn't
first
calculate a
establish that
value?
there is refraction. You need to establish that those models are correct.
But you can't establish if there's refraction unless you measure a difference across the bay, can you?
They
That
did.
would be
They
something
had two. They did have two meteorological stations at each end.
Yes,
You
of
know
course
that,
there'd be
right?
something different, Drace, you fucking idiot.
So you
No,
do know
you're
that
the idiot
two
here,
meteorological stations, right?
Yes.
You know.
And they said meteorological station 1 and meteorological station 2 show X, but all that distance in between, they didn't measure any points on that and then map out the refractive index. Refraction doesn't happen between point A and point B. It happens the entire way in between. As any sort of change.
No,
any
that's not how
deviation in the
refraction
atmosphere
works.
happens
That's
between
not how
point A and
refraction
point B.
works.
Of course it does.
No.
Light goes
Show
from
that.
one dense medium to another dense medium. All that has to be is a change in temperature, pressure, or like humidity of that air.
No,
Any
it's
change
not.
at all,
It's
any
it's
deviation
called
at all will
optical
cause the speed of
density.
light to
It's
move.
not just the density
Yeah,
of the
we
medium.
covered this with him before. Yeah, we've been over this
Yeah.
optical density. He
What
was
about it?
furiously Googling or something.
Yes, you guys say it's optical density. Optical density can be changed by factors like temperature, the density.
Yeah, it can, but you also require the correct boundary conditions to those temperature gradients to be able to refract things, and you don't have those conditions all the time. And it also it depends on those angles and the optical gradients.
So
which
you know what,
direction the
like,
light goes. The light can go up and down.
So you know what, like ISIL, not only did they horizontally pan it, they vertically panned the laser, and on top of that, they did it twice. They did it twice, 3 weeks apart, and they got the same result. So what they just have like
what does that mean?
So they have to have the same magical refraction conditions, the same 2-3 weeks apart.
And in different directions at different ranges. They didn't just horizontally pan the laser. They panned the laser horizontally.
Seems like they had different outcomes.
See, here you go again.
I'm speaking, brother. Okay.
AI, please.
Yes. They panned the laser to targets at different ranges. So, for example, in the 25-mile shot, the 25 miles was the final target, but they panned it through like a 4-mile target, a 14-mile target, etc.
And this was done 3 weeks
it seems
apart.
like they've got different. It seems
The firing line is hot.
It
seems like they have different what?
They have different measurements for every single laser test that they did.
What does that mean?
Well, considering
Different
that
measurements of what?
They say refraction exists. Yeah. And they say that the laser is hitting different points, but it's just within the tolerance that they set based on the refraction that they think, to fit a flat Earth model, right?
No, they're tested. They tested the WGS-84, and it's outside those values by 2 orders of magnitude.
Because they didn't look at the refractive index between the 2 points. So the 2-week change would cause a small change in refraction in the refractive index, right? It wouldn't be
Okay, so how
massive.
much refraction does there have to be to get the result they got?
Well, we could look at that if you'd like.
Yeah, let's look at that. Give us the model that can make that prediction.
Let me know when you're done with
Walter Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
That doesn't, first of all, there's no predictions in that. I said a model that makes predictions, not post-diction.
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth...
Yeah, those are post-dictions. I want predictions.
Observation data, and then you just change the refractive index.
Yeah, that's a post-diction. That's not a prediction.
I just.
Yeah, hold on.
For a second. Let me know when you're done with this point so I can jump in, because I wanted to ask him a question. But I want to mute him.
Yeah, but I want to... No, don't unmute him.
Amount of time, Miggy. I'll just yield for you.
Yeah, I will let AI, because I don't know, you guys were in the point right now, but I don't know, AI.
Yeah, we can wrap it up very quick. So what he did there is he has an ex post hoc solution, because he's going to go to this calculator and just change the dial until the dial fits the observation, which he already said he will do, which is no observation can debunk the globe, because you can always input refraction to be sufficient ex post hoc, which is not proper reasoning or proper anything. All right,
and basically the calculator doesn't simulate anything. If you look at the Black Swan so-called simulation, okay, if you look at the rays, they invert. So the image that you should be shown should be half inverted. But he doesn't show that, right? So all he's doing is adjusting pixels up or down, but never adjust the orientation. So that calculator doesn't simulate anything.
Well, it does simulate one thing, so let me finish up with this, is that it simulates an increase in the radius of the Earth to lower the Sagittar via the circle segment formula. In other words, it models a lower hump between point A and point B, which means it's effectively flattening out the Earth to account for observations that debunk the globe, conceding that the Earth looks flat. I yield.
Okay. I'm going to unmute him. Dogs, if you can hear me, I just need to ask you a question before you go on. Or maybe you just want to respond real quick so I can ask you?
Yeah, it'll only take me 2 seconds to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is what you said about Walter Bislin's Earth Curve Calculator flattening out the Earth is that it flattens out the apparent geometric horizon, not the actual one. You get that? And there's no problem with a post hoc falsification of an experiment. The problem is if you have a positive claim and you want evidence for that positive claim, you then need to make it predictive. So I'm not saying the Earth is a curve because I can post hoc use refraction to account for a flat Earth like experiment.
Man, I want to respond, but go ahead, Miggy. I'll bite my tongue till later.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just wanted to ask you maybe 2 questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay, second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me who?
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who directly measured it? Was there, what persons were there, or people? Was there a group of people?
I could find the people that did it, but
I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming
from. How does the knowledge of who made the?
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now.
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So, can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So basically,
go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. So like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. That's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you could show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same. And I would ask you why? Because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody here, I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been
done.
Can
you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
So that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to a globe Earth. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth, but we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth over a flat. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Do you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
Do you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. And I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc the parallel directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that
dude, you can listen.
That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Page 47 this time.
They did.
They didn't, Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So,
right?
like, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to pose, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it out the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meaning.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's for 100%. Like, can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer, and he wants to dance around it. That's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? And how he started off with a genetic fallacy?
We'll talk about him, or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't talking about the argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he was pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about his first question,
I said no because we can't be sure of anything. It's epistemology. If you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right, but he didn't
sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, you're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No, Dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my God, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, listen, before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature.
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used in anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
We have previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
For the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement. Dude, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen, you said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
Do you understand how stupid you are?
When was that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know.
It's
That's
probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we worked
Wait, sorry, I missed that. I missed
was actually
that.
correct using different styles
He's going to
of
talk about
measurement.
Al-Biruni?
We've done it
Yeah, I
dozens of
missed that.
different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Okay, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father with
That's
that?
embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
It's
read this?
embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking
Go
about?
back
AI's
and learn-
emotion?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on. Go on. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for a flat Earth.
Sauce, bro.
and
You don't know about
Eratosthenes.
I don't know. I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
And
it's called relativism. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but it is still knowledge. You have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's fallibilism.
Dude, you just don't know.
That's your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
Hold on. What he basically said is that
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all. That's
Nothing's
all,
come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
From towers is one. Yeah.
You're laughing.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers. Bridge towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to make.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
And I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me what's
you're
wrong
here
with the
saying that I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And
But
you
that doesn't
claim
mean
that
it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say
the experts, exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology, the experts.
Oh, by the
you
way,
can talk all highfalutin.
By the way, that's a genetic fallacy. The experts. It comes from the experts, therefore it's true. It's a genetic fallacy.
A genetic fallacy would be because they are the people that did it, it must be correct. But the problem is that they did it correctly using the methodology that they chose.
Are you keep saying I don't know, dogs? We're used to you saying that already in here, so just keep saying I don't know. That'll win an argument anytime.
What's the correct methodology? How do you know the methodology is correct? Give us the methodology then.
I don't have to. The toe tank works.
Okay, so you don't know the methodology, but you know it's the correct methodology. How does that work?
The same fallacy. This is crazy.
The methodology is correct. The toe tank works.
And because the experts worked on it, and it works.
Because the rail and the...
So nothing to do with their methodology, just the experts, exactly like these guys just said. Cool.
No, the thing itself, the toe tank works. That's evidence that the engineering works.
Yes.
Works because the thing works. That's how engineers work, you idiots. Do you not understand this?
Yeah. So I got a PDF from an engineer from Australia that says just because it... Oh, do you want me to... Okay. Now, hold on.
I read your last PDF. Do you remember what happened there?
No, I don't. Well, you read what PDF?
Big failure in them not calculating refraction across a body of water?
Yeah, they don't. They don't need to because it's an unproven quantity. Gee, that's why I asked you. Let's actually go back to that.
Wait, is this a YouTube video?
Let's go back to that
video. This is the calculus They won't teach.
Listen, don't mute him anymore. Let him talk. Right? Don't interrupt me. We're gonna have a real interchange. Fucking interrupt me, I'm just gonna kick you the fuck out of here. Okay? It's gonna be like that. So check this out. I asked you, what model for refraction should we use to make predictions? You are aware that there are probably a dozen to maybe 24 models of refraction going back 150 years. Which model should we use that makes predictions? Which one?
Snell's law.
Snell's law doesn't work.
Why?
Because it doesn't preserve the angles.
It doesn't preserve the angles. That's the whole point of refraction. Refraction is the angles changing.
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, you can't use Snell's law because the angles are not preserved. Okay, so hold on, I'm describing.
The angles are not preserved. Can you explain what that means? Because the angles aren't meant to be preserved. The angle is meant to go from A medium to B medium. The angle is to change. The inference angle.
Yes, that's right.
C medium is meant to change again. Then from C to D, it's meant to change again. Then from D to E, it's meant to change again. So at what point?
Sine theta is a conserved quantity in Snell's law.
Say again.
Right.
I didn't hear
Sine theta, the angle is a conserved quantity. Okay. So the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees. Right? Because they have to be normal.
Sine theta has to be 180 degrees.
The sum of the angles. The sum of the angle of incidence to the medium's interface, right?
Yeah.
And the angle of refraction have to sum to 180 degrees.
Okay, and?
Okay, so in a gradient index medium, that's not the case. If you apply Fermat's principle, I just posted a PDF that runs through the mathematics. I don't expect you to go through it now.
Live stream text?
Yes, right? I even posted the PDF, right? So it says sine theta conserved along the light path. And it goes on. Snell's law states that the quantity sine theta is not changed in the refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. We acquire whether this is true in a general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. That is a gradient index medium. Right? So you have to apply Fermat's principle, right? The principle of least time. So you understand that. Final result of these exercises is that, contrary to initial expectations, the answer to the question in the title is negative. So there's problems with using Snell's law and a freaking on like some gradient index medium, because you would end up having weird ducting, weird reflections, right? So if you modeled, right, so a medium with n number of indexes of refraction mediums, how many freaking layers are you going to use, right? So what you could end up happening is the light being trapped within one of these layers and never exiting, especially if the light ever ends up going horizontal. So if it ever ends up going horizontal, it's never going to transition some barrier, right? Some interface. So if you look at Andrew Thomas Young's website, he admits this, that results in a singularity if you use Snell's law, right? If you use Snell's law and the Earth is flat, right, and you have a medium at that level, 6 feet, right, and you even have a gradient, right? You can even have a temperature gradient. That light, if it's horizontal, will never transition into any other refractive index medium because it's horizontal over a flat plane. So if you model out mathematically, it'll just go on forever, right? The only reason you all say there's bending light, right, is because you have a curving gradient. I'm not gish galloping. Just because you can't comprehend what's being said, because this is above your pay grade, ain't my problem. That's your problem.
Well, I'm reading through this, and I'm not seeing the part where they conclude. So what page is it where they conclude?
The conclusion? Scroll down.
Yeah.
The conclusion is literally in the abstract. You don't even have to read the conclusion. You can scroll down to it.
So in the introduction.
So you see, you've never read actually any scientific material, so this is just like fucking Chinese to you.
Well, the conclusion is usually...
I've been reading this shit for 20 years.
It's in the abstract.
The conclusion is in the abstract. The answer to the question in the title is negative. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? That means, says, Snell's law states that the quantity and sine theta is unchanged in the refraction of light. Is sine theta conserved along the light path? The answer to the title is negative. The answer is in the abstract. They don't use Snell's law to model
Where's
in
the abstract?
physics, gradient,
Okay,
index, medium. Abstract, I posted it literally in the chat.
It also provides.
Look, look.
The final results of
Getting
the
to the point.
exercise is that, contrary to an initial expectation, the answer.
Let me ask you this: does Walter Bisgund's simulator use Snell's law?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It uses Fermat's principle.
Okay, if he uses Fermat's principle, who cares?
Okay, so does Mick West.
What's the difference? What's the applicable difference between the two?
Is that there's no boundary.
In Fermat's principle.
Yeah, there's no boundary. You integrate over the light path, basically.
No. Yeah.
It's to use the calculus of variations of integrate over the light path. Whereas one is just simply algebraic or trigonometric, if you want.
And?
That they're not mathematically equivalent, dude.
They are
You understand?
mathematically equivalent. The outcomes are still generally the same.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
They're still...
Where you have a well-defined deity. No, they're not.
Yes.
Snell's law is a special case, right? Snell's law is a special case. You have two well-defined mediums with a well-defined boundary.
Based on Snell's law and Fermat's principle, would they be roughly equivalent?
In one case, where you have two homogeneous, a medium where you have two mediums with different refractive index that are homogeneous, isotropic, and have a well-defined boundary. That special case, that's what it models. Which is great for designing lenses. Right? You can use the thin lens equation, no problem. Easy peasy. Then you still get to the engineering.
Fermat's principle, which states the light travels the path which takes the least time. By taking the derivative of the optical path length, the stationary point is found, giving the path taken by the light. And there are situations of light violating Fermat's principle by not taking the least time path, as in reflection or a spherical mirror. In a classic analogy, the area of lower refractive index is replaced by a beach, the area of higher refractive index by the sea. And the fastest way for a rescuer on the beach to get to the drowning person in the sea is to run along the path that follows Snell's law.
Yeah, because you have a well-defined boundary. Sand in the water. You go one speed over the sand and another speed over the water. So you want to find the path which is the most efficient to reach the person. Well, the principle of least time. Which one takes you the least time? Should you run through the sand more? Should you freaking swim more? Which one should you do?
Great, so they both use the principle of least time.
Fermat's principle, or Snell's law, is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Does, right? Okay, great. So why doesn't Snell's law work?
I told you, because it's a gradient. So now you have the sand, right? So the sand is continuously varying. In the water, your speed through the water is also continuously varying. Actually, there is no sand in no water because there's no well-defined boundary. It's just all sand. And your velocity through any given point in the sand, like at point, there's 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, but there's a continuum. It's a continuous change. It's a continuous change, right? It's not a discrete change, like at a boundary, which is Snell's law.
Why is that a problem? So think about it like this time. You have X speed on sand, X and Y speed on water, and then you replace that water, and you have the speed across just sand being equivalent to the average speed between X and Y. And all it is just
I don't know how to explain this to you. If you don't understand basic mathematics, I just don't know how to explain it to you.
Well, I just explained to you what Snell and Fermat's law, the difference in the principles. One says you go from X to Y, and the other one says there is a gradual change between X and Y. But if they both end up with very, very similar end results based on, the different optical
Do they end up with similar
density
results?
of the mediums. Yeah.
Yeah, where's your evidence for that, dude? Like, seriously.
The paper you cited. They only found very, very small deviations using different calculations in your paper that you cited.
Well, I'm
every FLIRF paper disagrees with them.
What did you say?
Every FLIRF citation disagrees with them.
Dude, that... Okay, you just said that there's a difference. Previously, you said they were the same. Okay, it doesn't disagree with
Close
me.
enough,
It disagrees with you. That's a crazy projection. Now it's close enough. Before you were saying it was the same.
I'm waiting for evidence that it isn't. Can you tell me why Snell's law wouldn't work across a lake?
Because it's not a well-defined boundary. It's a single medium, so they have to.
You can take all the different mediums, and it's not a single medium because the optical density changes depending on the temperature and the amount of air, the amount of water in the air, and the density of the air and the pressure in the air. So you can.
So tell me, how, in reality, how would you model this out? How would you model this out? This gradient, right? This air gradient. How would you model this out?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge in maths for that, but I understand the concept.
Yeah, yeah. So you would have to use an infinite amount of
to B density, or X density to Y density.
How many layers
Fermat's
do you need?
law is that there is a gradual change between A density and B density. That's all it is.
How many layers until you approximate Fermat's law?
I don't know. I don't care. But that doesn't matter.
I know you don't care.
And this is amazing. This is amazing. You're doing a reification.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me again. How predictable.
You're doing a reification fallacy.
No one is reifying it.
You know
I'm asking you. You say refraction exists. I'm looking for the evidence that it exists. I'm looking for the model that makes
mathematical
so that we can.
Is it something that exists in reality?
Yeah, refraction as a general phenomenon exists. Refraction bending light around the curve of the Earth. Does that exist? That's what we want to determine. Does that exist? What is the evidence for it?
What is the boundary in Snell's law? Does that reference something actual? Like an actual boundary? Or does it reference a mathematical?
Yes, it's an actual fucking boundary. Yes.
No,
it's where one medium becomes another medium. The atoms on one side is...
I've ever heard. It doesn't.
Oh, so water... No, Elijah, please don't. Please don't. Please, I'm asking you, please. Please, I want to finish this. He's going to try and get off it. I'm not letting him get off of it.
Why would you think calculates the optical density of A and the optical density of B, and then it arbitrarily pops in a boundary between them.
Where do you think they would pop in that boundary?
What?
At the end of A, at the spatial end of A, and at the spatial beginning of B? Do you think that's where the boundary is? So if you have two substances, one's water and one's glass, the water's not the glass, and the glass is not the water, and where they meet is what we call the boundary.
They can both be water with two different optical densities.
So water can be water, and glass can be water and glass at the same time?
No. Indio, listen to me, okay? You can have air, just air, but if the optical density of air is different at 2 points, in Snell's law, you'll take those 2 points of measured optical density, so the different temperature and pressure, and you will put a boundary in the middle of that calculation. And that boundary calculates the deviation, the refraction.
That's why I asked you how many layers,
going from A to B. Whereas in Fermat's, it will be a gradual change. It won't be a defined boundary they put into the calculation. It will be between A and B, there is this amount of change, not it changes at a defined boundary, okay? It's all abstract, it's all mathematical, and it's called a reification fallacy when you say that there's an actual boundary in spatial reality.
No, what I said was there is a continuous change in Fermat's principle, and you just made my argument. Thanks you very much. Snell's law. Snell's law has a boundary. Snell's law has a boundary.
I've ever.
Yeah, dude. Snell's law. Oh my God, the fucking spiral. Snell's law has a boundary. You said that you can make an arbitrary boundary. Where do we make that boundary? How many boundaries? That's why I asked you how many layers. You didn't even understand what that was talking about. Like, how would you model this? How many layers do you have to do? If I take six feet of freaking air, right? How many layers of Snell's law of different refraction index to model this gradient do I use? Do I use 10,000? Do I use a million? Do I use a trillion? Do I use an infinite amount? Right? When we use an infinite amount, well, oh my God, that's fucking calculus. And we use a continuum. And look, the continuum's more accurate than the so-called simulation of boundaries. I don't know why you don't understand this. Oh, because you don't know anything about mathematics. But your whole idea of refraction is based upon mathematical models, which don't work in reality, which make no predictions in reality. That's why I'm going to ask you again. I know someone muted you. Give me the model of refraction that makes accurate predictions that we can test, so that we know which one to use, so that when we make our post hoc claim, we can be using a model which has some predictive power. You even said we need predictive power to tell us what's likely true. Give us the model with predictive power.
Both.
Give me the exact model with predictive power.
Both.
Okay, so those are models. How were they tested?
I can find some journal articles if you'd like me to.
Yeah, I'm sure I've read them all.
Awesome. But are you willing to admit that the boundary is just what they put in? Like it's the maths that they add in to say that there is a defined...
They don't use Snell's law for a gradient, you clown.
A defined point between the refractive index of A and the refractive index of B, right? So all they've done is they've said there has to be a boundary here instead of it being a gradual change.
Okay.
So you're saying that is bullshit.
No, when they model it, listen, when they model it in reality, right? Like if they model it between glass and water, they'll use Snell's law. But if they have a gradient, they're not going to use Snell's law. So when I say the Snell's law is an actual boundary, that's what they're modeling. They're modeling an actual boundary. They're not going to use it in a situation you're talking about. They're not going to use it for a gradient index medium. They're just not going to use it. So it's like,
why not use it? If it's easier, because Snell's law is
because it's inaccurate.
Principle, isn't it?
Because it's inaccurate.
To what percentage? To what percentage?
It probably depends on the application.
Oh, okay. So we can use Snell's law if we want, say, a couple of percentage points of accuracy, and then Fermat's if we want, say, a couple more points of accuracy. It's the same with Newton's and Einstein's, isn't it?
Well, it depends on the distance, right? So it depends on how long the light is within the medium, right? So that's the defining factor. How long the light is inside the gradient versus, or how many layers you model. So there's all different, depends on your model, right? So that you could probably make a situational Snell's law model and use Fermat's principle and get them fairly correct, probably for good enough for practical purposes, and make it quote unquote work. Right, but it's not what's used in the common practice. They just use Fermat's principle because it's more accurate. That's just what they do.
So they both would work. One's just more accurate.
But the fact of the matter is, you can use Snell's law. You can use whatever the fuck you want.
You thought that this boundary was a physical boundary. You fucking goose.
No, listen, in the use that they model it, it is. Yeah, in the use that they model it, it is. Whether you actually use Snell's law to model something,
it's real. When they model it, it's an actual boundary.
No, listen, they don't model gradients using Snell's law. Only dumbass fucking anti-flat earthers use it for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Only you fuck clowns use it for that. Nobody uses this. If you go read all the literature, no one uses Snell's law for this shit. Nobody. Not a fucking person. Only Dunning-Kruger anti-flat earthers use this shit.
Does it still work? Still work?
No.
Why? What's the percentage difference? How many decimal points are different?
I just told you. I already answered that question. Depends on the application.
You don't know verification fallacy, and you don't know. You're trying to lecture me about the maths. At least I'm big enough.
No. Listen, I told you the situation. It depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on what you're modeling. The error depends on what you're modeling. If you're modeling how long light's in fucking 1 millimeter of a gradient, dude, yeah, they're going to be almost identical. But if you're modeling how far, like if it's going through fucking 1 trillion miles of air, that's something else. You're going to it depends. It depends on the application.
I think we're done with this now.
No, you're going to give me the predictive model. Dude. You're just going to give it to me because we want to know when we do our post hoc, ad hoc bullshit at the end, right? So we can't falsify the globe. I want to know what model we have to apply.
You're obviously too
I want to know what model, dude. I want the evidence. No, I want the evidence for your foregone conclusion. I just want the evidence. That's all I'm asking for.
Buddy.
What's the evidence, dude? What's the evidence? What's the evidence that any of these models work? What's the evidence that that light is bending around the curve? What model predicts that? And then that model has been validated by observation.
Great. I'm looking up
really simple.
Theoretical and experimental study of refractive indices of water, acids, and nitrile and salt systems.
Yeah, so I'm talking about terrestrial refraction.
They calculated the refraction.
I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. This thing that's supposed to be like bending around the curve, making everything look flat.
If you apply it to the surface of the Earth. No, these are physical constants, buddy. Do you know what a physical constant is?
Dude. Okay.
Dude.
That's a cool story. Physical constant. Yada, yada, yada. Cool story, bro. I'm asking for the model that makes predictions that we can apply in real life.
I propose a simple theoretical formula for describing the refractive indices in binary liquid mixtures containing salt ions. Our theory is based on the Clausius-Massotti equation. It gives the refraction index of the mixture in terms of the refractive indices of the pure liquid and the polarizability of the ionic species by properly accounting for the volume change upon mixing. The theoretical predictions are tested by extensive experimental measurements of the refractive indices of water, acid, nitrile, salt systems for several liquid compositions, different salt species, and a range of salt concentrations. Excellent agreement is obtained in all cases, especially in low salt concentrations with no.
Are you almost done? Like doing nothing?
Expression of the refractive index for low salt concentration is also given, which can be a theoretical basis for determination of salt concentration using refractive index measurements. So it seems like they've come up with a very, very simple equation for refraction based on this one specific liquid, and it's been correct. They tested it, and it was correct.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to apply that to the air. What model is used for the air?
Just a second.
It doesn't matter. There's not a big deviation.
It doesn't matter.
What I love is they're using a tank and a solution and allowing it to set so it becomes homogeneous and isotropic.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they? Because what I just read out.
Because when you stir the solution, I've seen many demonstrations of this. Okay. When you stir the solution, you see no deviation.
Look, I'm just looking for the justification for claiming that there's terrestrial refraction fucking up all our measurements with a laser. I want the justification for that. And you can't seem to come up with one. Other than because I said so.
Experimental determination of the refractive index of Snell's law. This experiment uses a narrow beam of light passing from air into glass and then into air. The experiment is practically easier using a hemi-cylindrical prism of glass with a beam entering the curve.
But these are inapplicable to what we're talking about.
Why?
You're just Googling random shit on refraction, dude. Terrestrial refraction. Google that, brother.
There's
dude, you think I don't know you didn't look for this?
An experiment showing refraction works, but you don't like it because you don't seem to understand that Snell's law, being a model, means that there has to exist things in real life.
You can claim it works in different applications that have nothing to do with. We want to see it works in this application.
In what application? Through air?
The application of a laser or a ray of light through air, dude.
Great. Refraction over water experiment. Have you never typed these things in?
Look, dude.
No, you haven't, have you?
What are you talking about?
It's much easier to just sit here and go around in circles about things that you don't understand rather than just go,
yeah, talking about me again. The old standby.
Hey, so anyway.
No, we're going to finish this point. I don't care how long it fucking takes, dude. I don't. So, we're going to finish this. I want the predictive model for refraction so we know that there's a justification for saying that it exists. We need a justification. We can't just say, hey, willy-nilly, we're just going to throw in this phenomenon that we say exists. We need a justification for saying it exists, right? And one justification would be a model that's been tested and makes predictions. But that model doesn't exist, and you know it doesn't exist. That's why you're bringing up all this ancillary bullshit. And you know what? By bringing up
Wait, I
ancillary
know it doesn't
bullshit,
exist. Predicting atmospheric refraction with weather modeling and machine learning.
yeah, okay, I read
Would you
that.
like to read this?
I've already read it.
Have you?
Yes, I have. I read it about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. What do they do in it?
I think they're looking at the side of a mountain, if I remember right. It's in Arizona. It's like in the desert.
White Sands, New Mexico.
Yeah, I got a pretty good memory. Seeing I only freaking skimmed it, freaking goddamn 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe. Yeah, but even if they listen, so check this out.
So
I'm pretty sure the AI successfully made predictions, but AIs are black boxes, so we don't know how they actually make predictions.
So you've read something that confirms that.
No, it doesn't confirm anything. They just
weather model data results were computed for 10-minute intervals, and ray tracing procedure was applied. The data is interpolated in time to align with the time-lapse image frames. Shows results of the experiment as a function of time of day. Blah 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 blah. Where is it? Measurements are only available for daytime. General downward drift through daytime hours is an effect we commonly observe in clear weather, and this corresponds to a reduction in the average refractive index gradient of the atmosphere along our line of sight.
Yeah, claiming something and showing the actual mathematics to support it are two different things.
Well, they've got the mathematics in this.
Not for that specifically. That specific claim you just made, they do not have.
I'm looking at it right now.
So what model do they use?
They have a machine learning model.
Well, you said it just matches the gradient of listen, you just said it matches the gradient of the refractive index. What is it matching? What is the machine learning matching? What model is that?
So the machine learning takes the image and then the ray tracing, whatever it is, and adds that into the known distances, and then takes all of the weather data and then calculates a refractive index based off that.
Okay, so what model is it comparing it against?
I mean, I can just link the paper. It's got all the maths for it here.
What model does it compare it against? So what you have is you have a model, and a machine learning looks at the images, right? And then the machine learning goes, if this model existed, how would this image match that model? And now I'm going to make predictions. When I take an image, how does this image fit this model?
It doesn't matter. It works.
What's the model, dude?
Refraction exists, and it's between Fermat's, Snell's, and this model. They would have similar outcomes, right?
No.
And the deviation doesn't matter because the deviation can be changed by any of the variables changing. So the refractive index should actually just be like a range, okay? So if you have like the black swan image and then you apply refraction to that, you don't just add a set refractive index. You can make that a range of refractive indexes based off the measurements you have and the variables that could change. That's how science and data works. And then from that, you can see whether that image can fit the predictions based off refraction, which would be the range of refraction.
What predictions? That's what I'm asking you. How do we make the predictions? What model do we use to make the predictions?
It doesn't matter. For math, this machine learning,
I'm going to use chicken bones.
Be fairly similar, right?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay, so what's
depends on what model you use. They'd actually. They've tested models, in the literature, they've tested these models against each other, Well, then so you actually don't know anything about this topic. I'm asking you this for a very specific
literature, champ.
Because they're so... Dude, you want me to link hundreds of PDFs that say, dude, we don't know?
I want you to link one.
Hold on.
Here, look, I'll add this in showing that machine learning can predict refraction.
So what? Machine learning is black boxes. We don't even know how it's doing the prediction. If you knew anything about machine learning, no,
that's genetic.
The machine learning is at modeling anything. You don't understand how machine learning works. So let's not talk about it until you know how machine learning works. Then there's nothing to talk about.
It's a genetic fallacy.
No,
isn't machine learning where the machine takes in multiple sources of data and then it comes up with an algorithm based off that data? that would predict any two sets of data outcomes further on?
Okay.
Let's look. Machine learning, subfield of artificial intelligence that deals with systems that are able to acquire their own knowledge by extracting patterns. There we go. Extracting patterns to get new data. Great. So, have you found that study yet?
Yeah, I'll just read you a whole bunch. How about that?
No, just link one.
Where should I pick?
Have you linked one? Have you dropped one in voice chat yet?
Yeah, I'm going to link to like 10.
Well, I just want one, so link your best one. I'm going to just look at the top one anyway. Top one's going to be your best one.
So what? Just so I get the right thing, and I give you the right thing. What exactly do you want?
Show the difference that an observation using Snell's law refractive index versus Fermat's law refractive index.
I already did that.
Deviation.
I'm not doing it again. They don't use Snell's law, and they don't use Snell's law in any type of surveying, anything to do with
they use Fermat's law.
refraction. They don't use it.
Why'd you ask which one's best?
No, oh my God, dude!
So why would you ask?
This is what you don't understand. There's models for terrestrial refraction. They involve temperature, humidity, CO2, yada yada yada.
I explained all this to you, you fucking idiot.
Listen, no, dude.
Yes,
there's
I did.
multiple models.
10 minutes ago, I went through all the things that can impact refraction.
That's right. That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome.
I explained it to you already. So every single image you guys have of a flat Earth can be explained using refraction we know to exist. Experiment. Is that true? Yes or no?
Yeah, cool. No, it's not true. Okay.
Great. Give me one image that shows that the Earth is flat that can't be explained using refraction.
Using assumption, you mean?
No,
refraction. Okay. I just went through machine learning.
You just have assumption. You have no evidence that there is refraction happening on those days.
Machine
learning was able to calculate a refractive index.
They're not calculating anything.
Yes, it did.
No, they're not.
You're just assuming things. You have no values, so you're just assuming things. There's no values in the laser test.
Data goes in, it calculates, it comes up with an equation.
It doesn't calculate, it does. It doesn't come up with a fucking equation. You don't know what you're talking about.
When you get data and you run data
dude, machine learning is basically a lookup table, dude. That's basically what it is. It's a lookup table.
It
you have no idea what you're talking about. Dude, I got a degree in computer science. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
X equals C, depending on some variable.
It's not. They use gradient descent, dude. In this machine learning model, they use something called gradient descent. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Stay like you don't know what you're talking about with refraction. You really don't know what you're talking about with machine learning.
Even if I don't know what I'm talking about,
I'm not going to explain it to you.
I can understand.
Look, I want to go back to these variables.
Someone who's been doing this for years.
I want to go back to these variables, right? So these variables that you say exist, it's cause refraction. Right? You think they exist because there's models that exist that use these variables to make predictions about refraction. Well, none of these models actually makes accurate predictions.
They do.
No, okay, where is that?
The Fermat's law. You just explained yourself that surveyors use it. Surveyors get accurate data over land masses, don't they?
I'm not talking about. So listen. Okay, so to apply Fermat's principle, you have to know the refractive index at any given point. How do you calculate that?
No, you can average
temperature, humidity.
Snell's law assumes that there's some set boundary, but Fermat's law can say that given like the known variables, you can average it out over a distance.
Well, they don't do averaging, but whatever. That's
what Fermat's law is. It may not be an average, but what it is it's going from A to B using a function rather than going from A to B.
Right. And so there's different variables that they use in these different models to model terrestrial refraction.
So
none are accurate. That's what I'm trying to tell you. None are accurate.
As a function, it would be centimeter 1 is 9 from 1, centimeter 8 is bloody 2, centimeter 2 is 8 from 1, centimeter 3 is 7 from 1. That's how the function would work.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. How do they figure out what the refractive index is at any given?
Maths. I don't know much advanced maths, and I was able to explain to you how that would be.
You don't have to explain it to me. You're just like you're trying to convince yourself of something, dude. You're not understanding what I'm saying, or you're deliberately being obtuse. There's a model. There's a model that uses these variables. So you're starting to talk over me again. There's a model that uses these variables, and none of those models make accurate predictions. These variables that you say exist, which cause refraction, to validate whether these models cause refraction, you need a model that makes predictions which are tested and known to be accurate. You don't have that. You're putting the cart before the horse. Where's the fucking horse? Where's the model of refraction that makes predictions so that we know these are the variables that matter? These are the variables that cause uncertainty in our observation. These are the variables that we need to account for so that we can come up with a refractive index or a change in the refractive index from which we can make predictions with. That doesn't exist. And do you know what? It's been tested. So there was an experiment, this laser experiment across the Hawaiian Islands, and they took 3 lasers. And they went from one Hawaiian island to the other, and they did this experiment. They were measuring turbulence in the air. They picked up all 3 of these laser frequencies through their telescope. Then what did they do? So there was other research students there. So for his master's degree, he tried to model it, and when he applied the model of refraction, right? Gradient, standard US temperature. When he modeled it across this same distance using the same laser frequencies, he found out the experiment should not have worked at all. Because the divergence, because refractive index is wave dependent, right? You have, what the hell do they call it? Can't remember the name of it. Dispersion of light. That's where the wavelengths separate.
Why are you still talking? Have you linked the PDF about it?
Oh, I will if you want.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to make fucking spiral into oblivion, but whatever. So, what happens is the spread of the wavelengths of the laser are greater than the width of the telescope. So when you model it, right? When you model it in this refractive index air, the spread, so you have 3 frequencies of lasers all starting at the same point. They spread out because not all of them refract the same. They refract differently. It's wavelength dependent. So they're spread out by some spatial distance. That spatial distance is greater than the width of the telescope. But somehow they picked up all 3 beams in the telescope at the same time. The only way that can happen is if there's no refraction.
How do I find this? How do I find this?
Hold on, I'm gonna post.
How do I
you want the underlying experiment? Yeah, hold on. So I'll find the underlying experiment. So this was there's experiments based upon. It's done by the Air Force. So the person that wrote this master's thesis, he tried to model what the results were, and when he modeled the standard, terrestrial refraction, using the same shit Bisgan uses, using the same shit Mick West uses. Found out that, like it says, I'll read it to you. For the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters.
Okay.
With respect to the point, the telescope's 3.4 meters wide.
And?
That means they should not have, if the refraction model was correct, they could not have picked up all 3 lasers simultaneously in the telescope. But they did.
What did they say about it?
I mean, what did they say about it?
What was their conclusion? What was their conclusion?
Well, see, they did the test first, and then after the fact, they applied the model, and then realized our test should not have worked. If they would have applied the model before the test, they probably would have never did it. They would have probably designed a different test.
Okay, so they came up with there is some variable or phenomena that we cannot explain. Is that what they came up with?
What they were testing was... Okay, so was the test...
Was their answer? The presented experimental results on intensity scintillation characteristics reveal complexity of the observed phenomena that cannot be fully explained based on the existing atmospheric turbulent models.
Yeah, so there's turbulence models, there's refractive index models, and he tried to use a mixed turbulence refraction model. None of those models worked, but the turbulence model, called a non-Kolmosov model or some shit. Can't remember the name of it because there's actually two of them. There's the non one and there's just a regular one. Anyway, so the turbulence model fit more closely than the so-called terrestrial refraction model. The terrestrial refraction model says that the experiment should not even have been completed. Because you can look at the simulation. He simulates it the same way Walter Bislin simulates it, using the same methodology. So the fact that, and I have more stuff, right? So I have more. They've done terrestrial laser measurements using 2-frequency LiDAR. I can post that.
And?
What they measured was the deviation.
What's that going to prove? What's that going to show? What's that going to show?
It shows that when they so-called measured the refractive index, right? They measured the angle of arrival of a beam of light of two different frequencies of light, and then they measure the angle, like how much deflection they are measuring, right?
Yes, but the argument.
And they're measuring they're measuring a max 4 MGON deflection, which is equivalent to 0.009 degrees. So if you extrapolate out to 25 miles, that's 8 feet.
And?
That's an 8 feet deflection at the max.
And?
The laser, like ISO laser test, would have to be a 420 foot deflection. A 440 foot deflection.
And?
You don't understand that the observation at Lake ISO is 2 orders of magnitude off the prediction, right? Even if you, say you use 7.6R, it's 2 orders of magnitude off that prediction.
What was their conclusion?
Bruh. Dude, for FE core? Yeah, that does not fit the WGS84 model.
Oh, you're talking about FE core again. They didn't add in any refraction, you fucking idiot.
And I'm trying to justify adding it in. So don't you get it? We're trying to justify adding it in. We're not just saying, yeah, it exists.
The surveys use refraction.
Let's say we use 7.6R.
Surveys use refraction.
Surveys use refraction. How much refraction?
Do they accurately measure the surface of the Earth in distances?
For practical purposes, yes.
Great. Do they use optical measurements?
Yes.
Great. So why didn't FE Core do the fucking same?
We can do the same. We can use 7.6R.
Then do it.
We can use. So if you look, so I'll give you an example. We in the United States, different states build roads. If you look at the surveying manuals for the transportation departments in different states, they all use different refractive index ratios. They use different values for terrestrial fraction. So, for instance, in Massachusetts, they use 0.17. In Washington State, they use 0.13. In Europe, they use 0.13. So different places use different values. Listen, the point is, the value, the largest value anyone uses is 7.6R, which is 0.166, right? So you take this 0.16 that they use in surveying, right? It only takes 5 meters off. You have to, and the value is 137 meters off. The measured value is 137 meters off, dude. So, okay, we'll give you refraction. We'll give you terrestrial refraction model. We'll go 7.6R. Yeah, now you have to make up another 132 meters.
I didn't say this FE.
Now we can go, okay, there's even double extra special refraction. We'll multiply it times 10.
Drop in the FE laser measurement link again. I'll look at it again using the highest and lowest refractive indexes.
What does that even mean? First of all, you just quoted surveying. They use a 7.6R value.
Stupid rambling way. If we were to add in the standard refractive indexes into the FE core measurement, it still would.
Yeah, the ones you just appealed to, surveying. Those are the ones you just appealed to. You said surveying, they use refraction. That's what they use. They use 7.6R.
Big fella, if you add those into the FE core data, it still won't explain the data. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying if you add that value into the... Listen, I'm explaining it to you. If you add that value into the data, it only moves the laser down 5 meters.
Okay, great.
You have to move it down 137 meters.
The FE core thing again. I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna go away. I'm gonna do the maths. I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fine with me. I want you to keep in mind that they didn't just. This isn't a one-off. They did it 3 weeks apart. So make sure that you read the dates.
Don't care if they didn't add refraction. I don't give a fuck.
You don't even know why they should be adding it, other than somebody told you they should add it.
No, I know why they have to add it. They have to add it because as light moves through a medium, if there's any change to that medium, then the angle of incidence changes.
And that means what?
And that means that the light can make things look further up or further down.
Okay. Yeah, you're claiming that. But you're claiming that. But what's the evidence? Dude, that's what you don't understand. You don't understand there's a difference between claims and evidence.
Open the fridge, mate. Have you ever opened the fucking fridge and looked at it? You cold air when it hits the warm air and things get all goofy behind it.
Well, that would be evidence.
There's experiments, but there's one where some dude like pours cold water over, or I think it's liquid natural gas, over a propane tank, and you can see some, I don't know, colours that you couldn't see before, some bands of colour.
Thank you for proving. Thanks, you just proved flat Earth. Thank you very much.
Affecting what you see.
Yeah, that's great, dude. Do you know what that proves? Because you have to use this butane. Listen to me. Because that proves that you're applying refraction. Listen, you don't get it, dude. Butane has a refraction. Okay, can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Okay, so the refractive index is butane, by the way. And the refractive index of butane is 1.33. Right.
I don't care. I don't care.
So check it out. The fact that you have to use, listen, the fact that you have to use an extreme, non-physical, unequivalent demonstration to simulate what you say is happening all the time demonstrates that it's not happening all the time. The fact you have to use butane to show it to happen demonstrates that it's not happening all the time.
It happens with cold air. It happens with cold air.
Yeah, with cold air, but that has a temperature gradient of something like 70 degrees per centimeter. Is that physical? Do we experience that in the real world? Do you ever have your feet get frostbite while your knees were burning off? I didn't think so. The fact you have to use extreme examples of demonstrations, non-physical to what we experience in everyday life, proves that it's not happening.
Oh my God, that's because the demonstrations are done in people's houses, you fucking moron. You fucking idiot. If you're going to demonstrate something in your house, a very small area, then you have to use extreme refractive conditions because you can't have the massive change over a long area. It's numbers, you dumb cunt. It's numbers.
Oh,
what numbers?
The language on you. You blow your father with that mouth?
Oh my God. So you have, say, I want to test something in a very small area. Okay, and I want to test some variable that usually happens over a very long area. I have to make that variable much bigger in the small area to make sure that I can observe that variable in action. Because over the very, very, very long area, that variable can have very insignificant changes, but because it's such a long area, those insignificant changes can cause a massive change over that long area. I'm explaining this to you like a child because so far you've shown that you may be a child.
This is actually pretty humorous. So what you're saying is,
look, here's a video.
We have to scale down the experiment to demonstrate that the phenomenon, which should be happening all the time in the air, is actually possible. And to do this, we need extreme conditions. But the underlying phenomenon, you can't actually demonstrate is happening.
Extreme conditions, just people show that it's possible using extreme conditions because they're doing it in their little house.
But they're not equivalent.
Of course they're equivalent. It's just scale, mate.
Okay.
If I want to make a square, I can make a square 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter or 1 mile by 1 mile, but those fucking squares will still be square.
Okay. It's not equivalent, and the scale's not equivalent, okay? Because The refractive
How do you
index
know what
of air.
scale is?
I'm going to explain to you why.
Knows what
I'm
scale
trying to
is.
explain
The
to you
only
why
other thing
the
he knows are
emotional
what the
child.
fucking trains are in this area, 'cause he's
Irony of you calling
retarded.
me a child with your spasming, dude. That's hilarious. Anyway, so the refractive index of butane is nowhere near equivalent to air. Air's
I don't give
refractive
a fuck.
index changes.
We moved
Yeah, you
past
don't give a. I
butane
thought it was
onto air.
math, dude. I thought it was numbers, but now you don't
We
give a
moved
fuck.
past butane onto air, but you're stuck on butane.
Yeah.
because you're
No,
too
I'm going to cover them
stupid
both.
to consider
No, see,
anything that goes against your biases.
so I'm going to cover them both. See, don't presuppose what I'm going to say, dude.
Well,
I'm going to cover
don't
them
talk
both.
about butane because I don't give a fuck.
No, you don't give a fuck. Okay, so let's talk about the air. The temperature, the extreme temperature gradient, right, that you're demonstrating. So I've seen the dry ice demonstration. The refractive index of CO2 is not the same as air. And then I've seen, I think they use a cold plate or something like that, or ice. I think it was Mick West used ice. Was it Weiss? What did he use to make everything cold? Was it turbulent air?
No, he didn't use Barry Weiss.
What was used to make the
I don't
temperature
know
gradient?
because I'm not obsessed with people that do these experiments like you retards are.
So you cited an experiment that you don't even know what happened. Great. Let's go
one
with
that
that.
I've watched. I cited an experiment that I've watched, but I don't remember the people that did it because I don't give a fuck. Look, I found.
So
the
what if they
Midwest
use
one
dry
too.
ice?
Would you like to
So
see
what if
that?
they,
Let's look at the Midwest
what if
one.
they use dry ice to,
I did.
to
I
make
found
the
the one you
temperature
wanted. You
gradient?
wanted me to talk about Mick West, didn't you? Because you have pre-prepared.
No, I don't care about Mick West. He already got smashed in here. You can fucking listen to the video on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, there's Mick West. I finally found the thing you were talking about that I wasn't.
I don't care about Mick West. I'm asking you if you don't know the details. If you don't know the details of the experiment, you don't know if they use CO2, if they use some equivalent. You claim they're equivalent, they're just different scale, but you don't actually even know that. I'm asking you, if they use CO2, why did they change the air? I'm trying to figure out the
iron.
See, you make claims that there's no evidence for. That's the hilarious part. You just keep,
What claim?
You claimed that these demonstrations are equivalent and they're just a change in scale. So I'm asking you details about them, and you don't know the details. So you're just talking out your ass.
What detail do you want? What detail do you want? The guy put up
What
an
they
iron.
use to cool the air? What did they use to cool?
Laser changed it.
What did they use to cool the air? What substance? How did they create this temperature gradient?
Nothing. They warmed up the air using an iron.
They warmed up the air using an iron? What?
Are you just going to repeat back with a dumbfounded?
I don't understand what you're. I don't understand what you mean by they warmed up the air using an iron, like an iron for ironing clothes. Iron, like
you don't
what?
seem to understand anything. I linked the video.
because you suck at explaining yourself.
You know, an iron, like you iron your clothes. Yeah, it heats up the air. Look, here's one of nice wavy air patterns in front of a heater. Why would that happen?
Turbulence. It's called sensible heat flux.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's called sensible heat flux. Yeah. So, like when air gets hot, it goes up, right? Right. It tries to equilibrate and it moves around. It's like why you don't survey in the wind. So there's something called the Fresnel effect, where a medium that's in motion will deflect light in the direction of the motion.
Ooh, okay. So there is refraction, deflection.
That's not refraction. It's a completely different thing.
So did they look at what the wind speed was over the water in the FE core experiment?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. I mean, it sounded like they took pictures of the meteorological
Anyway,
stations.
I'm out of here. My earbuds are about to die, and you seem to be thicker than a brick, my son.
Yeah, co-partner.
Hypothesis in science, buddy.
Oh, does that qualify as a wig, bro? I'm sorry to everyone that I cut up, but I did not want to let him out of that. Otherwise, we're going to be looping on that shit forever. I'm sick of this guy. I'm sick of looping with this guy.
That counts as a wig with the earbud still attached.
Ew. How about the ear still attached? How much glue did you use on that wig? Listen, this is, to me, these refraction claims, like, I'm so sick of it just being like a foregone conclusion. You didn't include refraction. You didn't account for refraction. Why should we? Give us a reason why we should. Oh, because everybody else is doing it. That's not an argument. Surveyors do it. Yeah, so what? And They're measuring 50 meters at a time. The uncertainty is like 2 millimeters. Do you think that like if they don't use refraction, it's like, oh my God, now the fucking road's all fucked up. It's a 1,000-mile road and now it's messed up because we didn't account for refraction. I mean, come on, man.
Dude.
Get serious.
Did they account for refraction when they used the microscope on that fishing line?
Dude, that's somebody that's like, have you ever done asphalt AI?
Not really, no.
I
Cement,
have,
though.
when I was a kid. So I've done asphalt. I wish Mike was here. Like, you're precise, but you're not that precise. It's fucking asphalt, dude. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
fucking not measuring to like, oh my God, we didn't account for refraction of the road, man. Oh my God. Like, no, the road doesn't work. I mean, get real.
I've done sidewalks and stuff and foundations. But yeah, same principle.
So they only use the geodetic surveying so-called techniques for practical purposes in road work. They don't use them. And it depends. It depends on whether it's an interstate highway versus, state road versus a city road, right? Depends on whether they're going to use a state plane system versus like the geodetic system. And the geodetic system is going to be, has to be long. And like any error of not using refraction is going to be so negligible, it isn't going to matter. They never like built roads and were like, fuck, we built this whole road and didn't account for refraction. No wonder why it's messed up. No one has ever done that. That's never happened.
Yeah, you were trying to tell me. I thought that the point that I wanted to jump in that was annoying was that he was trying to say boundary wasn't like the part he was missing was that it's Snell's law. It's two mediums.
Yeah, well, I went over that. And, like,
that's the boundary.
he denied that.
And I posted. It's like, because I would have pointed into the screenshots of Snell's law. I'm like, what's that?
Look, I really didn't want to go into these rabbit holes with him. I just wanted to point out that there was, like, I was laser focused on one thing. Point out that he has no justification for including refraction in any calculation of anything, ever. That there's no actual justification for it. There's no, like, oh, we have a model, and this model requires refraction to make it unfalsifiable, but other than that, there's no reason to have it.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's the rationale.
Oh, you got him so hard, AI, dude. You got him to admit we're making our model unfalsifiable. Like, that's pretty much what he admitted. That is just perfect.
It's like that day when me and Kiwi were going through, and I was teaching him how to use the Bislins, and the refraction slider. I thought it went up to 60 million radius, but it actually goes up to 60 billion radius.
Oh shit!
He's like, "Oh, dude, what's these extra 3 zeros here?" And I'm like, "Hold on a second." I resized my screen, because sometimes it cuts it off if you have like 20%, 70%, whatever.
Yeah.
And then I saw the rest of the numbers, the rest of the zeros. I'm like, "Damn!"
Oh my God, Earth's the size of the solar system.